Good day, everyone. Thank you so much for making time to join us again for your favorite open forum political discussion on Tembei TV. I'm glad that you are watching. Thank you so much as we gang up again to participate into shaping the opinion of this great country on matters elections, matters politics. And today we focus on DP William Ruto taking an official break from the campaign. What is happening in UDA? Are things falling apart or is just a tactical move? Well, let's get in and get talking. I believe you have your own view of the same, and it is about that time we began airing the same. Thank you so much. Let's get talking. The link to use to get into the studio is right there in the comment section. You click on it, allows StreamYard to take full control of your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in studio and we can get talking. Well, Samson Paul, thank you so much for joining. Shiombo Malum, uh, tonight I'm fast here. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Kennedy Wesonga says it's fatigue. Well, come and let us look at it keenly. Watching from Nai, Hezbon. Thank you, all of you that are joining fast and furious. Let's get going. Elvis Otieno, watching live from Eldoret. Thank you so much. Karibu kwa show. Oscar Sifuna, good luck. You say what? Good luck to the incoming president. Tuko pamoja. Then there is Carissa Baya says, hi Bernard, what about the P promises? Does it make sense? Whichever. Let's come and deduce is. D. Kim, thank you so much. Eric Mao Omoenga, thank you so much. Princess Kate, watching from Egypt. Karibu sana. We appreciate all of you. Kai Ferdinand, we appreciate you. Thank you. We appreciate all of you. There is John Deritu, karibu kwa show, asante sana. Mlinge Dan, karibu. Peter Mwigai, we appreciate you. Obiero Origa, karibu kwa show. There is Rev Seth Ochieng Oriri, mtu wa Mungu, karibu kwa show. Vipi siku nyingi? Onyango Evans, karibu kwa show. Toroitich Duncan, thank you so much. Wanaporojo sie amekuwa leo, mlisikia wapi? Mtangoja sana. It's an official communication from the head of communication at the UDA offices. The deputy president's place. The deputy president has retreated from the campaign, so it's not porojo. Kama una habari tofauti nayo, basi kuja studio tuongee. Kelvin Ochieng, thank you so much. Locked up from Kisumu Airport. Thank you. Say Ruto will make it to State House. Thank you. Eric Kiplimo Kosgei, thank you. You say when? Oh, God have mercy. We will get you the other details, but I appreciate all of you that are joining. Let's get talking, and please, when you get in, make sure that you allow your camera as well as your audio, or else you will not be able to be added to the studio, and therefore you can't make your contribution as you would wish. And let's work hard to see to it that you do that under the comment section. Let us remain civil. Let's remain loyal and appreciate everyone, honor everyone, and don't get at each other's neck for no apparent reason. You have no right to insult anybody. Raise your point. not your voice or use insults. This platform is subject to the YouTube community rules, which require a certain form of language to be used. So please restrain yourself from using vulgar language, because you risk putting us in problems with the YouTube community. Thank you, everyone. Bwana Murunga, how are you?
I'm very fine, sir.
Huko kwa barabara bado?
Hapana, leo nimetulia.
Audio yako haiko poa, tukisikii.
Wanasema leo nimetulia, leo niko
Samahani, rekebisha audio yako kwanza, alafu tutasonga mbele.
Sawa, acha nirekebishe nije.
Niko hali vipi? Salama mapema wewe?
Sawa, acha nirekebishe nije.
Vitayata@hotmail.com. Vipi?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to get me?
I can see you fully.
I can't get you.
Yes, sir. I can see you. Now you are getting me? Are you getting me?
Your audio is not working. Get rid of those earphones and then move near to the phone. Your audio is not working. Get rid of those earphones. We can't hear. And then let's go to Milton Oluoj. Milton, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. David, yes? Yes, Milton. Yes, Milton. Sorry about that. Peter, you can come in. How are you?
I'm okay, sir. Hello.
Sorry, Peter, are you able to get me? How are you?
I'm okay, sir. Hello. Yes.
Peter, are you able to get me?
I'm getting you.
Hey, you guys, what's happening?
Sorry. Hello. Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm getting you.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Sorry. Yes.
Go ahead. We can hear you. Go ahead. Peter, make your contribution.
Hello.
Peter, make your contribution. Right. David Odera, how are you today?
I'm fine. How are you, Bernard? How are you, everyone there? Are you getting me? Are you getting me, Bernard?
Good. Hello, thank you. Welcome to the
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm very happy to be in the show. I'm very happy. Today was a very good day. And the way people are campaigning our top presidential candidates, wengine wanajipiga kifua sana. Nimesikia wakasema Tikanairo ni yao. Wacha tungoje tuone ground itasema nini. But I'm happy. I'm in a place called Mbita. It was we were surprised today when the president jet in at around 5:30 in the evening today. He was very well. He was well received in Mbita. Na aliongea na watu akafurahi sana, akasema tarudi na baba. Akasema handshake inafanya kazi. Tumeshukuru sana. kuona rais hapa Mbita. Mjua watu wa Mbita walimuona siku moja tu. This is the second time wamemuona tangu akuwe rais, so they were very happy to see the president and imefanya watu wengi wamechange mind yao kwa ground. Mpaka leo wamesema walikuwa wanafikiria kwamba president anawacheza, but leo wamesema kweli wameona president ako ready kuunga baba mkono. Akaambia watu wa Mbita ya kwamba this time uongozi inakuja nyumbani, mjitayarishe, msikose kupiga kura. So wenye wanasema ati hii uongozi lazima iwe yao, acha tungoje tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8, wataona moto. Mtu anajidai anapiga kifua, anasema ati alifanya Raila akakuwa prime minister, akafanya Uhuru akakuwa president. Wacha sasa jifanye mwenyewe akuwe rais tumuone. Sina mengi ya kusema kwamba saizi, wacha nipatie wenzangu pia nafasi waongee, nitachangia baadaye.
Thank you, Mr. Odero. Let us keep the conversation going. Peter Yatta, are you there? Peter, unmute and speak. Hey, seems to have problem. Milton?
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you. How are you?
Hello. I'm fine, thank you. You are getting me?
Yes, we can get you. Welcome.
Hello. Network
Yes,
is a
give
problem.
your views, please. Milton.
Okay, I just want to say this, the issue of Ruto taking a short leave. I think he has already sensed a defeat. That's the tactic he's trying to see. Maybe there's so many people, the UDA members.
Yes, I am there.
Who are joining Azimio as at now. Maybe he has decided just to sit down and discuss with them the way forward. He has already sensed the defeat. Okay, that's my contribution. Hello?
Thank you, Milton. Bwana Mumia, vipi? Yes, Milton. Bwana Mumia, vipi?
Poa, mambo vipi? Mambo poa, ni aje huko?
Salama, namna gani?
Tuko poa sana bana. Naona things are
Tuko fiti.
I see things are getting tough bana. You know, this guy is a Lone Ranger. This guy is he has run, I think he has run out of pumzi imeisha saa hizi. You know, one thing about UDA is it's a monopoly. It's like a Kenya Power. Unaona vile Kenya Power inatutesa. You don't have an option. You have to use Kenya Power hata ukifanya nini. So that's what is disturbing UDA. You see, like they have left. This guy is the one who organizes all the meetings. He's the one who organizes all the rallies. You see, like for Azimio, even before Azimio came to be what it is, Raila had options. Raila has an army of people like Joho. Joho can hold a meeting and a large number of people will attend. I think if you put Joho and Mudavadi together, Joho can pull a crowd more than Mudavadi. When you get people like who Governor Kakamega, he can hold a rally and people attend. For UDA, if Ruto is not there, nobody will attend. Duale cannot hold a rally. When you look at someone like those who shout at him, people like Ndindi Nyoro, even in his own constituency, cannot hold a rally. So I think for him taking a break is, I think, is an advice maybe from the doctors, or because this guy He has run a race from day one since I was elected for the second term mpaka saizi. I think I may feel some effects. And in fact, even Raila is not even doing anything special the way he's doing. Raila is still relaxing. He did the Azimio at Kasarani. He went into hiding. He's just holding few rallies, which are in fact invites. So for him, I think akienda kupumzika wanatuficha tu, but one because he doesn't have an army that can hold him throughout. Because when you see hata kama ni hizi vikundi zenye anaendanga, he's the one that is saying, trying to run the UDA, the UDM manifesto and whatever UDA is up to. The other guys cannot be able to speak out on the UDA manifesto, and the other people guys stand up with just matusi. They don't have anything constructive. So currently, this thing, it needs a team. It needs a team of people that can hold you when you are down. People that can stand in for you if you are not doing what is supposed to be done. When you look at Governor Turkana, he's the only guy that is there, but the governor is not that powerful. He's very weak. So, election coming 2022, he'll have a rough. Before elections, he'll have it rough because he doesn't have a team. In my opinion, his team is weak, very very weak. They cannot be able to hold him till 2022 elections. So if he gets arrested, he's getting arrested because he wants to energize himself, because it's a one man army. Just like Mudavadi doesn't have anybody else. He has tried Malala. Malala is a failure. He's trying someone like Sakaja. Sakaja is sitting on the fence. Sakaja is sitting on the fence. Sakaja cannot be able to help him. Kalonzo doesn't even have armies. So Ruto needs people who can stand in for him and be there to be able to support him. If he's not around, they can be able to sit down and support him. Jamaa wetu amepotea. Mwenye meeting ameenda. Stone vipi?
Poa kabisa, poa kabisa.
Huyu jamaa wetu amepotea bana. Si wenyewe tu run meeting.
Lakini naona Wekesa amerudi.
Amepigiwa na baba nini? Amepigiwa na Ruto.
Kumeendaje mkubwa Bernard?
Bernard amepigiwa na Matiang'i.
Amepigiwa na Matiang'i. Fred Kasuti, habari bro?
Samahani. Mumia ulimaliza, alafu si unaita mtu mwingine ukimaliza?
Nilikuwa bado naendelea. I was telling you.
Ilikuwa hotline. So hotline mpaka ujibu.
Oh. I was telling you. I was telling you the rest for till August stuff. And to be sincere, anybody else will agree with me that UDA is our one-man army. You've seen those guys, whenever they stand up, they don't say anything. It's just all about insults, all about bringing up propagandas the way they do. So this is the only person. Ruto is the one running the thing. I think sometimes when you are alone, you run out of ideas. So because he comes with the hustler narrative, it has been fought and it has lost the meaning. What I can tell you, if Ruto had started the hustler narrative in March this year, I think he would have won this thing very early in the morning. Because hustler narrative, when it came up, before people started knowing how to fight back, it had picked up. Mpaka there were some people who are ukigonga mtu na gari unapigwa na mabodaboda, we ni dynasty, sisi ni hustler. You see, that thing had picked up and it had really carried people up. So I think he's run out of ideas. He's going back to drawing board, because people like huyu Governor Nanok cannot help you anything. Nanok hata Turkana ni kama people don't believe he's a governor. Those guys are weak. His army is weak. They cannot hold a rally when Ruto is not there. So he has run out of ideas. He's going back to the drawing board, and as going back to the drawing board, the Azimio is planning up. They have been reading some rumors that Kalonzo is planning a meeting with Raila. Let's hope something will come up, because even Oka is just like UDA. Oka doesn't have any plan. They cannot hold a rally and get even more than 5,000 people. Mudavadi had Malala. Malala is useless. He had this guy called Sakaja. Sakaja is sitting on the fence because he knows Nairobi is our ODM zone. So right now Sakaja is not going anywhere. He's just sitting on the fence. He doesn't want to say he's in Oka. He doesn't want to say he's in Azimio. So you see, those people, the people around you give you morale. The way the army that Baba has, it will give him a morale to run the show. He will divide some people in central, he'll divide some people in coast. Joho will maybe pick up the coast. Ule Governor Western will pick up the western side. This Simbaratis, we are happy because he has gone to Nyanza. Simbarati will do well in Kisii. Then Nairobi already has his own army. So those are the people that you need, that give you options. Hata Baba akigonjeka sahizi, Joho can still run the show. So I think Ruto is either health-wise and run out of ideas because of the years he had, imepigwa 10-0. So him going for a break is he's going to sit down with the economist. Even Ndi, I think Ndi is also sitting on the fence.
Bernard, can I speak?
So as I finish, what I was saying is, I think he's run out of ideas. He's going back to energize and maybe come up with something that will shock us. Let's hope that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mumia. We appreciate your contribution. Let's keep the conversation going. Peter Ayata, what's happening? How are you?
Thank you, Bernard, for giving me this opportunity. And I want to appreciate my friend Mumia. Now, taking a break is no more. And I want to tell you, I want to school my friend Mumia. Yes, taking a break means you need to re-strategize. You don't need to move around and say nothing. And I think Ruto has all the numbers. You cannot wish him away. Let's think globally. You cannot bring in issues of saying that someone has taken a break. You are saying he is sick, he is doing what? That is very wrong, my brother. As a friend, and I am a Turkana. I am not a Kalenjin. I want to school you for free. Ruto is a force to reckon. And I want to appreciate the way you are speaking. Just the other day, we've seen him move around. We've seen him do all the things. You see, by virtue of him being a member of UDA, once he was a member of ODM, 2007, we met Baba, the president of Kenya. If it was not because of his effort that he was a part of the team that really made things happen, I think we need to call a spade a spade. And the best thing we have here in Kenya is to pretend. We don't need to pretend. We call a spade a spade. If something is bad, it's bad. So I think for us, it's a healthy competition. If we see together that things are not working, we appreciate and accept the winner to move on. But I will tell you,
Peter, your audio is. Hold on, Peter. Your audio, you are not clear.
now can I repeat all what I've said? Should I come back again or you are muting me? Am I speaking what everyone is not happy on? Now can I repeat again? I will tell you.
Please.
Pole sana, I will tell you for
Toa microphone kwa mdomo, my friend.
No, weka usikize.
Peter,
Weka
we cannot
usikize.
follow what you're saying. Your audio is bad. Rekebisha kwanza. Wekesa, how are you?
I'm good. Jana,
Wekesa, are you there?
I'm there. Jana topic ilikuwa tamu, nilikaa mpaka saa 10 watu watoki kwa speak. Hello.
Freddy.
Haunisikii?
Baba.
How are
Baba
you
Julio. I'm good. I thank God so far. And appreciate. Ule alikuwa anataka
haunisikii?
Fred Kasuti, hebu toa maoni yako kwanza ndio the school teacher comes back.
Okay. Okay. Sasa what I was saying, kile nilikuwa najaribu kusema ndio huyo mwalimu arudi. Yeye anatuskuli, anataka kutuskuli hapa for free na hata kushika maiki kwenyewe hajui. Imemshinda. Okay. Kile waje niseme hivi. Let me take this opportunity to say that do you know the problem with the yellow fever people? They don't believe in themselves. They don't trust people who are around them. They don't trust anybody apart from themselves. Wewe ungelikuwa unajiamini na unaamini your soldiers, there is no need every rally you go, you remind people, you know that I'm the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. Who doesn't know? Those people you are reminding them, they elected you. Why are you reminding them? It means you don't believe in them, you don't trust them, because if you go away within a second, they will change their mind and they will do things opposite without your knowledge. Then, as usual, we know that yellow fever people, they have been known how to as a crowd puller. They pull a lot by using the influence of handouts, the influence of paying people, making people to travel from one county to another county. Because I have followed several rallies. The group of people you saw them somewhere else are the same people you will see them on a different rally, are the same people you will see them on a different rally, and then they go around and post that, why don't you go in a place, even although you will meet 20 people, but yani watu wako genuine, wale watu wenye wamekukubali kukusikiza, rather than for example, if he's within Mount Kenya, he will fetch all counties, all 11 counties of Mount Kenya people, wawamwake kwa kaunti moja. Wakisha wamwaka huko, so ndio unakuta wale watu uliwaona Murang'a, utawaona Kiambu, uwaone Meru, uwaone kule Runyenjes, uwaone, hakuna tofauti. Inamaanisha this person don't believe in himself and he don't trust people who are around him. And then from a very reliable source, if it's real and true, he's taking off or a break, that is a big disaster to him, because in the first place he refused when he was advised that because your health wise he's not good, he's not doing good health wise. He refused. He said, no, me, I'm still pressing on. I have energy. I have to run. But now, if he has got, after making a blunder to a blunder, a blunder to a blunder, maybe he has come to his senses to say that let me go back and then re-strategize, and then I see where the rain started beating me, so that I see if I can at least to come up with something else. And as I told you before, let me even use the word for free. Yeah? One thing, on a twinkle of an eye, you will never come back again. And this is the time. Once he goes out from the political arena, even 1 week, he doesn't have that capacity like Baba, who can go somewhere else, who can go for vacation, and that one he cannot make it for free. He cannot make it. He cannot play the cards of Baba. He cannot, because maybe he is thinking, oh, the same strategy that Baba used to 2017 or 2007, when Baba you are away. He just want to apply some, because he just think that if he try to apply some kind of that strategy, he might come up with that energy or power to make Azimio to shake. Wacha nimwambie for free, weenda utarudi utakuta tumekeuza mkeka, kama ilikuwa ni ya yellow, tumeweka yote ni blue, yote mkeka inaenda kuwa blue. Sasa ujipange, ukienda ukiondoka ujue ni akina nani umeacha kwa uwanja, lakini si kama kina Ndindi Njoro, si kama Cheruyot, si kama kina Alice Wahome, si kama kina Rigathi Gachagua. Those are not people you can trust them with your campaign. You cannot trust those people, because wataenda pale waanze kutukana watu. Wakishatukana watu nao watakimbia, because hao watu hawezi, hakuna vile wanaweza jizuia kuongea upusi. Mtu atafika hapa aanze kusema. Sasa imagine umeaminia Sudi aongoze campaign, umeaminia Sudi kabisa 100% umeaminia Sudi. Wewe sasa nimekutuma enda uweke mkutano mahali fulani uaddress watu, surely kuna kitu utapata hapo? Hakuna, uongo mtupu. Aya, ukuje sasa ati huko kwetu huko umeaminia sana Didmus Barasa. Yaani umeaminia Didmus Barasa kabisa ya kwamba huyo anaweza kukuwekea mkutano na asungumuze na watu in real sense. Didmus Barasa of all people aweke mkutano, hata aite watu 20 na aongee vizuri. Hiyo nayo sasa hiyo ni blunder. DP tu akifanya hiyo blunder tu kidogo tu, aondokee tu ya arena kiasi tu, atakuta mambo ilikeuka, mbao zilikeuka, mbao zote tutakuwa tumeweka lebo ya blue, bana ya blue, na hakutakuwa na magari, zote zitakuwa zimejaa na zimewekwa bana ya blue. Namba ni 5, namba 5 ya kuelekea wapi? State House. Namba 5 ya kuelekea State House. Nimemaliza. Nimeona penalty amechomoka kidogo. Wekesa
is there. Better Dayuko.
How are you, man? How are you guys?
Good, Wekesa, continue.
Am I audible? Unajua nilijaribu kuongea na Bernard ni kama hakuwa ananisikia. Am I audible?
Uko sawa ndugu? Yeah, you are.
Uko sawa? Okay, sawa. So I was just getting a brief of Yeah, let me say this before I invite you guys to make contribution. I've seen and I've seen it even happening on social media in the current generation, where today PK breaks up with a lady and tomorrow he's busy floating new photos of different ladies. It may massage your ego, but that's not the best way to do it. I will still connect it politically to what we are discussing. It's good if you have done a blunder, you take a retreat and take stock so that you learn from your old relationship what went wrong, so that you don't come back with the same baggage to the next relationship. But the current generation, you break today with a girl, then tomorrow you are showing off. In fact, you want your ex to know that you can be loved anyway, and you never needed him or her. So what am I saying? I think the challenge that UDA is facing, they are on a show of spree. They want to show they have the numbers. They want to show our Pangwingwi. They want to show nobody can intimidate them. So the strategy and structure of their campaign is about proving a point. And I was telling someone that that is the challenge of having a first-time candidate. You see, a first-time candidate is excited even by his own shadow. Have you ever seen your little girl or boy when he is now starting gaining knowledge of the world and you buy her dress? She dances or he dances with the shadow and excited. Every move and everything he sees on the cloth. This is what is happening with our UDA guys. They are so excited. If they go to a rally and they see the numbers, they get blown out of proportion. Now the challenge is the ringleader is the first-time candidate, and the campaign, the strong men in the camp are also just young men. So all of them are excited about what they are doing. Contrarily to the other side, Baba is making very skillful moves. And that's why they are wondering, kwani ni uzee ama ni nini? Jamaa anafanya rally moja, meeting moja, na relax. The world changed. The world right now is ruled by information. Even when you look at football, the football of those days, it used to be like you possess the whole 90 minutes, you possess the ball, and people say that your team will icheza. The nowadays football is about scoring, strategic. You may just make one or two chances and you score, and that is what counts. It's not about display of the skills and whatever. So that is the challenge we are having with our young brothers in UDA. But however, they normally say when your enemy is making mistakes, you don't interrupt. we don't wish to interrupt. We want them to continue having the excitement. Let them have the numbers. We don't have a problem. Let them show. They have numbers in Nairobi. Let them show they have numbers even in Kisumu, Migori. Let them show they have numbers. Today I sent a scripture to one of UDA members, and he got offended. I was telling them, guys, you guys read the Bible a lot, but have you read this? It was a proverb. It says that a wise man scales a city of the mighty. I think it's Proverbs 21:22. A wise man scales a city of the mighty and brings down the trusted strongholds. So I was telling him that in the way Baba is campaigning is targeting the strongholds. He's conquering, he's conquering the strongholds and bringing them down. That's why you hear those confessions. We used to hate Baba, and now he's targeting the things that were against him. He's not just out to move from one place to another one with a crowd and being excited. No, he is very strategic. He's about reversing the narrative. So he knows when I'm going to Central, I choose carefully the people to speak. Remember, they did a very big meeting in Buhungu too. But do you know that in that big meeting, as big as it was, the main people who are to speak, they reduced their speeches. In fact, people like Atwoli, who was advertised the whole session as the convener of the meeting, only spoke less than 5 minutes. So you understand that these people know what they are doing. It's not just about bragging and your ego. It's actually carefully understanding the people you are dealing with, and don't seek to lure them. You are looking for followers. You are looking for people to convert. So if we want to convert people from Central who have been hating Baba to come to our side, we don't go there with bravado and trying to demonstrate that sisi ni wale wazee. You go there with the humility, and Baba looks like he's even which is the best word to use. He looks like he is overpowered. But that is how you hunt for votes. You don't go there and appear like you don't need anybody. You can run the show by your own. No, that's not how you gain coalitions. And so there are many people. What am I saying? There are many people who are to support Ruto in this venture, but he naturally killed them off by his own ego and like mimi ndio kusema, pati yangu ndio kusema. There are many people kina Kuria and the rest, the Mwangi Kiunjuri, who are cut off. And right now they are warming up to coalitions which are ready for them. Now what is happening? Why should he go for a break? You undergo burnout. It's called burnout. You remember the great story of a man, Elijah. Elijah, after facing the Jezebel and whatever, and showing that he is a man of God and with so much power, he still had to run away from just a lady. Why? And he has killed all the kings because he had killed actually 450 prophets. Why? Because you undergo burnout. You can show bravado, yes. PK, sometimes you need to cry. As a man, don't pretend that because you are a man, you can't cry. That because you are a man, you can't wear out. That because you are a man, you cannot even tell people you don't have money. Tell them that leo sina pesa. Tell them today yenyewe sina form. Then people see you as a normal human being who goes through challenges like any other person. But if you bring out that figure of a Messiah, that me hakuna kitu itanishinda, means you are living in a fantasy. When your world start grumbling, it will grumble big. So that is what I'm seeing. I was just setting the stage. Let's have a conversation on the same. Who had spoken and who had not spoken?
Alex hajaongea. Honorable
LX?
Bundi sijamsikia. Kisito pia bado sijamsikia.
So let's
Wote
go in
tu
that order.
hawajaongea.
Let's go in that order. LX, and then we have Budi, and then Gisito, and then I come back to the guys who have already spoken. So Alex, how are you?
Mimi sina mengi. Mi bado tu nasikiza tu. Sina mengi.
Sawa, sikiza alafu utachangia.
Yeah, Stone PK habari bwana.
But I missed jana mlikuwa mmejaza.
Salama Alex.
Kuna mambo nilitaka kuongea na nyinyi lakini nikaona umekuwa permanent and pensionable. I just followed.
Jana ndio ilikuwa tulikuwa permanent yenyewe. Mr. Bundi ongea, wewe ndio unataka uongee ndio tukuambie vile maneno iko.
Bundi, you're welcome, brother.
Yes, thank you. First of all, let me greet you in the name of Jesus. Muko salama?
Hallelujah. Tuko poa.
Niambia Isoya, silete mambo ya Kiamerika hapa Kenya bwana, siasa ni kuguni. Si mambo anatuletea hapa ati tufanye siasa kama wazungu. Hii ni Kenya my friend. Hapa kuna vita, kuna damu, kuna nini, kuna ubusi, kuna ujinga mingi. So that's why you can see Miguna cannot even come a close airport because alijaribu kugusa baba. Na ile siku papa atasema ndiye ataonekana hapa. You have to know. Kwani umepotea?
Wewe nilijua utaanza maneno yako, acha nikusikize.
Anyway, first of all about the topic, we have seen that you were saying why Ruto has taken a break. According to me, the guy is so tired. I was watching a clip of him when he was in Isiri with a small branded cloud cheering on him. Were not even listening or interested in what he was saying. They were just hearing an idea that they were just hired goons branded on yellow t-shirts. And when I listened to him in Pomet and they sit together, is just like a Christian preacher who does not read the Bible. And no difference anymore between him and even the person we call command of 200K preachman. The guy is tired, and as much as I know he cannot manage to go break this one, it was yesterday, lakini yeye akatokeleshea, anakaa anaona kama kunaenda kuwa moto zaidi. Bado mambo ni ngumu kwake na anaendelea kuwa ngumu, but we hope the advisors will advise him because we need him to continue being alive, to witness the swearing of Raila Odinga, and to see how Raila will govern this country very smooth. You know, let us agree, and even if somebody has 0.5% votes or 1%, we are those people are supporting Raila Odinga. We need that percentage. Hiyo percentage moja tunahitaji. Sources ni kwamba Kalonzo Musyoka on Yatta meeting, he may, quote my word, he may anaweza tangaza kusupport Azimio la Umoja. That may happen. I know on Sunday we will be here. You will tell me that Bundu Kumbo najua. That is hivyo ndio iko. Tunamuhitaji, ijapokuwa siko sure sasa kama atapata ile nafasi ya deputy president because kuna watu walianza na Azimio. We must respect them, lakini hata kosa nafasi ya muhimu kwa sababu ukweli ni kwamba ni kiongozi wa taifa. We cannot rule him out. If we can get him back, better for us. That one tutaita hiyo sehemu ya Ukambani block. Kwa sababu the reason why I'm saying you can't rule him out, an MCA sitting in a ward level can convince 2-3 people, hata awe kasini yake, ndugu yake, wale watu amesaidia kwa njia moja ama ile, lazima wamsikize. So ukiangalia Kalonzo Musyoka, yes, 3 governors are supporting Azimio. That's Mutura, Kifuta and Ngiru. Lakini ukiangalia all senators who are also elected with the same people, they are supporting Kalonzo. And almost 3/4 MCS with a lot of MPs. So this is not somebody, this is somebody you cannot rule out. I think ni mtu wa muhimu kwa Raila. 1/4 counts. Kura moja ni muhimu sana kwetu, and we need to tusikue wakali sana tuseme Kalonzo has nothing to offer, Mudavadi has nothing to offer. This Mudavadi you see, remember ako na bibi na ako na watoto. Those are votes. As much as we can say what we can say, you never know. That 1 vote can take us to Reland. 50 +1 as a choke, because we are not sure about these crowds. And I also want you to go about the registration. See, tumechukua kura ngapi? Ukweli ni kwamba as we speak, as we know, Papa anaendelea kupanda mlima. But when we look at about registration, even this time around, Central imeregister wengi zaidi. Now, as per now, ukweli ni kwamba if we go election tomorrow, yes, as much as I know, we as ODM or as Azimio, we need 30% from Central. Ukweli ni kwamba Ruto will gain 70%. But vile maneno inaenda, tunaenda tukapata zaidi, because more people are defecting, more people are understanding how who is producing what anataka waongwe, because Ruto ni mjanja, ataki mtu ako na akili zake aongoze. That's why he's looking somebody who's not wise, mwenye atamuongoza vile anataka, mwenye ataproduce vile anataka. So those wise MPs people they know what is happening. Now they are jumping from UDA. But now, if I'm saying, if per now, if election were to come today, Ruto will cut the day. And
yeah, but Bundi, 70% was last year, somewhere October there. We moved to there very fast. We are somewhere 50. The range is not big. The latest, the researches are going on. So 70% was last year.
Okay, so what I mean is this, let us not rule anybody out. Mudavadi is very important for us. Kalonzo is very important for us. Those people, but
that is not how to hunt for votes. Let me tell you, they normally say, have you ever watched for a butterfly? They normally say that the more you chase a butterfly, the more it runs away. But if you leave it, it will come back and land on your shoulders. So if you start today, if you start begging for Kalonzo's vote, he will not come. In fact, he will look like now they need me. He can even decide to go in the middle. So there are many campaign strategies. You don't have to always beg for votes, but you know his vote is important anyway.
You are right, I agree with you, but I want also to tell you the way you see, from the perspective you see politics, is not the way I see. The way you handle your campaign is not the way I handle. The way you do your mathematics, even the formula of finding pi circumference, somebody may go from pi squared and mwingine apite njia nyingine, but at the end of the day mtapata chip. So tactics zako vile utafanya sio vile nitafanya, but ukweli ni kwamba we need everybody abroad. In politics, you will never ignore anybody. That's what I know. Secondly, politics is about money. That's the reason why Okoa stand. Wangetaka Moi, lakini Moi alionyesha dalili ya kwamba he needs to work with, he want to work with Azimio. Sababu yeye alisema muungano yangu iko kwa Jubilee na mwelekeo Jubilee itachukua ndio nitachukua. I think that is the day Moi alisema sehemu hako. definitely Jubilee itaungana na ODM, they will merge. So Kalonzo and Mudavadi hawangeenda pamoja, na kuangalia pande ile nyingine na pande hii, they prefer working with Raila than working with Ruto. Ndio nasema we will not rule anybody out with even 0.5 votes. Hizo kura tano ni muhimu sana kwa 50% ya Kenya hii. Reason ni I have only one reason watu hawajaona why people don't vote. Saa hii vile tunaendelea, ukweli ni kwamba maisha inaendelea kuwa magumu zaidi. Chua iko, people don't have money, and I can tell you even today kuna watu wamelala njaa, na vile kunaendelea kusonga saa hii wakati wa kiangazi, njaa inaendelea kuzidi. Shida ni mingi sana. School is another things. People are worrying how they will put something on table than going to vote. I'm swearing you, people will maybe take votes because wametumiwa gari wakalipwa kidogo wakavote, good number. But even the same voting day, people will prefer alilala njama alifanya nini, inaongelea wale watu wa maisha ya chini kama mimi na mwingine kule nyumbani, kule Dandora, kule Kibira and other places. So this thing of not voting will cost any presidential candidate. So and between today and the mwezi wa nane, I don't see what the government will do anything much to make these people to achieve mambo ya njaa. It needs a lot of structure, maybe next the government. So what am I saying entirely? My keyword is we need everybody abroad. Let us not rule. It is too early to rule anybody out. We don't know what will happen, but ukweli ni kwamba hatuna kazi ngumu sana, kwa sababu what Ruto has been telling people, hiyo mambo imeisha. Ya mwisho kabisa, I saw a comment on Facebook today. Somebody anasema is really waiting to see what Raila will tell people on presidential debate. And I was shocked. Surely, if you were on a debate last time and you told the Kenyans after 1 month, sure, what 6 months, you rebuild the stadiums and nothing you have done. Ukasimama mbele ya watu ukaronchi barabara ya Ugongo and these roads are nowhere to seen. Ukasimama ya kwamba ukatanganya watoto kwamba kuna laptop and there is no those laptops. Ukaonekana watoto wamerushwa tear gas, watoto wadogo, simply because you want to make a parking. Now I don't understand. I'm also wondering and shocked if that presidential debate will come and the Ruto will come to debate. I will be sijui ataongea nini na sijui atajibu nini. I'm just waiting for that day. Waharakishe watuambie mapema, tujipange, tulipe kama ni tuweke backup stima ikienda, kwa sababu kutakuwa vicheko sana. So I don't know whether that person will reason this, mwenye alikuwa ameweka hiyo mambo kwamba anashindwa Raila ataongea nini.
You need to go and tell him. He needs to check the interview of Raila on most of the stations, and then check his candidates interview. Between the two, angalie ni nani huwa anahepa maswali. Nani huwa anajibu maswali comfortably without struggle. If that is the issue, and then he will also need to go back to 2017 and ask between Jubilee and NASA, ni nani wali Skype presidential debate, and then he will get the answers. So Raila is always prepared. Hiyo isikusumbue. That is a simple thing. Let's have Kizito. How are you, my brother?
I'm good. How are you people?
We are fine, no?
Okay, first and foremost, I would like to start. There was one guy here. He has already left. He was called Fred. I just wanted to applaud him because the way he talked like a man with a little bit so many senses in him. That one first. because the way he was talking, he was bringing the points, but how to put it, it's how he failed to put it in the right way. Like you see, Bundi is trying to put the points. It's better you talk short, but you put your points very clear for people to understand. My point is, according to the topic of today, it's very true because we've been following the politics, the way Ruto has been talking. Apart from 3 words, wale watu wanataka kuwa wachague vyeo. Nitawapatia 50 billion kwa mama mboga, nitawapatia wa vijana 10 billion. Apart from that, there's nothing. Nila tu kuita watu wangwana, mnanisikia na kurudia hiyo maneno. So ameenda mpaka he has finished everything he can talk about. That's why he need to go for Dr. D to tell him again what is going to talk next. Maybe it is going to come as La2, whereby it's now mixed up. Let's wait and see. But he need a rest. And all this up and down that has been cropping in, you as a human being, you have to take a break and see and strategize. You call your, even if you are a general, you have to call your soldiers back and to tell them, no, we are going to lose. We are losing this way. We are messing this way. You strategize your politics. That's why I said Fred talked it out, but he refused to put it like the way I'm putting it now. The only problem he will have is when he leaves the podium, when he leaves the stage now for everybody. Let's say if he leaves Nanok is somebody who is called, it's like Bubu. He cannot even talk apart from Ruto to repeat what Ruto has said or what Ruto is going to say. He doesn't have anything to say. Sorry to call him so, but that is what he is. Aden Duale, apart from talking what he has heard from Ruto, who else can stand for Ruto? Nobody. That's why even this time is going to rest. He will not. Even tomorrow you will hear it's in Kisii or in Nyanza. This is just a politics. That one is just to hoodwink people. But in every politics, a good politician, you have to retrieve back and listen to yourself. You ask yourself that I've talked all these things. Is coming up or people are not coming with it? Just like Bundi was saying. Have you ever seen any meeting apart from Azimio la Umoja that was in Kasarani, in Buungu? That was announced long time. When you go there, you'll find almost everybody there is having blue attire, white attire. But every place where Ruto used to go and campaign, even if he sleep today and he wake up, he's going to sleep like yesterday. He went today. Everybody is having yellow. Which factory is producing this yellow to go and sell it for people to buy if it's not being given for people? But when you are being given this t-shirt to put it on, which means there's something is giving you to bring, or there are people who are being ferried from somewhere. He has already programmed with these strategic people that tomorrow will be in Isli. Go and transport people from Muroma, from air, but those people, they go give these people clothes. Because I just wonder, it's just a question, anybody can correct me. Why is it that everywhere he goes, even an impromptu meeting, all of them, they have yellow t-shirts? Can it be coincidental that everybody is putting yellow t-shirt in Kenya? Everybody is just with yellow t-shirt or inside his bag. When they see Ruto, they already put it out. That was only my question, that I've witnessed this thing several times and I've been asking. Because you see, if Raila was passing, even Githurai, even the places passing, you can see the difference. I don't say because I'm supporting Raila, but I was wondering, why is it that he's supporting Azimio? But you see the mix-up, people with normal clothes, like James today is called Guru, is having that Masai thing. When he comes the next day with the white shirt, we'll ask, where's that your Masai thing? But in Ruto's campaign, everybody, almost, I don't say 100%, but 70% is having yellow t-shirts. Which company is producing this? That is, everybody's working with it in Kenya to give everybody. If you leave your house, you don't know that Ruto is coming to Isli, and you already have the order t-shirt inside your pocket or inside your bag. But this is tactical. The way the topic is saying, it's just tactical for him to go back and ask.
Your audio has a problem now.
Yeah. Okay, then I will talk next. Maybe my audio is having, I don't know what is happening. Now is it okay?
I think, Alex, it's your side that has challenges. I can hear Kizito so well.
Okay. What I was trying to say, this Ruto is just he want to do, just like Fred put it, he want to go disappear, then he come back, then they start this narrative of Baba when you are away, then will come Ruto when you are away. Raila was in Dhika, Raila was here, they abused us, but whatever put them down, why Ruto has to go back, this Madoadoa issue that came, this thing knocked them very badly. That they have to go to reset, factory reset, and come back afresh with another narrative. And that one also will give them a leeway to stop this 50 billion, 100 billion, because they are seeing it's not coming along with the people. Because if you said you are going to give people in Western 50 billion, easily 50 billion, in Turkana 50 billion, in this, if you add all the 47 countries that Ruto has visited, if we just add that 50 billion, and let's say the tax, the money that we have borrowed, only this, the Kenya people have borrowed this years, all the 9 years, has reached this much, which means for him to get this 50 billion, it will be 3 times what people have borrowed. Because I don't know, maybe my mathematics, the way I went to school, can be less. Somebody who knows mathematics can help me calculate. If you give each and every country 50 billion for free, where will you get this 50 billion? Maybe as calculated and seen that people are just hearing because they were invited to come, they were ferried to come and see. That was only my point today. Today I don't have much to do, and I wanted to ask the panelists, we people who are here, sometimes there are some sweet topics that we would like to join, but there are some people, if they enter the panel here, they don't come out until we try until we don't even have a chance until we sleep. So let people talk. When you finish, come out, then new people come, then we wait, you enter like that. That one, I just beg the panelists, let us agree in that, because there are some topics, maybe let's say Alex has talked something, I want to rebut, but the studio is full throughout. If I wait until tomorrow, the topic is already gone. Thank you for your understanding. That was just a request.
Yeah, it's a good request. I think, and we can help each other so that we can all, because we can only accommodate 10 people. I can tell you for free, even me yesterday, I tried to enter and I was not able. So if you feel you have met your point, you can give room for another person, or you can go and then come back later. Yeah, so that is it. Let's have...
I guess, how are you? Yesterday we were going as low as 6 at some particular time, some particular point. Where were you people trying?
No. WG, I was. Let me tell you what happens. Maybe me, I'm on the student. I can tell you. Sometimes you can see 6 people here, but 4 people are at the backstage, and they have not been put there. So whoever is outside cannot enter. As long as they are 10, whether they are at backstage or they are being visible. So for you, you are there seeing 6 people. But me who is trying to enter, I can't enter. It's telling me it's full. That means there are 4 people at the backstage. Maybe someone has forgotten just to bring them in. So I can tell you, I heard everything you were talking. Even I wanted to end and rebuttal. Some I shared on the comments, but I was not able to end. So we are just saying that we can help each other. You can step out and then you step in also. It makes sense. So that means if also you stay on the black screen for a long period of time, you will be deemed to be in the kitchen cooking or sleeping. We can exit you and have another person, unless on condition that you cannot turn off your black screen. Now, can we have Alex? Now, are you set?
Can say something, then I go off the screen and others to come in. I think what is happening to Ruto's camp is very simple. It's 2 things. The first one, Ruto was overworking. And as Uhuru said in Nakuru when they were launching the city, you know, politics is not a sprint, it's a marathon. And I think he has exhausted his resources. And if he goes by the rate and scale that he's running, honestly, when he will need that amount of money and when he will need the human capacity development that he is acquiring right now, he will never get it. Because remember, a time is coming when he's not going to get all those people at one time, because everybody is going to fight his battle in their own home ground. So he is exhausting their money. He's doing the worst thing you can do, because now he can bankroll these things. But when it will come, everybody, and a Pigania, governor, senator, and all that, the money, the resources, and all that will have been exhausted. I think they are playing a very losing game. There are people who are putting all their monies waiting for the real campaign to start. So I think that is the greatest mistake they are doing. And then the other mistake they are doing is they are using so much money in the merchandise. As I said, I've been in the merchandise business for the campaigns. And let me tell you, that takes a lot. That takes a lot. Ukipeana boda hizi vitu zao wanavaa, stickers, weke magari, and you know, they are like in a full-blown campaign for them, because they want to make a point, which is nonsensical. Like Wekesa said, you don't have to show your ex that now you are in another relationship. You are only showing yourself, and who cares? The other thing, and which is the most important, is I think Ruto has realized we may have taken that Linturi statement was by mistake. It is coming more clearer that he might be a more within them. So Ruto is taking back. You know, they say a soil that is well rested gives a bountiful crop. You have to leave the soil to rest maybe for a year if you really want a bountiful crop. So, I mean, they have to take a strategic rest. They have to now start looking back like a cow agitating the card. They have to realize, oh, was really Linturi sent to us? So, because the issue of Linturi, at the beginning, they tried to refuse to apologize, but the damage it has done, it has called them to, even in an equivocal way, to apologize. But I think it's not enough. That thing will be dragged on and on. In fact, it has become the mantra and the new narrative of the campaign. And if you know how to capitalize, campaign, the best way to capitalize and take advantage of your opponent is to execute fear. Now, we have
that advantage of executing fear that, listen, these people are talking about madoadoa. And those who never listened to us before are going to give us a piece of their silence. And we'll start to go back to the record and start looking, what other things have they said before? Now, you see, Cheriot, the issue of Cheriot saying before, because it was left, but the issue of Cheriot saying about Muhindi is not even dangerous. Cheriot issue of saying, sisi sio kama wale watu ambao wanarusha mawe na wanawacha, sisi vita yetu ni ingine. That thing is coming out now, more clearer than ever. So they were playing with some things that now they have come into their mind to realize this was the greatest mistake that they did. If you saw the meeting of Bomet, the man Kibet Farouk, who you should fear more than Ruto. Kibet Farouk is a man you should fear more than Ruto. He was managing everyone who was speaking. He was managing one by one. The guy is a soft lander. And now the damage, the malls, and that's where Mutai Nguni comes in. You can rent a Kikuyu, but you can never buy a Kikuyu. Now the renters are coming out to do what they were rented in both sides, to damage this side, to get information, and to make sure it doesn't proceed. And indeed, they have damaged the speed of Ruto. The Madoadoa thing will live to affect them, whether they like it or not. So what the DP is doing is right. He must go back and rest and ask himself, who is with us? Without that, and the speed they are going to make another mistake on top of another mistake. He rather rest than make another terrible mistake. What he has done politically is strategic, and I think I applaud him. You may think that he may never come back. He might in his own way. Ruto is not a man also to shelf on the side. He, in as much as I don't like him, the man has also played the chess politics of Kenya because he is a household name. How he has defeated the three Oka principle combined with their money, with their history, with their experience, you must also say that Ruto is a man to watch. If today Raila was to get out of the race, we will have a problem who to put and compete with Ruto. So if that is the case, Ruto is also knowing that he's an asset of himself. So I think they have sat down, they have realized he must rest, especially 135 rallies in a month, and it's not yet campaign time. Man, you are finishing your guy. So I think they have done the right thing. So I applaud the campaign, let him rest, but not too long, because they cannot resurrect him if he rests too long. Thank you, I guess.
Yeah, thank you for that contribution. Yeah, I think also the reason why they need him to rest is about the messaging. I think he has reached a point they are confusing themselves with the messaging. Today they say this and tomorrow they eat up their own words. So they realize they need to rethink and reorganize and repackage, whether it's their promises or the propaganda. You see, even propaganda, they say a lie should be consistent to be believed. I think their messaging is eating up itself, and maybe they need to retreat and review that. But I also wanted to ask you, don't you think they are also thinking they are losing out on aspects that Baba is measuring and they are not? For them, they are doing you see, people are now used to crowds. But you see, when you look at the headlines, there are things that are popping up on the Baba side, but on the Ruto side, they are not there. Maybe the way you are oiling your campaign, the way you are putting up maybe the campaign structures. You see, Baba is taking time to build that. And those capture even the media. Yeah, he has come up with a campaign machinery like that. But for Ruto, you only see crowds and crowds and crowds and crowds. The details are not there. So they are losing that in terms of capturing what are the driving factors on their side. So maybe they need to restructure and see how they can also take advantage of that. Let's have ni Guru ama? Guru, had you spoken?
No, Wekesa.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm fine, huh? It's
How are
Guru.
you?
I'm fine, huh?
Wekesa, while you were away, while you were away, James changed to Guru, and
See,
today
I'm
he's a
hearing a
Maasai.
familiar voice, but with a different name. So I'm wondering, is he the one talking or a different person?
He cannot hide.
He is the one.
He cannot hide.
While you
He
were
cannot
away,
hide.
James changed his name from James to Guru, and today he's a Maasai.
Okay. James, have you spoken?
No, not
So
yet.
we have James, then we have Nabi, then we have WG, then JG, and then kuna mtu hapa anajiita House of what? Houses Homes.
Houses Homes.
Okay. Is he marketing some houses? Anyway, let's begin with James, and then let me give you 2 minutes, 30 seconds commercial break.
Yes.
Usihangaike hii Januari. Optiven tumekusort. Wema Gardens Narumoru is your perfect place for a hidden home, a cottage, a holiday home, or the best inheritance for your children. Buy a 50 by 100 plot of land for only 399,000 Kenya shillings. What's more, leap up 350k and get an instant shopping voucher worth 10k. Call us on 0790 300 300 or visit our website www.optiven.co.ke.
Okay, so wanaume, tusiongee tu siasa, tununulie mabibi plots, tuanze kujenga. Tusikwame tu kwa siasa. Let's have Guru.
Yes. Is it a tactical retreat? In economics, there is something called a point of diminishing returns. I think that is the position that the deputy president finds himself in, and the Suda party. They have been running around this country for a very long time, and the messaging is the same. That's why today you could see the youth were not ready to listen to what he was saying. Therefore, it is possible that they have taken a retreat so that they can see if they can reshape the messaging. The other thing that could have escaped many people, today there was a problem because the youths have now come to know that one way of getting money is to get visibility. So in one of the points where he campaigned, there was aggressive activity by the youths to highlight one of them so that he can be given an opportunity to talk and ask money for them. And it nearly degenerated into something that could have turned ugly. And the police had to be used. So basically, I think this group of people has gone out of material, and also they have gone out of money, simply because even where they have visited in the past, you are going to find groups of people who are complaining that what was promised them was never delivered. Most recently is Githurai market, where a group of traders say that they were promised 2 million shillings that was never delivered. I have said this before in this forum, that one of the greatest problems that the deputy president is going to have during the elections and campaigns particularly is money. He has adopted this strategy of going with money. So I do not see any youth group that will just stand by and listen to him without him producing some money to give to them. How he is going to manage this next 7 months is going to be very interesting, because you see, people are bored with the message. He doesn't have the money, or if he has, he doesn't want to use now. So what we are likely to see is reduced attendance of his rallies, which would mean he will be treading on very dangerous grounds, because it will also portray that he's losing ground, because perception is very important in politics. He is also faced with the problem of not knowing exactly who is on his side and who is not. When you look at what has happened recently with the utterances of Mandoadoa, you will wonder whether this person was really assisting in that campaign or spoiling the party for them. It has now come to be known that not everybody who is following you around is working for you. In politics, there is something called infiltration. And infiltration is one of the methods used by political rivals to destabilize and take advantage and win. It is a tested method of campaigns. So I think the retreat will do him good if at all he does it, because even after saying he has retreated, he was on the road today, going around the city. So we are waiting to see really whether this is a retreat in a real sense. Maybe that was the, that was the advice given to him. But you are dealing with a person who is never advised. So it is going to be very interesting going forward. And I see the prediction by the president coming true, that you run so fast in a sprint na mzee anakunja polepole, anakupita bando ukiwa kwa njia, baada ya pumzi kukuishia. Hiyo ndio naona hapa inafanyika, na asipolekepisha hii kitu, naona mzee akichukua asubuhi saa 2. Asante.
Okay, thank you for that input. Let's have Nabi. Nabi, huko
Niko
ama unaongea na Mungu?
niko Wekesa.
Yes.
Wacha kwanza nichukue fursa hii kusalimia wenzangu wote. Nafurahia sana kuwa hapa. Actually, what we discuss here is very important according to me, and indeed
we do talk maturely and express views openly. On the topic, because I want to be on the positive side. I want to start from the positive side that DP Ruto, just like any other person, needs time to rest. The gentleman has really worked so much in the past few months, and indeed, if he's decided to go and rest, I think the move is welcome in my view. At one time, about I think 1 month ago, I shared here that DP Ruto is a very smart politician. It is unfortunate that this time around, he has been marked by a more experienced all-round player. Because as we know, Baba can strike when he likes, he can defend when he likes, and can also play in the midfield. So that style of play, we must appreciate that can confuse an opponent. So Ruto going to retreat somewhere is important so that he also evaluates some of the way they have performed in the past and come up with the strategies to counter the onslaught of Baba. On the negative side, I think we have a surprised man, because we remember that until maybe 3 months ago, Ruto could not imagine that time would come that he would be heckled in some parts of the country. At one point, he was kind of rejected in Kondele, although it was later said that it was his own plan. But of late, he's being chased in most parts of the country. It is true that the frontline media do not show exactly what happens on the ground. But some of us, of course, some of us who get the opportunity to look at other channels, we see that things are not very good on the ground for DP Ruto. So it is time that he does some, he internalizes so that he can find a way to recover the lost glory. And maybe, as my colleagues have said, that he may have realized that among those in his team are those who are not really for him. So it is time to call some of his non-loyalists and even kitchen cabinets in quotes, so that they can scrutinize the whole team and identify those who add value and those who do not. And most likely, he is likely to reprimand some of his teammates so that when they come back at a time that has not been specified, they will come with a common mindset so that they can move forward. In conclusion, however much the retreat goes, I can see DP Ruto on a losing trend. It will not be very easy for Ruto to have or to make an upward graph, because as things stand now, Baba is really coming up. Actually, those who defect, even if they don't mention Baba, then you hear them talk about Azimio. So I think Ruto's fortunes are fast dwindling, and it is time that he realize
but all will be lost. Thank you very much.
Nabii, niko na swali kwako. Amechoka akifanyia nani kazi? Kozi ile kazi alipewa hafanyi. Amechoka akifanyia nani kazi? Unajua rais angesema yeye ndiye anaenda kupumzika, tunajua kwa sababu tunaona ile kazi anafanya mpaka usiku. Rais anaenda anafanya kazi mpaka usiku wa manane. Sasa huyu anaenda kupumzika, amefanyia nani kazi? Alikuwa anafanya kazi yake ama ni ile kazi ambayo alipewa na wananchi wa Kenya? Ya nani hiyo kazi? Amechoka akifanya kazi gani?
Fred Kamuti, hata Kasuti okay. Hata negative energy huchoza. He's been applying negative energy. Hata hiyo ndio huchoza zaidi. So the deputy president amechoka, hajatutendea kazi vile tulimchagua, lakini he decided to do his own work which has also exhausted him.
Yeah, I think Nabi umejibu vizuri, but biologists also say that you use a lot of muscles to frown than to smile. So he is even more exhausted. When you're doing the negative things, you use a lot of energy. You use a lot of muscles to frown actually than to smile. Go and check. So he might be more double exhausted than the people doing the right thing. And that's why when you look at Baba's campaign, it's more of a relaxed way. Mpaka wanashangaa, kwani Baba amengoja apewe hii kitu ama nini? No, it's not always hard work. Nowadays, it's about work smart. Huh? Yeah. Okay, let's have ilikuwa WG, and then we go to G. WG, and then we go to
gender parity.
Okay. Okay, after WG, let's have JG. She will take her time because she's alone.
Good evening, everyone. Or good afternoon, wherever you are.
Good afternoon, G.
Yes. I'm one of the people who don't believe that where William Ruto is going, he is going to rest. There is even more that he's going to do wherever he's headed to than where we were seeing him. So the narrative that he's been exhausted because of the campaign that he's been running around with, I don't see any exhaustion. The only thing I'm seeing are challenges that cannot be surmounted from the top of the roof. You have to go deep down. So that is where a very vicious engagement is going to take place, the undercurrent. Some of the challenges that he's going to confront includes the reason why we recently witnessed the threats of Madoadoa. I had opined here, that what could have been the reason for those kind of words to come out, like the Madoadoa thing, if all was well in DP Ruto's camp. That must have been prompted by some panic. We are yet to get it clearly, but for sure there must be a reason why they took that trend of action. So I'm one person who believes that the DP Ruto is retreating from active campaign to go and put his house in order, and the challenges are so many apart from any other thing, there are a few challenges that I personally feel that he will be dealing with. Number one is discord among his team. And the discord is when you would find that someone like Linturi coming up with those words. And although to me, partly I think it was an organized, activity. So those who are not the insiders were not told, but the insiders knew that would come out. So the kind of discord that William Ruto must surmount includes some of the confrontation that was witnessed in Bomet, where some parties like Chama cha Mashinani, challenges at the mountain, the challenges of the emergence of Mudavadi issue, and what he is supposed to be, which role he is supposed to play vis-a-vis the huge support of DP in Mount Kenya. So if Musalia comes to play an important role, so where does that leave Mount Kenya Mount Kenya people, the likes of Gashagwa, the Naomi, what's her name, Alice, those people, where does it leave them? There is also the nomination threats, which could easily prompt a massive fallout if DP Ruto is not careful. Remember, this UDA has come up like gathering every other dust that comes along. As long as you can clap for William Ruto, you are allowed in, but you come in as an individual other than party. So when you come there, you ask yourself, where is my space? So, but you realize that in Nyanza there are people. In Western, there are people who are even eyeing the same post as a governor, as an MP, and this, although this one is a challenge to even the Azimio also, but in William Ruto's case also is a huge challenge, taking into account that it is a new experience to him. He's never been a boss of a party. Okay, he was the boss of URP, but URP was more or less a party from one particular region, unlike ODM or Azimio, that Raila Odinga is used to managing and juggling, candidates from the entire country. So it's a new challenge for William Ruto. So on my part, I think he has retreated to put his house in order, reorganize himself, and reorganize his troops so that he may be ready now to face confrontation with Azimio team. The other thing I'm seeing is that William Ruto ever since has been at the forefront in campaigns. So when you are leading, then your competitor is able to learn how you are moving. They are able to read your footsteps, they are able to read your lips, and therefore he's been so much predictable, therefore, in his political moves. he's been so predictable, and therefore I think they want to change this, especially taking into account that they are not so sure of how Azimio is coming back. It seems Baba is taking his time to reorganize himself, to reorganize his team, to reorganize his house. So this would have been a very, very complicated, race for William Ruto. And therefore he must sit aside and also try to observe how his competitor is coming back to the field. This is all this is what I think a strategist has advised him, that he has to sit down and observe the moves of his competitors. In his I wanted to add that he has been kind of vulnerable in his campaigns, just the way I've mentioned. He has been vulnerable because these people have now learned him. They know they have a dose, and he wants to change the cut, which to me is a very good political move, so that he changes his way of approach. So that is all I want. But for sure, William Ruto is not going on rest. He's just changing his arena, his forum. Down there is going to be so much packed with that activities. Undercurrent, you will just be hearing announcements, whether Musalia crosses the other side or he decides to come to Azimio, So this will be, we are going to see these things happening. I'm not convinced he's going to rest. If you think William Ruto is going to rest, that he's fatigued, is what? No way. He's not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that contribution. Maybe I wanted to ask you something small, then I bring in Jay.
Yes, please.
Don't you think also that maybe they need to come up with another propaganda, because what they measured on is not working? First, they were selling, they knew that as long as you have Railaphobia on Mount Kenya, you will have that block. So they have realized that one has fallen flat. Then two, they wanted to beat Jubilee against UDA. Now Jubilee is cleverly being shelved and bringing out the Azimio, the blue thing. Right now everybody's singing the blue thing. Huh? So like the party they wanted to fight on the mountain has also gone under. And third, even this ODM thing seems to be quietly going down. Huh? So they have to think, how do we counter now this? Because all their narrative, they talked about BBI was shelved. Now Jubilee is shelved. Railaphobia, Mount Kenya is no more. You talk, very few people have that bitterness for Raila right now on the mountain. A few can give him an ear, they want to listen to him. Okay, just a quick response, and then we have
yeah, and that's the reason why Wekesa, I said the guy is going under to reorganize himself. First, his schemes and style of campaign is not working. One of them is propaganda. Number two, the challenges of the emergence of a strong party which cannot fall under the propaganda of a tribal party, and that is Azimio. And backed up that under that Azimio, there are quarters that William Ruto never anticipated that would be associated with Raila. So, but they are all in. And if he thought that dallying with Musalia Mudavadi in Western, and those other lawyer people would tilt ground for him against Raila, and he's seeing, instead of most defectors joining his camp, they are joining the Azimio. Even they are even threatening to leave Musalia on his own and back down to join the Azimio instead of following him into UDA. So he has a lot of disadvantages and challenges facing him. And I'm not seeing, even if he's going to try, I'm seeing it's a whirlwind. Ile tsunami, the tsunami is brewing that will blow things in Raila's direction.
Thank you. Let's have JG.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you, Ekesa, and the panelists?
Maybe it's somebody I know. In initials may conceal
Joanne. My name is Joanne. Joanne
Okay.
Gaki. Yes. Yes, my name is
Okay,
Joanne. I've been a silent follower. I've been in the comments, an active participant in the comments branch, comment section. Sometimes it gets wired down there. And so today I said, let me try and join and participate. So
thank you.
yeah. So I hear people saying Ruto is a shrewd politician, and I think people overrate him. Personally, I don't think he's a shrewd politician. For me, I think he's a copycat politician. He went to the school of politics of Moi. Alikuwa mwanafunzi wa Raila, na amekuwa pia mwanafunzi wa nani? Wa Uhuru. And if you look at the way Ruto campaigns, the way he gives handouts and money, that was Moi's tactic back in the 90s during multi-party. And also this thing of wanting crowds, big crowds, was Raila's strategy. And even the way he talks, the abrasive way he talks, that was Uhuru's way of campaigning in 2013. I don't know whether you noticed. And even the way he talks, like munanielewa nyinyi kweli? Ama tuko pamoja. That is Uhuru's language. So I think people overrate him. So he needs to go back. When he goes for that retreat, he needs to sit back and come up, be his own person, come up with his own strategy, and avoid copying Moi and Raila and Uhuru. I think he has also gone for a retreat because of the blunders. He has made so many blunders, like the parallel rally, the Bukungu and the Mumias one. That was a blunder. It kind of exposed him. It kind of exposed that he actually doesn't have numbers in Western. And also this thing of saying that he doesn't want coalitions. You know, that was a premature time too. That was very premature. You know, wendi ukiambia kila mtu nataka one party na bado hata firimbi ya campaign ijaanza. So you see now, if he goes back again and says he wants coalitions, people will not take him seriously. And also the other blunder was the Madoadoa one. I happen to come from Mount Kenya and I'm married in Rift Valley, and that thing really irritated me. And I think he has lost ground. Mount Kenya hiyo ishaenda kabisa. I also think that he doesn't have money. There's an article I read on Nation that stated that he's looking for investors. He's looking to investors that is going to win the elections so that he can get funding. And I think there was a story that Sudi was stopped at Wilson Airport with an investor, with a British investor, and when they were asked to have their bags searched, they didn't want that. So I think Ruto doesn't have money, and you see, like I said, people overrate him. This election, you don't know how it's going to go. there might be a runoff. So if you deplete your funds, and as we speak, we can say that Ruto is in the opposition, and we know that the government always frustrates the opposition when it comes to soliciting funding, and especially from the international community. So I think he doesn't have money. Amepeana pesa yote, pesa campaign ya handouts for 4 years is not a joke. Jamaa ako broke. I think ile hiyo nini pesa ya looting ni kama imeanza kuisha. And you remember, it was also stopped from traveling out of the country. And the Gava also, when Uhuru made Matiang'i his principal assistant to oversee the government projects, I think Ruto's loopholes were all shut. And the other point is Ruto has burnout. That's another reason why I think he's retreated. If you look at his body language, macho zake, he looked very tired. He looked very irritable. Running campaign ya makasiriko, campaign ya uongo, campaign ya kutusi watu. It's not easy. So I think the guy is tired. And there was a time I even told someone, if Ruto is not careful, hata atashikwa na wazimu. He's going to run out of his mind. He needs to take a break. Then I also think that there are issues in his backyard in Rift Valley that he needs to address when cameras are not watching. You saw what happened in Eldoret. I think there's a lot of dissenting and rebellion, and especially in the South Rift, there's a bit of rebellion that is brewing. So I think he has retreated to address that issue. I also think he has retreated to work on his manifesto. So that when he hits the ground again, he doesn't repeat the same narrative. Nataka tubadilishe katiba manini nini. Nataka tufanye hivi ama nini. I think he has gone to work on his manifesto so that when he comes back, he has something new to tell the electorate. And then what else did I want to say? Yeah, the madoadoa narrative. Who knows? Maybe ICC is on his back. You never know. Maybe ICC want to
Does he have a
someone
campaign team? Apart from Nanok, we know. Does he have a campaign team?
No, he doesn't. Ruto's biggest
Or he is
enemy
a
is
team
that
by
Ruto
himself?
advises himself. Ruto's biggest enemy is that Ruto advises himself. He's a campaign manager. He's the treasurer. He's in the think tank. You know, and I don't think Nanok is
the
experienced.
security.
And he's very insecure. He has a very inflated ego, bordering narcissism. You know, I find him narcissistic a lot. And you know, narcissists are very insecure people. Because if you look at the way Baba is campaigning, Baba has delegated. You find Joe campaigning for him in the coast or in Nairobi, somebody else campaigning for him for him somewhere else. Ruto wants to do everything. Ruto wants to run the show. It's a one-man show. And that's why he even said he doesn't want coalitions. And looking back, I think he's regretting that decision. And he made that he went public. You know, for one of the 48 laws of power, law number 3 says conceal your intentions. He made all these intentions known. So if he goes back again and says he wants a coalition, people will not take him seriously. I also think he wants to adapt the 16th law of power that says use absence to increase respect and honor. But it's too late. It's too late. When Baba went for a break in December, they went laughing. They made fun of Baba. They said, sasa huyu mzee anaenda kupumzika hivi atawezana na kazi ya kuwa president. Now he is taking a break. You know? So anyway, Waswahili walisema simba mwenda pole ndiye mla nyama. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa.
Mla nyama.
Mla nyama. Haya, ni hayo tu niko nayo ya kusema. Asanteni.
Thank you. PK, your hand has been up for long. PK and then Fred, let me have your
Thank you.
and then
Thank you,
also
Ekesa.
Alex. So the three guys. How comes you
Yeah,
only
thank
respond
you.
when ladies are speaking?
Sorry, say that again.
How comes all men raise up
But
the head
no,
after ladies speaking?
what
They are important. They are very important.
Wekesa, let me ask you one question. When will I come in? Because Fred Kazuti is coming in
No,
for the
it's
second time
after
when I'm
this.
there.
After this, you are coming in. These are asking questions for Jay. When they
Yeah,
raise
you have
hand,
to arrange because I'm a UDA member, and if you don't give us, you see now you're pushing
my
us to
friend,
opposition
I
by force.
don't know even who is a UDA member and who is not. So
I'm a
you don't
UDA
come.
member
I don't
myself.
know
I'm
why
a
you
UDA
guys.
member myself.
I don't
So
know why
don't
you
push
guys
us to
are always
opposition by force.
insecure.
Let us go there.
Okay. Can I cede my time to Captain?
You haven't even
ubaya
raised up.
UDA
Wait.
wakiambiwa ukweli
I don't
wanaanza
want
kuwaka.
anybody to
Sasa
dictate for me
you've
here.
been so cool my friend, but now
Wacha
once
nipatie
the lady
rubani.
has
Rubani.
brought us
Yeah, it was in
Bwana
fact
Wekesa,
he has
let me
made
give
it and
Rubani.
his time has come. Now he's rebattling because these guys are just asking questions, then we go next to him. There's no any other person. So I don't
Yeah,
know
let
why
them ask questions
if
and
you
then
don't
you come
want
to me.
questions, yeah.
PK, let them ask questions and then you come to me. Let them ask questions.
No, actually, mine was not a question, Wekesa. I wanted to do submission. I've not done it. So, Rubani
I
can
was
come
told
in.
you did earlier, so okay.
No, I didn't.
Okay, Fred, what was your question?
Yeah, I was just trying to second what Kaki was. The way
Maybe
she
you can
was
speak
speaking.
when we do the second round now.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay. No problem.
you can build on that.
Okay.
Alex, do you have a question? Alex, was it a question or if it's a build up, I can give you in the second round?
Gaki's presentation was super.
Okay, so let's have a captain. You and then kuna mwingine anaitwa hapa Brian. I think those two ndio hawaja present. Then we start again with Stony like that, and then we do the second round.
Okay, thank you very much Wekesa. Mimi kwa upande ya I think JG, mimi nilikwama hapo kwa Uhuru, kwa Ruto kuwa mwanafunzi wa Uhuru kisiasa. Hata 2013 sijui nani alikuwa anaombea mwingine kura. Hapo nilikwama sana hapo. But what I'm saying is DP William Ruto is going for a break. Not is going to rest. There is a difference between resting and going for break. Let me say that. So when we mean going for a break, let me tell you guys, the other day I was telling you here, UDA is not the UDA that you know. UDA iko na wenyewe. The break that William is going is the war that is in between the party and the war in ourselves as the community. I think you saw what happened in Kericho the other day and Bomet. And the Hustlers Mansion now will be full of meetings. In the name of Ruto is in a break. Mark those words that I'm telling you. Whoever is thinking that Ruto is going to for a break, like to go to Masai Mara, aende Masai Mara kuangalia wanyama, mara aende South Africa, sijui ama Dubai for a holiday, for a break. No. He's now going to have a very, very, very hard task to discuss and to fix issues in his party and in his own backyard. Pale kuna shida sana. And pale unaona governor wanasimama sijui watu wangapi na kila mtu nasikia anasema mimi nilianza UDA. Kuna
His
vita
party
pale.
his party is Jubilee. So make us to understand his party since when? His party is Jubilee.
My friend, let us not take 1 + 1 to be 11. 1 + 1 is 2. Because Ruto, even today, you saw in Nairobi running around with UDA. I didn't see red t-shirts for Jubilee. I cannot talk about that one because he's now campaigning on UDA. And if I may ask, some people are saying he's going to have he's going to have a break on campaign, because I have not seen the day when campaign was announced. Sijui kama ilitangazwa campaign. Akirudi atarudi na design nyingine. The issue of his party is Jubilee. I cannot answer that because I know William Ruto is in UDA now. Jubilee, hata sijui Jubilee ilibaki na nani, I don't know. Nafikiri ni David Morathe.
But kuna kitu ulikuwa unaleta hapo, can you emphasize on it? Kuna kitu ulikuwa unasema UDA iko na wenyewe. Kindly elaborate.
UDA iko na wenyewe kwa sababu hata sasa unaona sisi pale nyumbani Uasin Gishu hapo, there is somebody who is now focal there. Jonathan Beach, Lilim, is from Kanu. He was there in Kanu before. But now he's in UDA and he's coming for governor. Na akona ushawishi sana ya kuchukua ile kura ya nomination. Lakini sasa kwa sababu yeye alitoka Kanu, na unajua uhusiano ya Kanu na UDA ama uhusiano ya Kanu na William Ruto sio mzuri, wanatumia ile lugha ya kwamba Lilim anakuwa sponsored na Kanu. Caleb Kositany ambapo anataka kusimama governor pale Uasin Gishu County, anasema yeye ndiye alianza party na anataka kupewa direct nomination. Hakuna mambo na kwenda nomination. So pale ndio kuna shida kidogo. That is why I'm telling you UDA iko na wenyewe. Even my
Nilisikia mpaka mkaanza kusema Mandagori sasa ni Mturukana, nikashangaa kwani imetokea wapi? Na Mandagori vile amekuwa mtu ya
ikifika Wekesa kiwango ambapo mimi nataka naona hapa nitafua samaki hapa, nitakula kitu, lazima nikuharibie wewe. Wacha nikuambie, mimi nitakuharibia sana, nikupake matope yote for my own gain. And that is why unaona sahi Mandago anaharibiwa kwamba anatoka governor anashuka chini Senate. Yani hatujawahi ona mtu akiwa chief anashuka chini kuwa assistant chief. Those are some of the words that have been used. Are you seeing?
Yeah, but that's not I think the way to look at it, because let's ask ourselves, people like Moses Wetangula, they have been senators while in their own party they have governors. So I can be a senator and have even my own ushawishi and have people who follow me. There are people who are senators and party leaders. So it cannot be like when you come from governor to senator is a small role. It depends on how you position yourself politically.
They assume that when you are a governor, you are ascending to president. When you are a governor, when you come to senator, you are descending. That is what they assume.
In fact, for me, a senator is more national than a governor. A governor, you are localized to your own county. But as senator, you have room even to play around with politics. You can now build yourself nationally.
Exactly. But each and every person has his own way of thinking. So the way Sudi is thinking, Sudi, tunajua yeye ni mtu ya ukarabati. Yeye anafikiria ukiteremuka from governor to senate or ukipanda from governor to senator, kwa upande yake yeye mwenyewe ni kama anashuka chini. Ni kama governor Mandago anashuka chini. So inategemea na point of view ya kila mtu vile anaangalia hizo positions vile iko. Because for me, if you can come from county,
kama BBI ingepita, most of these governors wenye wanaenda mwisho wangeenda for MP. Why? Ask me why. Because they were being guaranteed that while they are MPs, they can be appointed as ministers. So majority of them could have gone as MPs, then be appointed into cabinet. So there's no smaller position. There's no smaller position.
BBI pia ilikuwa inatoa 2 terms for governor. Ilikuwa sasa inakuwa open.
Yes.
Yeah, na Mandago alikuwa ana support BBI akijua ako na Easton mwisho ya nini, yani ako tamia mwisho ya governorship. Ndio unaona Tolgos mpaka wa sasa hajawahi elewana na William Ruto juu yeye alikuwa ana support BBI ndio arudi kama governor mara ya tatu. Naelewa?
Yes.
That is
So,
it.
but God forbid, if now to 24, I don't know why even I should say that God doesn't have to forbid, because if 2022 now Ruto becomes an opposition leader, is it a step down from deputy president to opposition?
Me, I see even the
It happens. Look at George Saitoti. George Saitoti was a vice president. Then he ended up to be minister of what? Education. Then he finished as a minister.
Yeah, of
so
course.
He didn't finish. So can we say he stepped down? Now Kina Mudavadi have been the vice presidents. Right now, they don't even hold any portfolio. Life goes on, my friend.
So that is it. That is what I was saying. We were discussing about Mandago being governor and wants to come to senator. Na wakamuona ni kama Zudi akamwangalia ni kama anashuka chini from leadership. So which for me, Zudi hesabu zake hakusoma sana.
But he has a right to. He has a constitutional right to run for any political office he wants, whether he wants to even be MCA. It's none of Sudi's business, you know.
Exactly.
And that's the problem I have with UDA.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter, even if he wants to go from governor to MCA or cattle dip chairman. It doesn't matter. That's his right as a Kenyan, you know.
Yeah, now we know we are discussing that one because me, I don't support that for those things. Of maybe kushuka from governor to senator, ama kushuka from chief to assistant chief. Hiyo ni hesabu za labda sijui ni hesabu zao hizo. Those are some of the things, independent things.
This one is higher than the other one.
Yeah. So what we were talking as about the topic break off of William Yamalizia is that after now going there for a break, he's not exactly going for a break as I've said. He's going to realign some of his own problems in the party and problems from the region. Okay, let me come in some other time. There's a problem here.
Okay, I need to read back on you, Captain.
Okay, continue.
Captain, 1 minute.
Yeah, Alex, respond.
Captain, I want to congratulate you for being honest on this. Very few UDA member will not agree.
Amanda Wapitan.
I may fall off. Yeah, but he was saying he was on the.
He was just complimenting you. Yeah.
Yeah, he was complimenting you, Captain, for being truthful and outrightly, you know, telling us it is. This is what we need, other than, you know, bringing some, like you support without, you know, it was a very good, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Let's have Stony.
Thank you, Ekesa and panelists. Hamjambo siku ya leo. It's good to see all of you very, very rejuvenated. Mada ya leo ni kwamba our DP Dr. Samoei Ruto ameenda break, but Rubani ametoroka, lakini nilikuwa nataka kumgonga kidogo. Rubani amesema si break, he is gone for
Niko lakini sionekane kwa picha na niko shughuli kidogo, but I'm listening, I'm on headphones. Niko
sawa Rubani, nakutania tu, nimeona ukinywa kamrisika hapo, ungenitupia kidogo. Okay. Rubani amesema ameenda break. WG also has said it's a strategic kind of move. Well, I have a different opinion. It is true, someone has to take a rest or break or something like that. But one of the biggest blunders that our DP has made, and I concur with JG for saying she doubts udakitari, ushrewdness wa huyu jamaa. I have also said that several times. Because a doctor has to know that for every project, lazima ukuwe na strategy. Lazima udesign hiyo. Lazima ujue timeline. Lazima, you know, those facts, they are very basic actually. You don't get them in a PhD class. This project he undertook, or he decided to take, hii ya kupigania kiti ya president, it's a huge project that required proper sitting, proper planning, and proper, what do we call it, strategies. Unfortunately, having gone to hiyo class kwanza, especially ya Moi, and I think hiyo ya Moi ndiye alichukua and he ran away with it. Amesahau hizi zingine za baba, amesahau hizi zingine za Uhuru. Although even ya Uhuru, our president is a bit mediocre, but he has improved a lot when he teamed up with people like Baba. Anyway, so because he failed to plan from the day one, he decided to take off. Alianza kukimbia 5 or 6, 7 years ago. Yeye amekuwa mbio, anakwenda, and he's been running alone. So one of the ironical thing is that you are going at a race, umeenda mbio, and you are not looking behind kuona you are just alone. So where are you going? And no wonder Kenyans, in fact, when you see all that crowd that comes around our deputy president, it's not that they are coming there to listen to his stories, sincerely speaking. And even most of them are saying it. They are going there for the handouts. And for anybody around Kikomba or somewhere there, you know, and a struggle on a daily life, if he can stand somewhere and cheer you, mwachie 200, 300, the guy would be happy, because that is about what the guy is earning. All right. Even if you tell somebody, you come here, go to Mumias and spend the whole day, ukirudi nyumbani unaenda na ka 1,000, the guy will have earned even equivalent to a fundi wa mjengo. So basically speaking, the poor factor, you know, what we are seeing and, you know, talking, saying that, oh, Ruto has numbers, akona watu, people are just going there kupata chemi hiyo, na mtu anarudi nyumbani. When you didn't have a packet of unga, you managed to get a packet of unga. I, for one, would, if he's around here and I'm told you give me some 3,000 shillings, I'll go and sit there and get the $30, bwana. Then I have a beer or something else. Okay. Anyway, so what I'm trying to say is that he started a race without planning. He started chasing the wind. And the most tiring thing is when you run without a target. When you run without a radar. When you run, you have no compass. So you're just running and running and running. So when he has ran all the mileage, 7 months to the finishing line, the guy is extremely tired. Physically tired and also emotionally tired. Emotionally, because one, he has realized that all what he has been doing, somebody was seated watching and sympathizing. The Azimio leader was sitting, anaona akikimbia, ana sympathize. Just like the way in my mother tongue, there is a proverb that says, where a mzee sees when he is seated, a young man cannot see hata akipanda juu ya mti. That saying in our language is so deep that you can be in a house, kijana yako anafanya tu mambo hapo, ati anajaribu kupiga kona, kumbe kuna kadema anaotea pale. Ushajua kitambo. Lakini because you don't want to embarrass the boy, unawacha tu aende hivi, unamwangalia, then akija unamwambia, we, nimekuona mahali, ulikuwa, oh daddy, oh, it was not there. Then you just laugh and you caution him. You understand? So whatever Ruto has been doing, people saying, oh, amepanda mulima, sijui 80%, 70%. And there are people who cautioned us very early at the onslaught. When they told us that you can never buy Mulima Kenya, but you can rent. That caution, that alarm was raised kitambo. But unfortunately, the closest advisor of our DP is Rigathi, who is just here to gain. And he is as annoyed and as mad as everybody else. So he goes telling the DP that don't be cheated. Nobody can buy Raila in Kikuyu. It's like selling pig in the mosque, excuse my language. So this has consoled him. But then when he has come to realize, oh my God, the opposite is the truth, that can kill you emotionally. In fact, it kills you more than physical tiredness. And then the things that are coming up, the cans of worms opening, just because of that rudderless and planless, that there are no planned speeches other than the Eldoret speech where, that provocative one was planned to be mentioned. And unfortunately, nobody had even done the SWOT analysis of what such a statement would mean. So walipatia jama akaropoka. Kuropoka ikabackfire. That hit him so hard. Even you can see when he was in Bomet, he tried to apologize, but there was the bitterness, because our DP is made in such a way that he does not apologize. That is his nature. It's like what I saw in the president of the JC, Mr. Harvey. Mr. Harvey said that men of his caliber don't apologize. I mean, there's nobody on earth who can go saying that you don't apologize because you think you are very careful in the choice of what you say or what you do. That is also one of the failures of even the most intellectual person. Then I look at something called the use of slogans. Even slogans, you need to sit, ideate, and plan and see what kind of slogan are you going to use and how will it resonate with the people you intend to talk to. So if you just wake up, alafu unaanza kusema, my slogan is UDA, kazi ni kazi, blah, blah, blah. Slogans are not supposed to be cheap. They are supposed to be simple, easy to say, but with heavy coded message. That's what unaniambia kazi ni kazi. So there are people who are doing what they really don't want to do. They would want to go up. Okay? So you can't go glorifying that somebody who is pushing a mkokoteni in Komba, not even pushing, but the one carrying that sack of viazi, that guy should be comfortable because job ni job. That was the failure number one. And people are coming to understand. People are coming to interpret, even when they say the symbol or the emblem of their party is wheelbarrow. Again, that is backfiring heavily. So in all, 7 months before elections, all this has come to really do what we call a backlash. And that is what now somebody has come and told him, my brother, I think we are done. We are done because now the tsunami, as I keep on saying, the properly planned, the ideated, kind of strategies are coming, and they are coming heavy. The weight, even Mugurumo, for example, that Saturday event that will be in Thika, this has started shattering the ground. It has started shaking. People are worried. People are scared of what is going to happen, because truly speaking, that is where now you will see the beginning of the march. The march towards, is it in biblically towards Jerusalem? The big exodus. That's when you will see it. And that might send Ruto kulala, alale, ile mpaka akiamuka tarehe 10 itakuwa ni mambo ingine. Lastly, the people who are so close to him reflect his character. And the people who claim that they are popular in the mountain are not popular at all. There are people who have really frustrated their fellow Mount Kenya people, the Rigades, the Kangatas, and even the Ichungwas who claim to be so popular. They are so rude. I don't know what has been blowed into their minds by the UDA thing. They are so rude, such that even their fellow Mount Kenya people have said they changed totally. And this time around, it's not 80% that will go away. Maybe even all of them might never come back. I'll contribute the other time. But we hope that when our DP is rejuvenated, We pray for him to come back because we need this competition. We need to see somebody, on the other side of the opposition. And also we need also to kind of give him a lesson, maybe this time a better one, so that if by any chance after 2027, or if he, by any chance he will be interested, then we can have somebody that will have learned from a guru as to how to ideate and create innovative ideas that would be able to support our country, Kenya. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you for that rich contribution. I've been running a series called Facing Mount Kenya. I think I will come and borrow a few scripts from that. I have to write a book after 9th August about facing Mount Kenya. Part 2. Not the first one. The first one was written by the Jomos. Okay, let's this guy anaitwa nani?
Who? Alex?
MCA.
Yes.
MCA nani huyo?
Wekesa, has Alex contributed?
Alex ameongea.
Okay. Yeah, let's have Bas and then MCA.
Thank you very much, Wekesa.
Alafu, I wanted to say WG.
Yes, Wekesa.
Wacha basi akiongea, patia MCA, I'm coming back. Huh?
Okay, fine. Thanks.
Yeah.
Good morning, panelists. I think it is already in the wee hours of Thursday. I've listened to my brother Stone PK talk about some very good hypothesis. I think it is always good to accept reality. DP Ruto going to taking a break, that's normal. You cannot just start something. I think this is the time he is starting now the second phase of the campaign, or meet the people. I think he has been saying he has not been campaigning. And when he finally starts campaigning, we are going to see what campaign is all about. So I think it is on this day that he also named his presidential campaign team, led by very able Governor Nanok. And I think it is wise for them now to retreat back, relook at the mistakes. Obviously, every campaign will have its mistakes. They will need some things to adjust. And I think it's the right time for them to take this break and go and reorganize, look at what their main opponent is doing, and adjust. I think that is quite in order, and we will expect the same. Maybe when the Azimio comes, we hope it will not be an advisory, because whenever Baba takes a rest, it is always a medical advisory. So we just hope it will be a good campaign for him. He will have the energy to run the full race, because he hasn't started and he seems to be getting tired already.
But I
Yes.
think it's just good to be fair. When you talk, issues to do with health has nothing to do with age. I've seen even people in terms of even passing on. I've seen young people pass on and the old people live longer. So I don't think you have a luxury of discussing something you have no control.
Absolutely, that's why I've said.
We don't know even the bill of health of your candidate.
That's why I'm saying, Wekesa.
Who knew when Wamala Kijana was campaigning with with Kibaki. He was the running mate of Kibaki. Who knew that he will go after 1 year? We knew that he will be the next president after Kibaki. So you don't discuss things that you have no control over. And you don't have to insinuate that Baba may not be in good health when you have no idea.
I think I guess you have not listened. You
How,
haven't listened. Come on, listen, guys.
How does he know
Listen.
he's tired?
Listen carefully. I said when he takes a break, it is always in the public domain, and I've said I hope that doesn't happen. That doesn't be the case. I have not said I wish.
The irony and the joke in what you're saying. We are not dumb. You see,
I'm happy that you understand it's a joke.
A PhD, my friend.
I understand. I am happy that you understand it's a joke.
And that is not always true. When Baba took 3 months, it was not for health purposes, my friend. When you say it clearly that it has always been true, that when he takes a break is because of health purposes, I think that is blowing things out of proportion.
Fair enough. I think.
And it doesn't matter even if it's health. I mean, who can't go for health breaks?
I baza bana. You withdraw bana and apologize.
No. I can't. It is a statement based on.
The language of
And you guys, you don't apologize.
You don't know. You people, it seems like you don't know Bas. Bas, when he speaks, he always be categorical, and he's not ready. He's not ready to apologize. Forget about that one.
At least Fred has said the truth. You don't apologize about something that can happen. You apologize when you make a mistake, not when you hypothesize. In this channel, I think we are allowed to hypothesize on anything, just as like PK has fully spoken of a hypothesis of Mount Kenya, talking of guys who are not strong, guys who went unopposed.
So to go unopposed is not strength. It's not strength, Buzz.
Back to the topic. So I think we may read too much on why he went on a retreat. It is normal. It is very good that he went on it. They are coming from a weekend where some things happened the way they should not have happened. And when you retreat, that is when now you go and reorganize the PR. They're going to reorganize their language. They're going to reorganize the plan now. They're going to have now a clear messaging plan. The weekend is something that we wish will not be repeated again, such rhetoric. And I think going forward, we're going to have a very clean campaign, a campaign on issues. I have listened to some script of him today, and that is why we basically, I myself, support the guy. What he said today is actually what matters to me at this time in my life. This time I'm not very much into the ever topic of every time unity. That was the topic in independence. It has been the topic all over time immemorial.
That one you are off, my friend. That one I will not agree. I will not support you. That one. The unity of the country is a paramount. We don't need to go about that. We don't need to negotiate about that one. So, my friend Bas, unity is paramount, and that is the principle. That's the principle. So, if you say that you don't see any reason why people,
Fred, I think we need to ask Bas the question: how much Africa is spending in terms of military just to keep peace in their own countries? Then you will realize that if unity and peace is not there, even all those wheelbarrows you want to dish out, you may not dish out people who are living in IDP camps, the wheelbarrows. If you don't unite them, they will be united in IDP camps. So you cannot assume that unity is something Maybe it has been overemphasized.
Not necessarily overemphasized the case, but the question I ask myself is why don't we ever get this unity? Maybe the method we have been using are not what will bring unity. We need to
The
try
reason why
different
you're
methods.
asking those, I'm sorry for, I may not have a good kind word for you, but the reason why you're asking that cheap question is because you have never lived in a war-torn zone. People who have lived in countries where there has been fight, in fact, know that the only thing they need is peace. Everything else they can compromise. Everything else can wait, but they need peace. So if you have never, just because you have never suffered that challenge, by the way, me, I speak it with some deep emotions because 2008, mark you, I voted for Baba, 2007. But 2008, I was a volunteer teacher at Parklands, and the records are there. I taught 48 pupils from Molo, and they were all Kikuyus. And I was their teacher and patron for a whole year. And what those guys went through was trauma. I sat with them a whole year and I understand what they went through. So when you tell me peace is not paramount, I think you have never been exposed. You have never been exposed to scenes where people have really suffered. If you had a lady who was on Citizen yesterday talking about how she was raped, and up to now she stays in Madara because she lost her senses, then you realize that period for a country to be stable is very important, by the way. And if we can sell everything else to get peace, we are willing to do that. Kindly. Let's not trivialize the debate just because of 2022, my friend.
No. You know you are introducing something that I did not say. I never even uttered the word peace. I spoke about political unity that we have always been told about. Where you are getting this word peace from
and then
is your creation.
Why
Peace
are we
is not
looking
unity.
for unity?
Peace is not unity. Why are you contradicting
the
the
absence of
two?
unity is what?
It is disunity. And the absence of peace is war. Come on,
Let's not get
Wekesa.
stuck in semantics.
No, we are not going that path.
Yeah, Bas, let's have a candid debate. People are here watching, but you are a
Absolute.
learned guy. And
That's what I'm telling
let me say,
you.
there are things that I want even to learn from the opposite side, despite our political differences. Let's have a serious debate, my friend.
That's what I'm saying. Let me finish talking, then you can question me. You know, before even I finish speaking, somebody is interjecting.
The challenge in a
but what you are saying, Bas, is outrageous. You can't tell us. We can't stay here and listen to you talking, saying that unity is uncalled for. So, what do you want? You want us to do what, if not unity for this nation of 40 how many? 43 tribes.
And his party leader keeps telling us that he's uniting people under UDA. So what is he telling?
You know, the party leader, and you see, that is against the background that his party leader, when he was given opportunity to appoint his ministers, he took all the 99% from his backyard.
Bas, let's have a serious debate, bana. Wachana na hizo vitu zingine. This channel will be there after even August 9th. And we need to have a debate, sober debate. We continue. If we can focus.
Let me finish.
Yes.
Let me finish. Let me finish what I was saying, because you actually knocked me off the topic I was contributing. I was saying I was happy.
If it doesn't make sense, I will knock you off, and I don't apologize.
I said I was happy with today of what he was talking about.
Bas, that is the medicine of not having unity. If we don't have unity, we can't listen to each other. So if you think unity is something good, then that's how we listen to each other. Disunity makes us not listen to each other. So if you say you want disunity, you don't care about unity, then you don't have to question when somebody speaks to you, because that is a characteristic of disunity.
Thank you very much for that, Alex. I think you might have misunderstood. I said what the DP spoke today. In myself, those are some of the things why I support him. Because I believe in the larger context of what he spoke today, those are the things that are going to bring that unity that we have always looked for in this country. When we are all have the capacity to fulfill our dreams without having to be hindered in one way or another, when those deliberate policies are in place that give every other person the chance to exploit his potential to the fullest, that is what is going to bring unity in this country. Unity in this country will not be brought by just talking about it. It is by doing something that will bring it. In the hierarchy of why I support this fella, it is not personal. It is of what he promises to do. What in my own thinking believes is going to bring this country together. Because those deliberate policies will not have region, will not have tribe, will not have class. They will be in for all of us. But when we are just treated to somebody speaking of unity with the mouth, without putting in the actual necessities that can achieve that unity, that is what I have a problem with.
But stop there
I
now.
look forward.
You
I
are
look
talking
forward.
about theory, but they are practicals. We have just had a rally at Bomet. Isaac Ruto has even written on the escape is a hustler, and he has vowed to support Ruto for presidency, but for him he's running for governorship. Now, after he has stood and spoken everything about Ruto and supporting the hustler nation, Ruto stands and waters everything down just because he is not in UDA and trivializes what he has said and saying that the G parties nakaje. How do you tell us that person stands for unity? That how do you tell us that person stands for dreams of others? Or does it mean and look at the people who are supporting him, what they were saying? Hii mkutano ya William Ruto usitucheze. So that means like everybody else, your goals can wait until Ruto becomes president. Everybody else, your ambitions can wait until Ruto becomes president. So how did he anchor your dreams? How did Ruto anchor your dreams to his hustler nation? If all that is spoken is in his name, that his presidency is so urgent that everybody else, his party or whatever, can wait. Mark you, CCM is older than UDA. So how should the CCM bury his dreams just because a new kid on the block has come and it seems that he's bouncing more than others?
Let me answer.
So we are
Let me answer. Let me answer you that. Let me answer you that. Let me answer you that.
Remind him of the hustler narrative, where he's taking the lower cadre of our nation, the youth. Those who the haves and the have-nots. That narrative, you see, coming from his party leader, and that is the person he's fronting here as a person, bringing unity, Buana. There are things that you can say in a campaign or political rallies outside there, but at Mtembei TV, we scrutinize you. We will not let you go unchallenged, my friend.
Okay. Let me respond to that, Wekesa. Wekesa, let me bring you back to Mombasa in 2017. There was Omar Hassan vying for the governorship. There was Omar Joho going for the governorship. Go back to that Larry in Tononoka. These are two candidates who are supporting Baba for president. One on Wiper, the other one on ODM. Omar Hassan was jeered down in front of Baba. That is on record. If we go back to Bomet, that is like what you usually say bedroom. That is the bedrock of the UDA candidate. There is no way he can entertain a coalition in his stronghold, just like the way Baba will not have a coalition.
Hakuna uongo kabisa. Hiyo ni Kipsigis bana.
Just I finish.
Uongo. We have no. We have lived in the Rift Valley, and we know how those people they are. When you go to Duken, Kipsigis, and Nanti, my friend, plus minus KO. Sasa wewe usianze kutudanganya hapa ati bedroom. Bedroom ni Wasiningishu, Eldoret, Kalas.
In fact, Isaac will not vote for DP. I can assure you that.
That is good to hypothesize that, but he was in the rally and he declared support. Whatever you are telling us is your thoughts. What he said. Now, going back to Wekesa's question. Wekesa, I foresee, and I would love to see a coalition between ODM in Nyanza. I would love to see Baba lifting.
Wait for that one is diversion. Me, I want to see these things you say that it spoke. DB spoke your mind until in that rally you saw the future. They are not coming out. You see, there are sound bites you are bringing to us.
I also want to hear that
presentation of the information. I don't see. I want
Let
to
me say
hear
what.
those things
I also want to hear that
you...
just in case I change my mind from Azimio to
Yes.
UDA. I want to hear the how. You know, how will he says he's going to give 100 billion. How is he going to go about it? Where is he going to get the money from?
Tutoe moja
I
moja.
want to tuambie bottom up, tupatie point form, tafadhali, if you can.
Okay.
Yeah. Jackie,
Thank you very much.
I've
Thank you
never
very much.
listened to a motivational speaker who speaks and moves your emotions, but the content is not there. So I want Bas to bring out this content. Actually, leo silali Bas kupeleki mahali kwingine hapo tu.
Hapa tu mdogo. Now, when he says he's going to give the small sector 5 billion, you know, when government says it's going to give 5 billion, maybe in grants or in support can come off in form of subsidies. Support would come in form of cut in taxation. That is called savings in tax. When he cuts taxation, he is saving the small sector money that they could have paid government, and they're supposed to reinvest themselves. Let us not forget that the biggest problem we have in Kenya and in Africa in general, and why we don't build capital, is because of taxation. That is the only big major issue that we have. So when he talks about 100 billion to the micro enterprise, don't expect money to the banks unless you are an idiot. What he means, he actually says the money can come in both ways, direct and indirect. And mostly when government speaks in that language, money will always come indirect. It will come in form of savings.
Don't call us idiots, because we know and we understand.
I said, if you
there
think
is no
in
way
such a
you
manner,
can give people money without banks. Here, there is no way. There is no way you can dish out 5 billion, going around dishing out 5 billion without a channel or a system, my friend. So we are not idiots, but that is the way out to give that money.
Fred, let me repeat for you. I said when he said he is going to give 5 billion, it doesn't necessarily mean it is money coming in liquid form to businesses. It can come in form of savings. A cut in taxation is a savings to the business. That's simple.
I have a question. I have a question.
Bas, I don't want to hear it can come. We are not
question
here
to
to
him.
hypothesize. Tell us that this is what he's going to do. You see,
A
the word
question
can
to-
is a possibility.
A question to him, Wekesa.
Yes.
I want to ask Baz, you are saying that like you are talking as if cutting taxes is the main way that Ruto would be using to, you know, to realize the money to be paid. So how is the government going to be run if the taxes are cut? And how, you know, we are now wallowing in debts. So how will that debts be you know, be paid back if the taxes are cut and there is no any other avenue, like, you know, already the government is broke. So
Thank you very
how
much.
will you realize that money?
Thank you very much. When you cut taxation, what happens is that you expand production. When you expand production, you expand the tax base. That's simple. That's the logic behind that. Because what you are saving from paying government, you reinvest it and expand. And that expands the tax base. So there is no loss. For example, let me give you an example. When VAT was moved from 16 to 14, who were the biggest beneficiaries? It is not the common wananchi. It is the big companies. What was the impact? There was zero impact on collection. Get that from the Bureau of Statistics.
Buzz, there's one problem I have with the DP. The DP is allergic to policies. He likes making we say roadside declarations. Remember, the same DP refused the BBI, and under the BBI there were clauses that would protect mwananchi, you know, and also cut back on taxes and also increase revenue. But the same DP refused, you know. We are not in the era. I lived in the era of Moi. He would go park his Mercedes, make roadside declarations. No policies, nothing. We don't want a Kenya of handouts.
We are being unfair to Baz.
And with the debt we have, we cannot
to
afford a Kenya of handouts. Tafadhali.
Baz was answering the question of how that money can come in many forms, and I think he's doing very well. I think Baz should answer one question at a time. He was in the middle of answering the question, how will that money come? And I think he's doing a cogent, persuasive way of answering it. And he was telling us it cannot be in form of handouts. It can come in many other ways. Let's allow Baz to finish, then interrogate him on another thing. Because on this economic bottom up, that's where you started. Now, if we come to other policies, we are not giving him enough time to answer one by one. Baz, continue with that economic thing so that we can interrogate you with the economic thing you were saying.
Alex, that is what we are rebutting. He's not coming up clearly, and whatever policies is insinuating does not make sense to us. It is not adding up. That's why we are rebutting and we are challenging.
No, you know, for you to understand this, you need to maybe look at how some things that are pronounced come into effect to the mwananchi. For example, when they say that when they invest in transport, it is going to bring down the cost of production down. How does that translate to bringing the cost of production down? It does not give companies money so that they can cut on their costs. What it does is it creates savings for them. And once they start saving, that's when cost of production comes down. Just like the SGR cut down on the cost of transportation, not directly, but it was a savings to the companies. And in turn, they lower their cost of production. They were not given money. That's how
So
these things are.
producing what? You are saying production. So producing what?
That is now a very hypothetical question, because all companies that are using SGR are doing one economic activity or the other. It is not there for leisure.
Baz, you are not answering us, Baz, because number one, William Ruto is zeroing in on businesses. He has so little to offer regarding the revival of industries. And his main focus is on those small SME businesses. So I wonder how these monies are going to be generated, and taxes, where they will come from, if those other sectors are not complemented at the same time when this. But now when you listen to Raila, his policies are all encompassing. He's bringing in all sectors, including agriculture and whatnot. I hardly hear or listen to William Ruto talking about agriculture in his rallies. Or maybe he has more time, calling people names than focusing on policies. So how is this money is going to be generated if the other sectors are not there?
I see where the debate is going, but for me, I only
Actually,
wanted us to clarify what is this thing that has inspired him to follow on, Annie. So I see the deviation may create
another topic.
a debate within a debate.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, but up to now,
No, but you can't let Buzz go away, because what he was explaining was not bottom up. When you are feeding money to the corporate world, you have to agree that that is not bottom up. Buzz, you need to know that that bottom up approach you are saying is not convincible. If money is being given to the corporate, taxes is being cut, and you are lying to people you are going to give money directly to them, that's an obvious lie. So stop saying there is bottom up. Here's your bottom up. And that's why I wanted you to finish. This issue of bottom up is non-existent. If you talk about the markets, if you talk about everything, you have said this money will be given to the corporate world. It is not going to be given to the common one each. So, and that's why I wanted you to finish. And this issue of saying bottom up, the money will never go to Mama Mboga. Wheelbarrows will never create economies. So, and that's why I wanted you to finish. And that's why it's good to listen to him.
Patriot, is it a question or a comment?
It's a point
of order, Wekesa. It's a point of
Yes.
order. My fellow panelists, it's always a pleasure to have you here. Sorry that I'm this way. I hope you will just, the topic is so hot and so nice that I can't sit back. So just allow me, please. You know, we have with the UDA, our very, very, legit and formidable opponent. Allow me to use that, if you may like. The problem we have with our brothers, they practice inconsistency.
Wekesa and Bus, please, can you mute Wekesa and Bus, please, and then.
Thank you, Fred. So the inconsistency that is running as the structural vein of their blood supply in their campaign, it is worrying. Sorry, it is very worrying, because they practice inconsistency. Straight to my point, why I actually interjected. This thing of bottom up has been something you can describe like a nuisance. Make it if you really understand what a nuisance is. A nuisance is something that is irritating. Irritating can be described like where somebody is singing music that does not have a meaning. You are singing music, you call it music, while the tune is not very clear. You are just playing drums. There is no consistency of the tune, but you want to call it music. So that disorderliness that you find in UDA with impunity, by the way, and they look straight to your eye and tell you Asola means a good man. Well, the dictionary tells us that is a pimp, is a thief, is a mkora, all those meanings. And they want to tell you, forget about that. This is politics. So we will give it a different meaning. And they're not ashamed about this thing they've done for 3-4 years. They have told us hustler means something else. Can you imagine? We are seated here, all of us went to school. We must be convinced that hustler means something else. They are pushing it with impunity, and that's what they have told us. Now, number two, they have come up with something they called a slogan, while in the real sense, it was real wheelbarrows that were given to people. Some of them sold them. Some of them found that they had nowhere to park them. Physical wheelbarrows. Then, when we really reprimanded these guys, why are you giving people wheelbarrows? They decided to say, "Apana, hiyo ni alama." They have taken the wheelbarrow iko kwa makofia. You know, it's actually on their caps. Now they are telling you, my friend, ulisikia wapi ati tulipeana wheelbarrow, and they're not even ashamed. There are people who will produce wheelbarrows that were given by UDA as evidence in court, if you want us to do so. But you see, we have given you a leeway to convince us in whatever means that you can. One thing I want to tell you, brothers, the UDA, we are not fools. Wajinga walisha Kenya. I agree with you on that one. And I said even yesterday, the UDA boss, when he says wajinga walisha Kenya, I agree with him that wajinga walisha Kenya. And when somebody says, I agree with him 150%, there's somebody who rebutted yesterday. In linguistic, expression, I can tell you 150%. That shows you maximum, acceptancy. That's a language. If you went to school, it's accepted. When I tell you, I give you an okay of 150%, it means it's absolute. It's absolute. There's no iota of doubt when it comes to my support. So allow me to just finish quickly, Wekesa, by saying this. Bottom up is an illusion. It's an imagination. It is a dream. Somebody must have been dreaming while he was walking. It's also good to dream while you are sleeping. It's better you dream while you are sleeping. That's better. It can be allowed. But dreaming while you're walking, it is, I think that's a mental issue. So I want to tell you guys, we have really tried to listen to these guys. And Alex, it doesn't matter how long we are going to give these guys to speak. They will never give you the meaning of bottom up. And it's obvious. You cannot have an economic... I'm finishing. You cannot have an economic policy that is not structured, that is not anchored in law, that has no legislation, all right? Unless you talk about handouts, where you're carrying your money, unapea mama mboga, which is okay, and actually we appreciate, mmesaidia wa mama wengi sana na hii pesa zenyu. But one thing I'm not sure whether it's your money or our money, that one is something that is subject of debate. You have so much money, mama mboga wamesaidiwa, wengine wamefungua masaluni, we thank you for that. But where you got that money from, for me, Wekesa, I want to say this, our brother, we have given them that highway of inconsistency. But one thing I want to assure them, we have cameras, we are watching them. The fact that they are moving at high speed without anybody intercepting, that does not mean we are watching. But as far as bottom up is concerned, give them the whole day until the cows and all the animals are at home. They will never give you the clear meaning that is academic in as far as bottom up is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. Bas, I think you can wind up. We need to continue with the topic. That was just by the way.
Thank you very much, Wekesa. I think let me refer Patriot to an academic paper on what bottom up is. I want you to Google Iqbal in Bangladesh. It is a case study from, I think, from Harvard University. Google that paper, Iqbal in Bangladesh, and find its impact on Uganda electricity production. Just Google that and check. Thank you, Wekesa.
Where, my friend, where I'm sitting right now, I'm surrounded with millions of Bangladesh people here. So, my friend, don't talk about Bangladesh. Don't talk about it.
Let Bas continue.
No, he's done.
Wekesa, just a minute.
Thank you, Wekesa. I think what I'll do, since he has mentioned me, let me make this quick statement.
I was going to give you a chance.
Okay. So I was saying, Wekesa.
What are you saying, Bas? Bas, you are done, isn't it?
There is something that Fred has said about being surrounded by Bangladesh.
I will ask you, Bas, don't pick every word, don't rebuttal everything. Some things leave them to pass.
Yes, I was responding to Patriot.
Answer you, Bas, before you go to Fred. Please, let's deal with me and you. Don't bring Fred inside. Let me answer what you've just said. A policy is not an economic model, my brother. If you guys have direct quotes of where thank you, Wekesa. If you guys have any quotation, evidence of where bottom-up has ever worked, you will not be the person to speak for UDA, my brother. The deputy president is a PhD holder. He will have known what you're trying to tell us. What you're quoting, I don't need to research. That's a policy. It's not an economic model. And I bet I know that, Buzz.
Thank you. I think we need to make progress. But Bas, we will have a day for bottom up. And what if your boss is going for a retreat to drop that thing called bottom up because the crusaders of it have already abandoned it?
Wekesa, just a minute. If he is going to drop, and let me say this in a light note that we are also looking forward to Baba's presidency and would love to see it. So if he drops it up, he doesn't leave us in the wilderness. Kenya moves on.
By the way, that's okay. Bas, I agree with you. I have even told
naona Bas karibu tunamkaribisha hapa. Ngoja
no, WG, let me tell Bas something. I've also said, and I've talked to my friends in UDA, that it doesn't mean that us in Azimio we hate William Ruto. Actually, we're just having a better choice. Maybe after Baba's presidency, he may be the tallest tree in the forest. So we are sometimes, so don't think that we may not converge. At some point, maybe we will be on the same page. So allow us to agree at this time that Baba is the guy of the moment, and let's embrace it and allow him to set the best. And one of the things, Baba is not selfish. Whatever he sets the best, others benefit. Like when he brought the 2010 constitution, he never benefited. The first beneficiary was Uhuru and Ruto. So maybe this agenda is setting for the next 5 years or 10. It will be for the best interest of William Ruto. If at all he becomes the tallest tree in the forest that time. Can we have now?
Wekesa, we will do a handshake with Ruto after the election to tamsaidia uze mayai na zingine. So it should
Wekesa, just to add on to what you have said, I think if you do something good and it does not benefit you, then know that thing is coming from God. But if you do something good and it benefits you directly, just know that is your own plans. But if it benefits others, it comes from God.
Thank you. I
the
can't
first
add
time
anything on that.
for the first time you have made sense. Thank you.
Well, usiongeze utaharibu, ameongea vizuri. Let's have MCA. Hold for long. MCA.
Thank you very much.
Let's have MCA. We have Eric in the Patriot. Eric,
thank you,
Patriot.
members.
Then, we have a new Larry in the house. She what?
She's not new. She's not new. She's very eloquent. She's very eloquent. The checkmating of Waruguru Laikipia.
Wow.
Checkmate. MTV checkmate wa Waruguru Laikipia.
Yesterday alikuwa na jina
gani? Shiko wa Shiku. Shiku.
Nilikuwa tu najiita Shiku.
Oh, the spelling is too change, yeah? Nikafikiria new person. Okay, let's have MCA.
Okay, asanteni.
Hebu tuambie unaenda area kani huko? MCA, maybe you can be my
Asanteni
MCA
watu
na
wote
sisi.
hapa, na waona mko sawa kabisa. Nimevumilia sana kusikia venye mnazungumza. Nimejaribu kidogo kuinterrupt kwa statement ya ilikuwa Patriot nijibu maneno ya bottom up, lakini hapo nikawekwa bench kidogo, ndio nimebidi nikipata nafasi hizi nitajibu juu ya hiyo. Nashukuru Wekesa, kina Fred hapo moderators. Nilikuja, hii ni mara ya pili nikiingia kwa hii TV. So I need to go first to the first question kenye naona ikiendelea hapo. Ruto kusema anaenda kidogo kutulia hapo hivi ndio arudi. I think in that point there is somewhere we are missing. Hata kama alisema leo alikuwa kwa rally, but zin is we are here and we have been attending all those rallies, and from now onwards niko hata ningeweza kuaccess zero rallies itakuja kuendelea hapa mbeleni ni mingi. Hata the next Sunday watakuwa area yangu, kesho watakuwa Kiambu, and then ukiniambia wanaenda kubumzika, I wonder why.
Area yako ni wapi?
Embakasi.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. It's okay.
Are you running for a seat?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I had given you 1 minute to kujiintroduce. You never know, maybe kuna vote moja hapa na umeruka tu hiyo story.
Okay. Thank you. I am Kirui Kimweno Emmanuel, running for Pipeline Ward. Sasa hapa Embakasi South. So niko sure hata nikizungumza kwenyu hapa, I see so many of you are not in Kenya, but I think you have maybe your friend, your brother, your sister. Okay, you may tell them wachukue kura, wanipikie kura hapa Pipeline.
Embakasi Pipeline, Pipeline,
Yeah.
Embakasi Pipeline, okay.
Yeah. Embakasi Pipeline. Na hapo ndio nitaomba kura. Wacha nirudi sasa mahali tulikuwa kwa ile rallies. According to the headline yenye naona, mulisema Ruto anataka kubreak. Okay, kuzungumza na action is a different things. Because right now as we speak, ile rallies yote imepangwa.
Wekesa, point of order, please. If you can urge
Sema.
to put a black screen so that we should not see. Yeah, thank you.
Acha nimweke background, akirudi nitamrudisha.
Naendelea.
Yeah, proceed.
Nilikuwa nasema rallies inaendelea vizuri. Iwapo umesikia statement yeyote yenye DP amesema ataenda break kidogo, that is just only maybe is planning, lakini according to rallies kenye imepangwa saa hii mpaka hiyo isha. That is the point kenye najua ita take place. So far as we speak right now, I'm saying we are going to kuwakaribisha hawa on Sunday. Kesho we have to go to Kiambu. So hakuna maneno ya kusema wataenda ku retreat whatever venye nimesikia kina Wekesa wakisema. Then hiyo imeisha. Ikikucha maneno ya siasa ya Kenya venye nimesikia mkisema bottom up. Afadhali sijui ni chipu hapo. Wekesa, ni respond hapo ama italeta joto kidogo kwako?
No, yeah, when you respond, don't make it the main topic. Just mention what you think you wanted to rebuttal.
Okay. Let me respond.
Wisdom of the debate is you can still mention the things other people mention, but
even
you
me,
don't
that is why I'm
to the main subject.
Wekesa,
Yes.
Wekesa, do him a favor, give him opportunity to express himself.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, I'm just rating him. I'm saying to respond, but kindly don't make it the main topic. You can
Ndio
respond.
nakupendea hiyo Fred. Sasa Wekesa, Mr. Wekesa. It's okay, very nice. According to the slogan yetu ni ile ni mtu. Umeona na we kuna Patriot nimeona hapa kabika fita sana. Sitaki kuingilia, wacha nitafika hapa baadaye. The bottom up. Hiyo that is the techniques, yani kitu yenye inatumiwa sahi. Hata kwa US ndio wameemploy hiyo techniques kusaidia wale watu wa chini. Na maanisha hawezi saidiwa direct. Even me as wherever mahali niko siwezi kucha kusaidia kila mtu, si ndivyo? But the main thing I can use kusaidia watu kama ni wa mama wa mboka wale, mnasikia my brother akisema tumewasaidia, hawezi ajui mahali pesa walitoa. I will tell you mahali pesa inatoka baadaye, ukumbuka kuniuliza hiyo. Kama wa mama wa mboka watafomiwa asako, unaona azako mahali watakopa pesa with low interest rate, na hapo hata kama ni sister hako ama ni relatives, unaona wenye anakatakata mboka saa zingine wanakosa pesa, wamekula stock because meweza kuwa na school fees. Wakikosa that school fees, inafika mahali wanakosa pesa. Where they get those money, they have to go for a loan with a low rate. Akirudisha hiyo pesa arudishe ikiwa na interest ya chini, na hapo ndio serikali itaweza kuweka pesa, si kupea kila mtu pesa. If you understand me, I know you know that one can work. Yes.
Ndugu yangu,
yes,
ukumbuke na utuambie hii sako ilifomiwa Machakos hii kama pesa isishaingia. Unakujua ni sako gani hiyo?
You may tell me.
Wewe Fred, wacha hizo.
Hiyo sako yenye ilifomiwa Machakos kwa barabara kama pesa zishafika huko.
Let me tell you something. It is good you have asked a very nice question. Hawa wamama walipewa pesa, haikuwa iwekwe. Aliambiwa wafungue sako, aweke, wawache hiyo biashara sawa. Let me respond first. Don't be fast to attack me. Don't be fast. Just listen. And then walipewa pesa, lakini because walikuwa na hiyo utamu, unajua kufanya biashara nyingine tena kuna kuanga na utamu mwingine bana, si pesa tu. Sasa wakarudi kwa hiyo biashara wakarusi kwa hiyo biashara because of their own interest, lakini pesa ilienda. Wangetumia hiyo pesa waache hiyo biashara alikuwa anafanya, waingie in a legit business, ingekuwa sawa. That is what I can respond you. Do you have another question concerning that?
Do you think William Ruto believed that those people would leave that business the way they were insinuating?
Sorry,
I want somebody to confirm to me.
Let my friend here ask
MCA.
Bea ujamaa nani kwanza?
MCA. The guy was in Machakos and he promised 1.5 million for the hustlers in Machakos.
Yes.
It was supposed to come Friday of that day. That day was Wednesday. It was supposed to come on Friday. We are still waiting. So I don't know how you guys do it, but you are just floating figures in rallies. 1.5 million kwa mama, you what, but fall up. No money.
Let me answer that. Let me answer that because I've been following. I've been in so many rallies. So it is good I give you an answer, and the answer I'm giving you is the right answer because I know. Unajua, for those people who surround DB, all of them are not good people. Are you getting me? So, na yeye mwenyewe,
including you.
No, I'm saying not all of them. Get my point. Get my point. Sasa, it's good umecheka. Sasa, let me answer. So, na DB haezi peleka pesa yeye mwenyewe kupeana. Anapeana kwa ule mtu anasimamia hawa watu. That is why that incident happened in Garissa the other time. No, it was Isiolo. It does happen, you were telling me in Machakos. because those people wakipewa hiyo pesa wanaenda kwanza kujaribu kuona kama hakuna hao watu watakujia waifiche, lakini wakisikia hiyo story imekuja imetogezea, ndio anaanza kurudi kupeana pesa zao, lakini bibi atakuwa amepeana pesa.
Our MCA, are you speaking to a 16th century people or you're speaking to 21st century people? Today, if I want money to reach you, is it a problem?
No.
In fact, I can only come to a rally to confirm that I send in your wired 1.5 million in your account. So
what
is
was
that
your question,
a problem?
sir?
Is that
What
a
was your
problem?
question?
My question is, why are you blaming people surrounding him when the DP has he can facilitate that money to reach the account even without the intermediaries who will not make it?
Wacha nijibu hapo. Pesa inapeanwa sote yenye imeahidiwa. That from me. Akisema anapeana 2 million anapeana. It may take time, tuseme kama imeenda tuseme weekend ikuje ibianwe on Monday na watu wamereact on Sunday, lakini pesa sote umesikia wapi haipeanwa pesa?
So I have told you the example. Now let me tell you.
Let me
tell you what happened. 1 minute. 1 minute and then I give you to respond. In Kisii alienda akaahidi 100 motorbikes. Alienda na 100 motorbikes akapeana 10 akarudisha 90. Hizo 90 akaenda nayo Kajiado akapeana 10 akabaki. And that is not a new model. It happened in the days of Moi.
No, that is politics. Wekeza, unajua, I know you are in another.
Wait. They used to do harambes. Mnakuja mnafanya harambe ya 1 million, mnaacha 200,000, mnaenda na 800. Like that. So, in the whole thing, it appears to the public mmechanga pesa mingi. But hiyo pesa bado imewafuata. So this drama munafanya, you don't think we are documenting it, by the way, at the right time of campaign.
Nikuulize swali.
I'm telling you, at the right time of campaign.
No, utaendelea sita nini? Uliza tu ndio jibu yote. Hapo tukata hapo. Ni nini uko na evidence gani ilipeana pikipiki 100 na ikarudishwa?
I'm telling you at the right time.
Do you have
of
any
campaign,
evidence? Ama siasa tu ulisikia?
At the right time of campaign ndio utajua this thing is going to collapse. Hii drama yote mmefanya and all the people have been coming to media complaining. Sasa ukituuliza evidence gani na watu wenye mmepeana, including huyu mama wa kuuza mahindi hapa nini? Machakos. Machakos.
Na ule wa chips. Na ule wa chips. Ule msichana wa chips pia. Ule Millicent Omanga alimkon. You remember?
Kwa Mboka. Hata ninajua tulikuwa
kwa Mboka, exactly.
So okay, I want to give
No, before I speak, nataka niongee.
Yes.
Kuna Madam JG ameongea vizuri. Ule msichana wa Millicent. That is what I can accept. Because I know it is the truth. Na ili happen hivi. I can give you an evidence. Na Millicent si Ruto. Millicent is in UDA, but Millicent is not Ruto. Let me tell you another thing. Don't treat all people because wako upande moja ndi waku wabaya. Even you in your family or in my family, we are not same at all. We may be children from one family, lakini ile kitu tunafanya ni different. That is why I request. Mtu akikozewa upate, mtu akikosea akozolewe huyo mwenye. Umeelewa? That is why I am talking of ule na nimechibu ile ya kwa Mboka. Ili happen, ilikuja tu akapewa vitu lakini akuelezwa ndio akapikwa picha na hivyo ndio alikuja akarekebisha baadaye akatatuliwa shida zake. Votewekeza case yule mama wa Machakos. I am very sure, and if it happened today upate huyo mama. Okay, kindly Mr. Wekesa, are you in Kenya?
or not Kenya at the moment?
I've told you I'm in Machakos. And I've told you, your man came and promised us. I was in that rally of Ruto. See, ati naongea vitu ya theory. I was in the rally. Ruto came and promised us 1.5 million.
Yeah, sawa.
Wacha
nikujibu sasa. Najua tu huko hapo because ni mtu utaki ndio unataka kuwa hapo.
I am in Machakos. You want me to drop the pin?
Don't waste your bundles because I can even trust you, no problem. Lakini ndio nasema siasa iko na mambo mingi. As far as I'm concerned, hata mtu nikitaka nimalize sahi, any story can be fake na ifanywe ikuwe real. So maneno ya ule mama alikuja akapelekwa kwa DB, akasaidiwa venye alikuwa amerequest, lakini kufika huko nyuma akaona akapata watu wengine akaambiwa ile kitu ulirequest haikuwa hivyo, ungesema hivi upewe. Sasa ulisema hivi ukapewa hii. Sasa ungesema hivi. Kidogo be patient.
We are not friends. Please.
Be patient.
Just shorten your story. Now, sema ukweli itakuweka huru. Because you are aiming to become a leader, don't speak lies because that one will cost you and you not see that for free. I'm telling you for free.
Unajua mahali niko hata sioni maneno ya tribalism. I don't entertain any tribalism stories. Nasema hivi, ule mama alienda akasaidiwa. Azingeenda angefika kwa DB. Alifika huko akapewa Kenya alipewa, lakini alikuja akakaidiwa na ikakuwa misleaded, ikabidi aongee na different tune. So nimemaliza na yeye. Ile story nyingine nataka niwaambie before, najua ndio niwape time muongee hapo. Unaweza jibu hapo tu. My friend, but you be patient. Ninaweza wajibu hapo. Nimeona nyinyi wengi ni watu wa baba. Ni kweli roho. Nikisema saa hii inulie mkono, naona jamaa moja mnapiga tu vita hapo. But ile kulikuwa na zee inasema the strongest man is the one who stands alone. Maybe the only
some mics are making noise. Wekesa.
Yeah, the rest let's mute.
Okay. Thank you, for understanding.
Patriot.
Let's allow somebody to finish.
Sungoje kidogo Patriot. Namalizia. Sasa story mingi.
I am advocating for us to give MC a time, and he thinks I'm interfering. I'm only saying, Wekesa, allow everybody to speak to the end, and then other people can come in. In fact, Fred, you have been interfering. I'm protecting MC here. I'm saying, let him finish. Then we start questioning. That's what I'm simply saying. I contribute in between. So Wekesa, take control. Anybody, whether he's speaking what we like or not, let them finish speaking. Then we start asking questions. That's what I'm trying to say. That is the order I was trying to ask for.
Yeah,
okay,
now that we have already finished or asked him question, we will not ask him again. Sometimes I try to balance because I've been in debates where somebody speaks for 2 hours and nobody even rebuttals. They finish and they drop off. Nobody even asks questions. Sometimes if you have 2-3 people ask questions, it's enough. So I think we have done enough. He doesn't have all the answers, so you don't have to ask all the questions you have in your head. Sometimes you can interrogate someone and maybe he has facts he doesn't have, so you don't have to ask him so many questions as if he's a reservoir of wisdom. Okay, so can we have MCA finish and then we go to the next person?
Okay, thank you for giving me time once again. So I was saying, for my case, politics is a matter of interest. When I say it's a matter of interest, I mean where your support is heading ni mahali unaona unasaidika, na kama si wewe ni watu wenyu, na ndio maana kina nyinyi wote wenye kwa hapa, you have your own choice just like me.
Na mimi kama mwanasiasa mwenye nitaenda kuomba kura, kama venye Fred amesema, nitakuwa naongelesha wananchi regardless ya anatoka wapi ama nini ama nini. So as a politician, we should be given enough time to explain ourselves. Na tena nyinyi wananchi msikue fast kuchacha ati kama venye nimesikia kinawekeza is siding so much kwa upande wa baba. And if I ask you right now, nini sana inakusaidia yani baada ya baba kuchukua kiti inakupea nini as an individual? You don't have any information about that or any answer.
Mimi niko nayo.
Uko nayo?
Naweza kupatia 10 pointer.
Personal, as an individual. Wache wajibu as an individual huyu madam, unajua ladies ni mzuri akisema tena. Pair time.
Baba has a track record. Baba has a track record. You know, see as an individual, policies, you know, he's a man of policies. He likes making policies that have helped propel this country to where it is right now. You know? So nikiingia Azimio, najua naingia Azimio. Ninaweza kukuhighlightia the 10-point agenda ambaye he discussed in Kasarani. Ruto hii rally ya juzi ya Eldoret, hata ukiniuliza alisema nini, siwezi kuambia.
Yeah,
You know?
but again, that's a self-indicting question because he's running for MCA. So he is suggesting that watu wampigie tu kura but there's nothing atawasaidia.
Ndio namaanisha hivi.
Yes.
Wakati tunapika kura kama wananchi, naongea kwa kama nyinyi sasa wananchi, kama mimi atampika kura because at the end lazima nipikie, hata kama ni baba ama Ruto ama yeyote ama gavana mwenye sijui. Sasa I will be voting just like you. Na ndio maana na request hivi.
So you don't have a reason. I think let's prosecute the points to the end.
Yeah. Please.
Vote for Ruto?
Sorry?
Because we are not just here to talk. You don't have a reason to vote for Ruto?
I'm saying before you vote to anybody, vote ukiangalia ni nini yenye huyo mtu atatusaidia. Na si lazima ukazirikie mwenzako.
Yeah, let me ask you a simple question and you will get the answer. Watu wa Tanzania wako na channel kama hii? Do they enjoy discussing politics? In Uganda, do they discuss politics?
Yeah, Uganda wiko.
In Kenya, we discuss because the democratic space was opened by Kina Baba. And you are here on courtesy of Baba, whether you are in UDA or in Azimio. You're enjoying the democratic space courtesy of Baba. So alikusaidia ama hakukusaidia?
Okay, najibu hapo alinisaidia.
Thank you, we are done.
Alafu unajua ujibu venye najua, si ati nachukia baba. In fact, baba.
No, I've given you a reason to vote for Baba.
That is why I'm saying make a right choice. But Baba is good, amefanya vitu mingi. Ruto naye amefanya vitu mingi.
Thank you. Let's have
very right.
Let's have Eric and then Patriot, kindly.
Because I wanted a minute to answer the MCA.
I think you will just make it in your contribution. Ndio ninawakujia, unaona niko kwa Patriot. Eric,
okay.
And then Patriot, then you. He will just be there.
Okay. Good morning, panelists.
Asiende because I want to contribute on what you have said.
Hizi ni vote zako ziende.
Okay, should I go in?
Yes, Eric, please.
Okay, good morning, panelists. So I think if it's possible, if I could have gotten a good reason, I could support MCA and the bars. At least ningekuwa pande yao niwasaidie kidogo because ni vile sina I have nothing. I don't know. I know nothing about their president candidature. So ningewasaidia, but now hawana bahati because I've seen they are alone there. They are only two. As the way their presidential candidate has been running alone, day and night. He is the manager, everything. So I think about the DP going for a break. It's a good idea. This guy has been running day and night for 4 years. And for those 4 years, he has been dishing out money, spending a lot, promising a lot of money that has not yet been given. He needs to go and at least relax kidogo. For that one, I support. Wacha apumzike bana. Hata recover. You know, this guy is not going outside the country. I think all allies have been bad from traveling outside the country. So for them to get finance, it's a little bit tricky. So they need to sit back and strategize the way they will come back in maybe a period of time. But things are going on shifting day and night. As I said earlier, whoever who want to run for MCA, like Manu and other young leaders, I can advise you run as independent. Going to Huda, you will be thrown out. Trust me, as a youth, a young gentleman or a lady, if you want to vie for any seat, don't go. If you don't have to join Azimio or Oka or whatever, just go as an independent. Because going to UDA, you'll be thrown out very early in the morning. So let them go to relax, wacha wapumzike, wacha Ruto wapumzike. At least aone kama anaweza mobilize resources, apige hesabu ya wale watu wamemjoin, how much watatoa. You know, lazima aende apige hiyo hesabu. Niko na MCA 1,000, mtu atatoa this a certain amount. Niko na MPs this amount, watatoa hii pesa. Niko na governors, so atakuwa na the real picture of the amount of the fund he will be having by the time he come back to campaign. This guy has spent a lot of money, even though most of the digit we are getting is lie. So I think let them go and relax a little bit, maybe for a week or two, then things will be okay. Then about this issue of financing Mama Mboga, Boda Boda, like I think I said the other day, you come to a place we have 1,000 Boda Boda riders, then you give us 1 million. Which empowerment is that? Kindly Manu and Baz can do me that mathematics very easy. 1 million, you divide to 1,000 people, you tell me how much someone will get. Maybe it's a fuel, almost I think small coins. So let these guys stop enjoying us. So I think for the information we give them a break to go and relax, and the ground is shifting, so they should be aware of that. About bottom up, wachana na hiyo. No one can explain it. Even D mwenyewe, he ran away after he was interrogated to try and explain about the bottom up. He ran away. So who is Baz and MCA? They are not even closer to DP. Hakuna kitu wanajua, ni ile tu hearsay mambo yenye wanaambiwa. So I think as a young leaders, manze, and then independent, achaneni na UDA. Mtatolewa unless if you have a lot of money. UDA ni chama ya watu wako na pesa. If you don't have money, you have no space there. So never be deceived by UDA, please, guys. So I think my contribution is that maybe I'll do submission later. Let me give someone else time. I think Shiko may talk at least. Thank you.
Just a little question. A little question to Eric.
Okay, come in.
Eric, there is something I have pinned on the comments, the private comment, and I would like you to read around the fourth paragraph, and it is about bottom up. It is not. It is very simple English that you can be able to understand, and you'll come to when you read that chapter 4, you're going to see that bottom up is about where capital goes. It is not something bigger than that. Just read that. Yes.
Okay, it's okay. Okay, let me answer Buzz about the issue of bottom up. You know, sometimes the way you're explaining it to me, there are some people who don't understand. There are some people who didn't go to school. Let me tell you one thing. The only issue I've had, even DP, the owner of bottom up, telling mwananchi is this: mumesema ni hapa chini, bottom, then up, then up. That's also the only thing I can get into the analysis. Nothing else. Nothing else. Even people, the public, they don't understand about it. It's the way they are being shown by action. So for that one, I don't advocate. It's something ununderstandable. Thank you.
So, thank you, Eric, for that. I think, Bas, you have understood the challenge is not the definition of bottom up in books we all have read. In fact, at some point when we began, it's us who are teaching you what bottom up should be. It's not what they are saying. So it's not like we don't have the literature. We have it, yes, but what you are telling us is not rhyming with the literature in the books. And that's why we have a problem. If you don't understand what you're presenting to us, will you execute it? That is the challenge we have. So it's not it's not the definitions that we don't have. It is the bearer of the message. If they confuse us, then we doubt whether they understand it. Okay, let's have Patriot and then Shigo. Shigo is having a problem with the network, but after Patriot, I think she'll be okay. Then, okay. I think she has dropped off, but Demba, just want to confirm if it's around.
Yes, sir.
Demba. Yes,
Yes, sir, I'm
so
here.
after Patriot is Shiko, then the rest can do maybe the second round. I will
Shiko is there.
quietly be here tomorrow. I have to wake up to a Mali. I have a long route tomorrow.
Thank you, Wekesa, and I wish you safe journey. If you're taking a flight, I hope it should be a comfortable one. If it's by bus, that will be okay, but I advise you not to use a wheelbarrow. It will take you too long to reach where you're going. So thank you so much, Wekesa. Yeah, now, on a light note, of course, you know, it's always a pleasure actually to find time and ventilate, talk. I want to be very candid to Baz. Baz, I really appreciate your reasoning. You're a sharp man. You have been hiding behind the curtains. That was not nice. Now I can see you're a man who looks nice. You know, you have the color of an African, richness that is more patriotic than me. So this should not be a place where you feel that somebody is sandwiching you. And I actually want to applaud the courage you have to speak about what you believe in. That's what we call democracy. And for sure, Baz, we will always remember these moments, you know, how we began and where we are going. I also want to say something about MCA. MCA, listening to you, I found that you're also a very brilliant young man. The only thing you need to do is to be guided. One thing I'm happy, once you get, you know, that guidance, because at some point all of us were like you know, we were guided. And in life, we make mistakes, make wrong choices. That's the essence of life. But with the humble and the able, you know, committee of Wekesa Themba here, as you continue coming here, I'm sure you'll get a lot of sense that will help you win the seat. And maybe probably you will discover which is the best party for you to run. Because Nairobians are not like upcountry boys. You know, here we are not different from the US. Sometimes we are so much enlightened, better and quicker, because the world has become a small village we access the little that God has given us as a country. This is the cream of our country. It's in Nairobi. So for you to aspire for a seat in Nairobi, I encourage you, but I want to believe that you still have a lot of homework to do, which is positive, so that you bring people on. You must attract people across board to win a seat. Otherwise, for me, I encourage you and I wish you well. That's what I'll say as I contribute here. So the issue of today about the DP going for a break, I think the answer to that is true, given the fact that we understand who the DP is. And let's be factual here. The DP is a very smart politician. If you may want to put that into quotes, that's okay. He's I choose to leave it flat. That the DP is a very smart politician, and I'm talking about politics. A politician is not necessarily a leader. For those who understand that, you need to do that homework. I'm talking about a politician. I am not sure about his leadership, but I am talking about him as a politician. He's a smart politician. And being who he is, I'm sure he understands the essence of refueling, the essence of taking a break from such a rigorous process, which he has been able to be very consistent in whatever description you give. He has been very consistent, whether it's a lie, consistent of changing. You know, his lie is not consistent, if I may use that as an example. But what I'm saying, the consistency here is he has consistently propagated his way of doing things. And the fact that he's there in the track, is there on the track up to now, I think at some point he needs a break. And I'm sure if this is not a true statement, it will be true at some point. I mean, he will get time to get off the campaign, reflect. He has to, you know, sit back and see the mistakes that they've been able to probably make, the challenges they've been able to encounter, which are actually enormous. You remember, guys, this guy was 90% attraction in as far as Mount Kenya is concerned, or was. But now, as we are speaking, you can see the Shiku who are behind the DP have seen the light at the end of the tunnel. And I'm sure there are many. Probably it's because the platform is small. We can only accommodate a few who will speak to that observation. So I want to believe that the truth is in the statement. If it is not in the statement, then it is somewhere to come. Now, I think it is also a tactic. Anybody who wants to get out of the battlefield and refuel, be able to put magazines, able to have some checks and balances on the equipments that you're using for the fight. Then there's some element of shrewdness of that kind of a person, which I think the DP has. He's not a person you can think of being one that you can describe as a walk in the park. No, he's a man. He has given us a nightmare. He has given us trouble because he has confused many young men, especially those who are not well educated. We are spending so much to let these young men know. So for sure, he's a man who is in every arena. Today, you cannot fail to speak of the DP, whether positive or negative. That's why we speak of him every day. As much as we want to speak of other issues, you cannot fail to see that it will be very difficult for us to avoid him. So I think in my place to say, I think the DP could be right that he's going for a break. But given the fact that he does not necessarily do what he tells us, then I might not necessarily believe that he's going to do what he has told us. But one thing I was saying, generally, he will do this at some point. He might be just telling us, I will do it at some point, but being himself, he's telling us, I'm doing it this week. So I agree with MCA that politicians, sometimes what they say is what they don't mean. Okay, what they don't mean is what they don't say, you know. So this is who politicians are, and the DP is one of them, so to say. So today's headline does not have much to say, really, because I think I've weighed into that. The other thing that I want to say very quickly is the question of what is up with UDA. UDA, they are up to confuse Kenyans. They are interested to win the presidency. How they want to win the presidency, whether it's through lies, inconsistency of things that cannot be explained, if that is giving them traction, of which has been the case for some time, they will constantly run on that kind of a track. They will constantly do so because their main objective is not to bring any serious value to Kenyans as a people, but just to win followers. In a nutshell, that's what I'm saying. They just want to win followers. But allow me to say that. Allow me to say this. Let Kenyans be warned that if we don't do the right thing of stopping this kind of mantra that is full of slogans that are not explained, no wonder they are bottom up, they are up, down, whatever. I don't know whether they are bottom. You know, it is interesting. You know the kind of shenanigans, the kind of a show that we are treated to. We find it hilarious, but you see, they're our brothers. You know, this is UDA for you. These guys are very interesting. And I want to say that the best thing we need to do as Kenyans is to come out in big numbers, go out there, make sure your ID is very close to your voting card. Because I want you to be careful, make sure that your voting card and your ID are neighbors from now henceforth. Because I'm sure they will be very happy if that neighborhood of your card and your voter card and ID is disorganized. You know what I mean in those terms. Make sure that you have the proper papers, proper documents for voting, so that on 9th of August, we will speak louder than the way we are doing. Because our brothers, most of them, it's not that they are not schooled, to be very honest, but they ignore to choose facts and decided to run with slogans that are not explained. They have decided to choose confusion over truth and rightful direction for this country. Why? Because they think they have enough numbers who they will confuse. I want to end by saying, Wajinga Kenya waliisha. And because they don't want to understand, because they still believe Wajinga wako, 9th of August is not very far, my brother. It's just across the corner. Thank you so much. May God bless everybody. Thank you so much. Back to you, Wekesa.
Thank you. Let's have.
Wekesa, kidogo too. I have a question for Patriot. If I voted in 2017, do I have to go and check the IEBC register if my name is still there?
Yes.
The answer, thank you so much for that question. I'm sure you're asking that question for many Kenyans, and I am delighted that out of what I submitted, that's such a valid question came out. Let's take this opportunity to clarify to Kenyans. You must take second, third opportunity to make sure that your documents are correct in as far as voting is concerned. That goes with the register, finding out from your register. Soon you can be able to do that online. IBC will give us those opportunities. But the most important thing is do it now while the window of registering is there. In case you're not there, you'll be allowed to register. In case you're moving from one constituency to another, you're doing transfer, that can still be done. But if you do that after the period of doing this is over, it will be very difficult to correct anomalies in totality. Thank you.
Okay, Shiko.
Hi, nilikuwa nataka kujibu Manu. Alisema, and I am glad he admitted
Usihangaike hii Januari. Optiven tumekusort. Wema Gardens Narumoru is your perfect place for a hidden home, a cottage, a holiday home, or the best inheritance for your children. Buy a 50 by 100 plot of land for only 399,000 Kenya shillings. What's more, leap up 350k and get an instant shopping voucher worth 10k. Call us on 0790 300 300 or visit our website www.optiven.co.ke.
Sorry, Shiko, that was a commercial break, but endelea.
nataka kujibu Manu but naona ametoka. Alisema ulisema you admitted that watu wenye wako na DP somehow they are not, and I'm glad wewe unajua hivyo, but you are still following him.
Sorry?
Alisema, Manu alisema, can you hear me? Alisema watu wenye, some of the people who are in au wenye wanafuata DP, some are not honest, and it's true they are not honest. One thing is that I have a friend. Umesema unakuanga kwa hizo mikutano DP huwa naenda, right? So mostly unakuanga.
Si zote.
But you said unakuanga, okay, si zote. Ya Githurai ulikuwa huko. Yenye alikuwa Githurai Kiambu ulikuwa huko. Were you there? Anyway, I don't need an answer about that. I have a friend, because I'm in Kiambu County right now. I have a friend who works there in Githurai market. She sells, ni mama wa soko, the so-called mama bogas au mnaambia bottom up. Siku yenye DP alienda huko, walibebwa na mabasi, watu wa matatu na watu wa soko, waende Karen. And they went there. Sasa sisi tunafikirianga kumbe ni watu wanajitolea, waende, kumbe wanabebwa na magari ndio waende huko Karen. Anyway, that's not the issue. But after that, they were promised 1M each, wakue kwa groups. Even to date, hawajapewa hiyo pesa. And you know what happened? Walianza wao sasa, my friend, na hao sasa wenye wasimamizi wa soko, because you know kwa soko kuna kuanga na rules and regulations, na pia kuna hao wenye wasimamizi wa soko. Right now, walikuwa wanakereleshwa na hao watu wenye wanafanya kwa soko, walipewa pesa wakakula. But why is the DP and his artist wanafanya politics of deceit? Because waliwadanganya, and those people saizi they thought like, okay, watapewa pesa, hata tuseme sasa wameambiwa watainuliwa na 1 million. They were not given that money. They had to go kwa media ndio waseme hakuna pesa walipatiwa, juu hata unaweza uliwa juu ya hiyo pesa. Hakuna venye sasa tuseme mimi ndio msimamizi ama wewe ndio umepewa, unaambiwa wewe ndio umepewa pesa yetu, na the person who has given you that money is not even your brother, na umeambiwa utatugawia pesa, then all of a sudden hiyo pesa haiko. So mimi nitakuuliza iko wapi pesa yangu? Na ujue huko ni kwa ghetto, mtu anaweza uliwa wakifikiria wewe ndio ulipewa pesa. They were not given the money, but they were promised. Hakuna venye ati mnaita watu, mnabeba watu wapeleka Karen na sijui waende sijui nini wakapigwe mambo ya bottom up. Then you are still lying to those people. You have to be honest. Tusifanye siasa ya uongo. And it's not that we hate the DP. We don't hate them. We don't hate him, right? Ni venye hii siasa ya uongo, mtu anajajaruka. Let me tell you, I voted for the former prime minister in 2007, yeah? I voted only 3 times. Okay, hii ingine nimevotia Uhuru, hiyo yote mara mbili, but we were promised, tulikuwa tunaambiwa 10 ya Ruto, 10 yangu, 10 ya Ruto. Why did I have to change my mind? Of course, I would have stood with the DP because the Kikuyus in the Rift Valley walichapwa na hatuwezi taka watu wetu wachapwe tena. But why did I have to change my mind? Because siwezi danganywa.
I think hiyo usilete maneno. Ukisema hiyo walichapwa, umeenda maneno mengine. Hiyo maneno inaseleta maneno ya.
I'm just saying why I had to. Okay, give me time because
ukisema hiyo kuchapwa,
unaweza leta
No, no,
maneno ya
no,
hate
no.
speech kwa
Give me time.
nini.
Give me time because I'm telling you why I had to change. Ni hiyo siasa ya uongo. Mnaambia watu hivi, then all of a sudden you've changed. I had to change and niyo nikaingia Azimio, and it doesn't mean okay, saizi sisi tunasema penye niko we have ni kama venye unaweza sema you have two devils but you have to choose between one. Who is it's not that we try. Okay, I think we are safe with Raila more than the DP. Tumedanganywa sana pia huku Mount Kenya. Another issue is kama anaambia watu kama venye aliwaambia au wa Githurai watapewa pesa. In this era, kama anataka kuwapatia pesa, he has a PA. He should be PA wake ndiye anafaa anachukua the account number to avoid hizi, kama anasema ati unajua kukisemekana ati hajapeana pesa watu wanaanza kusema ni kupigwa na pigwa kisiasa nini. Ako na hao watu wenye they are very close to him. Wanafaa anachukua account number. Kama mmefungua amewaambia muungane as a sacco, fungueni account, then bring the account number where we are going to deposit the money to avoid hizi mashida za kusema ati pesa haijapatiana. Sana unasikia watu wakisema ati anapigwa kisiasa. Aya, those people who are following him from Mount Kenya, they were given money wajenge a certain woman mwenye alikuwa anaongea about what is BBI in Murang'a. Up to now, we have a group we are raising money to finish that house and to give that lady some money because the son is sick. Hata ile pesa DP alipeana huyo mama ajengewe nyumba haikuisha. Saizi ana fundraisiwa na akona tu issues twingine. Why is it that kama watu wenye from our region we don't trust them because kama walipewa pesa of which nyumba ilianziwa, so we think tunaona ni kama walipewa pesa but hawakuleta pesa yote. Then you still saizi uniambie huyo mtu ati ndiye anaenda kunirepresent kwa DP. I'm not stupid, I won't follow him because kama hata hiyo kidogo pesa kidogo anapatiwa ati aende apatie mama ndio amjengee because DP amempea pesa, haezi fikisha yote. Then how sure I am huyo mtu kama saizi ni wa Yuda na tuseme amewekwa kwa nini kwa a certain ministry, how sure am I ati hata akipewa tuseme kuna sasa anaambiwe kuna hii pesa tunataka ufanye maybe about infrastructure or something from where you come from. How am I sure atafikisha hiyo pesa kama hiyo kidogo yenye anapewa hizi fikisha? Why do I have to trust him with a big tuseme kama amepewa tuseme let's say ameambiwa pelekee watu wa kahawa pesa ama kuna fertilizer hata watuseme tu vitu dogo kama hiyo kidogo haizi fikisha. Hizi kubwa ndio akiingia huko kwa UDA akuwe pale juu maybe a CS or someone else, hiyo pesa atafikisha? Kama yenye anatoa kidogo haizi fikisha, hawezi. So trust inaisha, na trust ikiisha ni hivyo unaondokea. You have to seek for another option. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shiko, for that elaborate rebuttal. Nancy
alikuwa anauliza swali,
alikuwa ameuliza Manu swali.
Ni mimi ndio alikuwa amengoja sana kunijibu.
Haya basi, unataka kujibu
kidogo tu, lakini siyataka kuongea tena.
Haya, jibu
Sasa,
basi dakika moja.
Promise, Madam Shiko, I am very sorry to say this. Promise ya 1 million per head, hakuna siku wenye DP ashasema hiyo. That is number 1. Per head anasemanga 1 million per group, 1 million by seme bodaboda per head, kuna siku ijayo happen hivyo. Haya, ile nyumba ya mama enye unasema alicontribute pesa. If you go to recent clip, kenye hata huyu mama alikuwa anapika simu anasema akidrive gari akisema nataka DP akuja afungue nyumba. Hiyo inamaanisha hiyo nyumba iliisha, mpaka ile alikuwa anaitisha yeye mwenyewe the same DP mwenye alichangia pesa aenda afungue nyumba. So hiyo ngine ni propaganda. Hiyo nimemaliza. Na ukitaka vizuri
Let me finish by answering you, Manu. I'm saying that because I'm in a group, one of the groups that we contribute to those people who are less fortunate. And huyo mama alisema sisi ndio tumecontribute pesa ya kijana wake ni mgonjwa. And if you can go to your YouTube and search Shosho Wage Kandu, utaona we've contributed, awekewe madirisha, aliambiwa atanunuriwa ng'ombe, pesa haikufika. Hata mwenyewe anauliza na Kikuyu, Kaiwane ana besa itakinyire, mwenye ni Mkikuyu hapa ataelewa venye nimesema. Go and search on your YouTube. Aliuliza hivyo, kaidakererwo ng'ombe ginya kiorori kaitakeirwo. Hiyo anauliza hata ng'ombe niliambiwa nitanunuriwa iko wapi? Nyumba haikumalizwa madirisha. Anamuuliza kai gageikara nyumba eno dakwa. That means kwani nitaishi kwa hii nyumba, nitaingia kwa hii nyumba nikikufa, haujakuja kufungua na nyumba haikuisha. The other thing about the Githurai issue, you can Google from your YouTube and you will see that woman talking here. She's my friend and she's stating very well they were not given the 1 million. It's not propaganda. I don't go by hearsay ama propaganda. I speak sense and from what I've seen, sio vitu za kuambiwa. Mimi si wa propaganda. Thank you.
Sitaki kwenda Kane. That's why nanyamaza sana.
Sasa MCA.
Yes, sir.
MCA.
Siendi Kane. Ngoja kwanza mnipe time.
MCA Manu. MCA Manu, ningekuwa wewe na mimi si wewe, lakini ningekuwa wewe ninge collect your information.
That is why unipe nijibu hapo.
Hakuna kitu ya kujibu hapo. Wewe chukua hiyo
nimesema unipe
information.
time tu kidogo usikie venye nasema. Sawa.
Haya,
Madam,
sema basi.
sitaki kusema hakufanya hivyo ama haikufanya hivyo. Hata hiyo ngine nasikia tena akisema kuja amefungua nyumba, nilisikia kwa social media bado.
Mimi ni mwenyeji, niulize mimi ni mwenyeji, sawa?
Sikie sasa niseme. I have not been in that place, na ndio maana ninajua kulingana venye nimefuata kwa social media iliisha, na nimekuambia hivyo na siwezi sema zaidi hapo unless I go further, nifanye further investigation nijue, because I cannot trust you. Siwezi trust social media tena mpaka niende vizuri ngone. Wacha tuachie hiyo. Niende niangalie. Okay, sawa.
Wekesa, wacha nimalize. Umesema nikakuuliza vizuri kama ulikuwa Githurai ukaniambia huko. Then unasema mimi niko na propaganda and you've read something from the internet.
Kuna mtu amesema nimesema ni propaganda kweli.
Nani yako na propaganda? Mimi nimekwambia vizuri hakupatiana pesa, and because you've said you are not in Githurai, then you have to do your search. Saizi enda kwa YouTube.
I am going further kufanya investigation.
Umesema ni propaganda from social media. I'm not saying from social media. Sisemi kwa social media. Kama huyo mama anasema ya kununuliwa na pesa
propaganda bure.
Akauliza na Kikuyu gaikara nyumba dakwa kioro itakeiro kanyumba itagoriwa. Mimi ni mwenyeji na najua venye nasema, hata nimecontribute huyo mama. So let's not hatutaki mambo ya uongo.
Tumeelewa. Acha hiyo ishe.
Haya.
Sasa MCA.
Acha hiyo ishe.
Fred Kasudi. Mute. Tuache kuheckle. Manu, mimi ningekuwa wewe, lakini mimi si wewe. Vile huyu the lady ameongea, hiyo ni sauti kutoka kwa ground. Unajuanga ile mnasemanga unasikiza ground. Sasa hiyo ni sauti kutoka kwa ground. You don't even need to rebuttal that one. Unachukua hiyo information, unaenda kwa kama wewe ni mmoja wa wale decision makers. I don't know what your rank is. Kama wewe ni rank, kama wewe ni file. I don't know where you are. Unawapelekea hiyo information, nasema kuna hii kitu inatupiga kwa ground. So tafadhali,
nimesema mkubwa,
hata kuna haja kuongea, wacha kuongea.
Nimesema acha hiyo, sitaki kuingilia hiyo.
Naongea na mimi naongea.
Nafuatilia hiyo kitu. Kama mimi sitaki kusema because nikisema inaweza sema social media, nikisema siamini Shiko because ananiambia kwa Githurai kitoko ako huko Murang'a, so I cannot accept
not
kusema
in Murang'a. I've told you I'm in Kiambu County, and Kiambu County, Githurai is in Kiambu County, right? And also we have a group that we contribute on the less fortunate, and that woman showed up there. We were contributing for his son, and she stated very well, and it's on YouTube. Hajajengewa nyumba, and because maybe huwezi sikia Kikuyu, maybe you can find someone to interpret to you whatever she said. She said hakupatiwa pesa, ng'ombe hakununuliwa na nyumba haijamalizwa. So we contributed for the son, and also pesa ya kumnunulia madirisha, pesa ilienda wapi? Si hao wenye wako nao ndio walikula? Kama hata hiyo pesa kidogo wanakula, what about wakipewa pesa ya kufanya madevelopment kwa nini, kwa mashule?
Kikuyu ni Kikuyu tu, anaweza kuwa anataka pesa yake ya mfuko.
Of course, na kama
Are you
ni hiyo
serious?
You can't say that. Are you
Are you
serious?
MCA hapana. Hiyo MCA. Yo, na unasimama embakasi. Boss, hapana.
No, you should not even be on this platform.
Okay,
No.
let's mute. Let's
You
mute.
should apologize.
Let's mute. Let's mute. Able to mute.
Remember, we are
Able
not
to mute.
talking about.
Let's mute.
Lakini the lady,
Let's mute.
he's not
Let's
gen-
mute.
he's not
Let's mute.
genuine with my
Let's
question.
mute. Let's mute.
Yeah, sawa, let me mute.
Manu, I can tell you for sure, with that statement, you have lost a whole constituency of people who are supposed to vote for you, plus the deputy president, with the statement that you have just said. So if I were you, I would just withdraw the statement and apologize.
Aya, pole, munisamee.
Apologize. That is better. You're a young
I'm very
man.
sorry. I'm very sorry.
Okay, wacha, let's move on. Let's move on. Lusweti.
Lakini ameelewa kwanza.
Wewe nyamaza.
Good.
Lusweti.
Yeah, siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. Habari zenu? Mnanisikia?
Tunakusikia Nancy, endelea.
Uli moyo mai. Karibu.
Thanks. Saa mimi naweza sema kwanza ni kuwashukuru sana. Hiyo nayo sitakosa kuwashukuru. Mnafanya kazi nzuri sana 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 kuelimishana na kuini mioyo za wengine kutoka huko kwingine kuwaleta huko kwingine, na hiyo ndio tunataka. Sasa kulingana na venye mmeweka hii headline yenu, eti DP ameenda anataka kukaa kiasi nje. Mi naona DP ako na stress. Unaona, usione tu mtu anakimbia kwa rally alali venye walikuwa wanasema sijui ati DP ako na nguvu anakimbia rally sijui 1/3 what kwa mwezi mmoja, ilhali baba anaenda moja hawezani na mbio zake. Lakini baba ni mtu wa kupiga hesabu. Mi naona ni kama walikuwa wanamkeep busy afanye mambo yake yote, alafu sasa wakikuja wamuonyeshe siasa inafanywanga hivi, sababu yeye amekuwa na mbio sana. Unaona, yeye amekuwa na mbio sana na mbio zake ni kama hazizai matunda. For example, kama leo nimeona baba akiongea na nani akiwa Meru akijaribu kuongea na huyo Senator Lindure. Naweza sema huyu Lindure inaweza kuwa tu wakati wowote umuone Azimio. Wakati wowote unaweza mkuta tu amerudi Azimio. Sasa unaona watu wanahamahama kutoka huku wakirudi, kutoka UDA wakienda Azimio, of which yani walikuwa wameenda UDA, hawakukuwa na choice. Uhuru hakuwa amewapewa mwelekeo wengi wao. Sasa hizo naona venye mwelekeo inaelekea, watu wameanza kurudi Azimio, na DP asipochunga anaweza baki peke yake. Sababu wakati mwingine unaona DP akiwa kwa rally anasema ati anataka track record ya Raila iwekwe pale, alafu yake pia iwekwe pale. Yaani yeye anajiamini amefanya kazi nzuri sana kuliko Raila. Lakini tukisema tukwenda tu kwa ukweli, yale mazuri Raila amefanyia Wakenya wote, huwezi linganisha na zile mezes DB amefanya. Raila amefanya mazuri akiwa nje ya gava, na DB amefanya messes akiwa ndani ya gava. Je, tukimpea yeye ndiye akuwe mrithi wa nchi mzima, itakuwa aje? Ili hali yale mazuri yenye Raila amefanya nje ya gava, tukimpea chance apate ile kiti, nayo tutarajia mazuri gani kutoka kwa hiyo nini? Sababu unaona watu, sisi vijana especially kuanzia 18 to 35, wengine wanafuata tu DB but hawajui. Niliona hapa tu Mtembei TV hii public participation yenye wanatembeanga kwa vijiji wakiuliza una support nani, utapigia nani kura. Niliona kijana mwingine akiongea eti wakamuuliza eti kati ya Raila na Ruto unaweza pendekeza nani? Akasema kwa sasa sijaamua, but kwa sababu ukiona vita venye DP anapigwa vita, mimi ninaweza pea DP. Sasa mimi nikajiuliza, is that the reason unaweza pigia mtu kura uuze tu maisha yako kwa sababu unataka kuprotect mtu kutokana na vita anapigwa? Ani vijana hawafikirii, kwa sababu hawafikirii kwa nini wanataka kupiga kura. Wengi wao wanataka kupiga kura kuprotect TB ama kuonyesha, yani kusababisha Raila ni kama kulibisha kizazi kwa Raila. Ndio maana vijana wengi wamepotoka. Ukimuuliza tu vizuri, sema tu tangu TP aingie politics, nini tu amefight imesaidia Wakenya? Hakuna hata moja, apart from mambo tu yenye tunajua yenye imefanyika, maovu yenye tunasikianga, sijui kama ni ukweli, lakini hakuna tu kitu yenye utaweza sifu na hiyo DP useme ukweli DP amesimama hivi, amefanya kile, na hii ndio sababu naweza mpigia kura. Hapana. DP, yani sasa mimi najiuliza, vijana wetu hawafikiri. Hiyo tu ndio shida yenye tuko nayo, hawafikiri. Wanapiga kura kwa sababu wanataka kuprotect mtu, of which wewe una protect mtu na we maisha yako yanazidi kuwa vile vile, hakuna venye itakuja kubadilika. Mi huwa naambia mtu mwenye tu nikipata nafasi huwa nawaambia safari ya kesho huanza leo, na kama sio leo ni sasa hivi. There is no future in the future. The future is today and today is now. Hakuna venye utapanga maisha yako ya kesho, hakuna venye unataka maisha yako ya kesho yakuwe mazuri ilhali saa hizi haujajipanga, hauna mwelekeo, unakaa hivi. Lazima ufikirie ni nani atakuelekeza vizuri. Kitu si tunataka vijana, hata hatutaki sijui tupewe pesa ama nini. Kitu tunataka ni tupate environment, good environment yenye itatusaidia hata kama ni business ifanyike. Peace in the country itusaidie tukuwe na amani kwa nchi, na tufanye nini? Tung'ang'ane na life yetu benye huwa tunang'ang'ana kila wakati, unaona. Lakini tukisema ati tupigie kura kwa sababu unataka kulipisha kisasi juu ya mtu, sioni. Vijana tuamuke na tujiulize ni maisha gani tunataka ya kesho. Si ati unaamuka unaenda kwa barabara unangoja handout, unataka kupigia mtu kura. Hiyo handout yenyewe inakaa like mnaanza kuwa kama ni deni, of which VP hawezi lipa. For example, hizo pesa Shikua anasema hiyo imeisha, ni ile tu anaongea kufurahisha watu waseme. For example, huku Bungoma mwanzo kama hatujapata hii DAP yetu, watu walikuwa wanasema at least yeye anatoa, but baba ni mkono gamu. Sasa anatoa, at the end unakuja kupata watu wanalalamika. Sasa unashindwa hizi pesa zinaendanga wapi? Lakini ukiangalia hivi wakati anaongea pesa zinatolewa, lakini ni kama watu wenye wako karibu na yeye ndio tena sio wazuri. Alafu ukiangalia tena DP saa hizi tu ana mtu strong tu mwenye anampaka, hana tu watu strong. Hiyo ndio stress yako nayo. Alafu stress yako nayo zaidi kabisa hii mambo yenye imetokelezea juzi ya Linturi, na juzi tena venye amekuwa Pometi kutoka hiyo wilbaro yake ikatolewa, kumaanisha Kipsigis, na unajua Kipsigis hao ndio wengi katika Kalenjin Nation. Sasa yani sioni kama yani hata yeye ameanza kuona ni kama hata faulu hii kitu, ndio maana anakaa chini kwanza afikirie ni nini atafanya next, lakini si ati kuko na venye anapiga hesabu akuje sasa ashiki kina baba. Hawawezi, hawafaulu kabisa.
Wamalire yaya namwe
Oswet Kenya khupapa bana biboko ewe Fred solekha mama kachulanira bana bewe kwanza kama
Come to national bana. Mumechoma hapo. Msiende nyumbani sana.
Shiko
Okay.
do get kwaria by the way.
Nancy,
By the way, Temba.
Fred, nyamaza bana, mambo ya kuongea nini, tunataka lugha ya taifa tunaelewa. Asanteni
Temba,
sana kwa kukoroga lugha zenu. We appreciate you though. We are not saying it's bad. tuna appreciate lakini tunataka kuelewa pia. Yes, Shiko iko nini? Sema.
I'm not happy venye nani ameongea huyo MCA. So hatuko hapa ati mtu because ana agree ama ana disagree na huyo mtu mwingine analeta matusi ama kuonelea mtu anaongea venye anataka. First of all, if kama unajua lugha yenye unaongea sio sanifu, hapa sio mahali pa kuongea hivyo, cause kama itakuwa inafika matusi, si unaona watu watakuwa wanashindwa kucontribute, cause hatuko hapa tutusiane, na si lazima sisi wote tukue tuko Azimio la Umoja ama tuko UDA. Hatuko hapa kushindana, tuko hapa we are here to agree to disagree. Kama mtu hataki kusikia venye mwingine anasema ananyamaza, lakini sio kutusiana. We don't want politics za matusi hapa ama mafeelings ama watu wanaongelesha wengine vinataka. I'm not happy by the way. You should apologize
Hakuna matusi
again for what you
nimesema.
said. Yeah, you are wrong.
Hakuna
Because
matusi kindly.
at the end of the day, I have not also met Raila. Whether I'm voting for Raila ama Uhuru juu ni wa side yangu na simjui into person or whatever. So kuja hapa kuongea vibaya because mtu ana support mtu fulani si vizuri ama unatusiana. That's so bad. Hizo sasa ndio politics hatutaki za matusi. Kama uwezi tolerate the other person, you should just keep quiet. Sio matusi.
Matusi ni gani
Manu, wait, Manu. I have given you time, and you it was wrong when Shiko has tried to raise the idea that mlipokuwa mnaenda kucontributia huyo mama, whatever it is that was happening, you didn't see her tribe. But right now, you are busy saying whatever it is that you have said. It is wrong. I don't even know why you are even protesting that. And even in the comments, ukiangalia, people are not happy with you. So if you continue this forum, we don't tolerate that. That's why you see hapa kuna kila mtu from everywhere, and we don't even send nini tunasema mtu aina fulani, as long as you only need a phone and internet connection and ideas to share, only that. We don't even say that we kuja nini. So when you come here alafu unaanza kuongea ni kama you are disrespecting people. That is not right. We don't tolerate that here. So you're even trying to even contest that. I mean, it's so deplorable of you, and we don't tolerate that here, by the way. So if you want to continue that tangent, and as Shika said, she wasn't happy, that should be enough for you to withdraw, apologize, and if you still think you did nothing wrong, we will allow you to just go and take that, elsewhere, not in this forum.
Okay, let me see. For the last, I think this is my last bit. Okay. I was asked to answer. And I said, the answer to that woman, mwenye amechengewa.
Stone PK. We are starting to do our rounds. Tumeanza round 2. So tunaanza na
All right. Thank you very much, Themba, and Pole for that statement from our prospective MCA. I think he will ataendelea kulearn, you know, if he continues to interact with us in this forum on how to carry on business. My second round regarding our topic today, I'll just pick a few points that, you know, have been building on. It has come out clearly that, yes, the DP has taken a break, or he is taking a break. And that break, of course, is we can look at it from very many perspectives. But for me, it's a very good break because it will give us time away from a lot of mediocrity that has been running for the last 4 years, which had worried sober-minded people very, very, very much. For those who really know and who have kept tab as to how our politics has been building on and how our elections have always manifested in every period, I believe some of us were developing very, 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 you know, kind of nervousness that wengine hata tungekuwa wagonjwa, for those of us who know what has happened. Because the build-up has been really bad, and we've seen this. It had reached a time whereby now it was like wild dogs that are on the loose. Kuna wale wanakumbuka siku za T9. I would want to use that example. The two dogs that were, watu walikuwa wanasema tulitoka TZ. Na tulikuja tukakuwa wild, tukaingia, you know, all over this country. Oshago zote ilikuwa unaenda ukiona kakitu usiku unastuka. So tukashikwa na wasiwasi, na ilikuwa ina ukiumwa na hako ka T9 unakuwa T9. That is what it was. So basically some of us were very worried, ambapo hiyo ilikuwa imeenda sasa. We were wondering climax itakuwa aje. Kumbe climax ilikuwa itakuwa Eldoret. And thank God that really Kenyans came out in huge numbers to condemn that, because had we not, you know, provoked even the authorities to take serious action, these wild dogs, in quotes, excuse my language, and I'm not referring to individuals, that disease, hiyo barking ingeendelea, na hiyo biting ingeendelea, hiyo rhythm ingeendelea, which would have provoked every other, because ukiniita madoadoa na mimi natafuta namna ya kurudishia. So thank God that that has been brought to a break. Wacha ile walikuwa wanasema reggae ime stop. I think this trend, which was very, very, very wild, has stopped. Then the other thing is, of course, when we are being subjected to the type of leadership that we would expect. I mean, we saw this spontaneous thinking. Mtu anaamuka asubuhi, unaenda rally wapi, unaamuka, you're going. So Kenyans who are keen are now seeing what sort of a leadership we can get from such a candidate, that itakuwa hakuna style, hakuna form, ni kuamuka, unasema mama mboga, utaenda kuleta 100 billion. I mean, this is good. We are seeing this mediocrity 7 months before election day, and we are really going to style up, tutaunda hii counter from Saturday. We are going to really show Kenyans, you know, what it looks like. Hii wacha hii anasema ati he has done this and Baba has not done anything. We are going to juxtapose that as well. You know, when Baba from this time to this time, this time to this time, and Kenyans will compare. Then the other one is a point I think I should not fail to mention. All these things that our DP has been saying before he's going to break, that he's going to do X, Y, Z. Who stopped him from doing all those? Who stopped him from supporting Mama Mbogas? Who stopped him from supporting Boda Bodas? Who stopped him from designing modules that he felt are helpful to this nation. So again, during that break is when Kenyans will also review all the lies, all the blatant lies. The Kenyans will be able to see that this gentleman also is not for peace. This gentleman is for presidency, come what may. And yes, so generally Kenyans will also ask themselves, who ever stopped this gentleman from doing the things that he says he's going to do? So for me, it's a good break. Lastly, it is not a tactical move. It is not. It had to come to a halt because one, all the bullets in quotes have been exhausted. All the lies have been exhausted. The module bottoms up has been damaged. It has been deconstructed. So someone has to really sit again and rethink. All the experts who are part of that kind of theory, they backed off quickly when they realized it was a hula baloo. Okay, it is not a module. Even those who are referring us to books, to theories, and all that, it's not an economic module. And even if you want to call it an economic module for the sake of the DP and the rest, if you analyze it, it is what we have today. It is building capital at the bottom, having money at ward level, and then from there, then it will kind of create capital at the local mwananchi. So basically, there is nothing new other than confusion, and he is the master of confusion. So Kenyans will have time to review, review all those that has happened for the last 4 years. And I wish he would take a break of like 4 months, because by the time atakuta ile baba anasemanga kumepambauka na tunaenda State House. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stone PK, for your well articulated ideas, and indeed, we understand from your perspective what is going on. And for me, I'll just make one point. If he is retreated, I think for me it's a tactical retreat, and whatever it is that's going to come out of it, in war, you need to always have those moments where you retreat to check out if the script is going on. It was bound to happen because the DP goes to Kirinyaga instead of being introduced by Kirinyaga politicians. He's the one who introduces Kirinyaga politicians to speak. He goes to Nairobi instead of being introduced by Nairobi politicians. He's the one who introduces Nairobi politicians to speak. So who is organizing the rallies? He has to organize them. He has to make sure that who speaks. He has to be the one telling them. I think today at the Nairobi rallies where I was hearing him tell those who were speaking, time, bana, time, maliza, time, bana. You know, that should not be his role. You know, someone else should be doing that. And then they called him up to speak. So I found that a little desperate on his part as the key person. There should be people down there organizing stuff. So he just called to finalize. But now if he's the one who is saying time, bana, time, you know, I was a little, I found that a little not strategic. Now, straight on, I want to call Fred Kasudi for your second time submission. And then we go to Kinyo Eric, and then Patriot, and then Tony, and then Typewriter. Now, Patriot, you as one of the veterans in this place, I want to leave you to be in charge for about 40 minutes as I go home. Then I'll come back later, if you don't mind. So you can follow that order. Fred, Kinywa, and Eric, I know I'm trying to see if I can add you more people, but these people now have to remain here to help you because there'll be nobody to add people on. Wekesa has gone to bed. Those people who have the key have gone to bed. Bernard has gone to bed. Me, I'll be on my way. So these people have to be here with you. for the next 40 minutes to help you have the debate. So guys, don't drop out. Stay here. If you drop out, nobody will be there to add you. Patriot doesn't have the key. Okay, see you soon, guys.
Thank you. Have a blessed day because it's already morning.
Have a safe ride, Themba, wherever you're going. If you are going to Arizona, say hi to the folks on the way. Thank you.
Of course, yes. Okay. Mine, I think I'll be very brief, and I'll just speak some few things. Then I leave it from on that note. What I just wanted to say here is, whenever you see a champion, everywhere you will see a champion. Once he was a beginner, there is no way you can arise or you can fall from the sky and then you become a champion. No. So, and if you see that you are tired, if you think, if at all you are pursuing on a certain cause and you feel like you are tired, you don't quit. You have to retreat. You have to rest. And when you rest, it will help you to at least to put yourself together, and you evaluate yourself, and then you see where you have come from. If you have made some certain mistakes, those mistakes are really able, will you be able to correct it, or is it has caused a damage whereby, like what has been happening on few weeks, for the last 2 weeks, we have seen so many things taking place in yellow fever's camp, because as we are speaking right now, I don't think so. Even although they want to go for a break, but I don't think that they really want to go, because things on the ground, they are the one who always says that the things on the ground are bad. We are listening to the ground. So I wonder, which leader who listens on the ground, which leader who listens on the ground? Patriot. Sasa, my friend, hey, nimeona watu wamejipanga. Umejipanga na hizo malebo, okay, ni vizuri. Hata kama ni usiku, lakini inaonekana okay. Kuna mambo yenye, there are some things that you might unaweza fanya ukifikiria ya kwamba zinakujenga, ili hali ukute ya kwamba utakutuka zimekubomoa, zimekudistract, zimekutoa kwa ile mwelekeo ulikuweko. Sasa zinakuelekeza mahali pengine ambapo hata ukijaribu na mwanakani hutatoka kule. So as the recent things that has happened in the rallies, starting from Eldoret, you know, the funniest thing with these our competitors is that they always copy what we do. They don't have their own ideas. They don't have completely. They wait, we do something, then they copy it. They want to take it somewhere else. They waited, we went to Kasarani. Now they thought that, if we want ours to look unique and popular, let us do it in our backyard, in our backyard, so that we will send a message that we are popular and we are big, which is a lie, a total lie. Because if you saw the people who attended that rally, 95, in fact 99%, 99.00%, they were coming from not even entire Rift Valley. Maybe some few people from Bomet, and then Nandi, then you came here in Wasunigishu, then Trans Nzoia, some few of them, and then we have the confused people from Western, a little bit like my friend, my best friend, Malala or who. And I like the strategy that TP is using. When we say that he's a vengeful person, people, they thought that we were joking or we are just putting words in his mouth. You see, a TP, because he knew very well that Boni Khalwale is somebody who can, every time he open his mouth, you lose something. When he open his mouth, you lose something. Right now, people are just mocking Boni Khalwale that now, as an old man, now you are the one person who is washing dishes in Sogoi. Every day you are now have remained a baker because Malala has come and taken his role. Right now, Boni Khalwale, he has nothing to do. It's just going to sit in the courts of TB in Sogoi, waiting. Maybe he can give him something.
Fred, just a second. Tony, is your mic on or it's not on? Tony, how are you? How are you doing?
Hi, how are you doing, sir? Happy New Year to you all.
Happy New Year, brother. You're welcome. Thank you. It's been a while.
Yes. It's a new year, and I hope everybody had a good celebration. And as we have welcomed this new year, the electioneering year, there is a lot of hopes and a lot of anxieties too at the same time.
Yeah, we tried to celebrate ourselves, but you didn't send your dollar anyway. It's all right. We didn't get your dollar. Probably it would have been better.
You know, I've been busy, and I know I'm not late, or better late than never, but I'm around.
You're welcome, my brother. You're welcome. I just wanted to be sure that your mic is not on, so that it doesn't have a, an interruption that will make our friend not contribute well. Check on your mic, Tony. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, back to you, Fred.
So as I was saying, Mr. Our dear deputy president is a very vengeful person. He makes sure that once he bring you closer to him, he makes sure that you will never rise again, because he will do the same thing he did to Ngirishi. He brought Ngirishi. Ngirishi spent a lot of money on TPs, the way she explains. And then all of a sudden, now she went back and then bring his old colleague, Anna Waiguru, Minji. So then when Minji came in, then the house became hostile. So it was a must. You cannot put those two ladies under one roof and you expect things will be good. No, one must supposed to go out. So that is the strategy that TP wanted to use to finish Boni Khalwale. Then when we come on what is happening right now, TB amekuwa tinted, yani amepakwa matope yenye I don't know tutamsandaisi na nini ndio akuja akue sawa, because hata tukimpatia sandaisa I don't know, I don't think if at all he will come up clean. Huyo anafaa tu apewe sijui jiki ama afanyiwe nini, but we wish him all the best. Akienda kurelax, let him relax well, and then let him strategize, because we believe that when you get tired you don't quit, because as long as you know that you are pursuing on a certain course, if you get tired, you don't quit. You go, you retreat, you don't change the strategy. But it has been his habit to change every time he goes underground. He come with a new model, because we started with the hustler narrative. When he saw that hustler is not selling, he went back. He came with this what we call bottoms up. I don't know, bottoms up or madaconomics. I don't know. after this one, I'm very sure when he
Fred,
comes
I'll
back,
throw you
he'll
out.
come with us.
I'll throw you out, Fred. Mark your, check on your language. I'll throw you out. This is your first warning. Thank you, Fred.
I don't. You caught what I said? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to use that one because by the way, it's a terminology which is in the public domain. I'm not the one who is using it. I got it from somewhere in public domain. Anyway, I didn't mean to use that one, but it called bottoms up. Okay. Can you explain that word? Kwanza mulu bukusu. Can you change that word in Kibukusu and then I will understand you very well. Bottoms up. What is bottoms up in Swahili or in Pukusu? Huh? So that I can understand you very well.
Okay, order, Fred. You have 30 seconds to finish. We go to somebody else. Please do so.
In fact, I'm done. I'm done, bro.
Fred, wewe unaniepa sawa. All right. Okay, thank you. I think we go to Kinywa. Are you doing your second contribution or your first one?
I'm doing the second.
Well, I want to ask for your indulgence.
Okay.
Kinywa, unmute, Kinywa. I'm asking for your indulgence now that Tony is here and we don't seem to have much numbers. If you may just allow Tony to do his first one, then he can join us to do the second ones together. Am I allowed for that? Do you allow that, please?
Yeah, I do. Let's Tony contribute.
Thank you so much. Tony, the floor is yours.
Yes. I hope you can hear me. Hello?
Very well, sir.
We can hear you, Tony.
Yes, once more again, I wish everyone a happy new year 2022. And as we look forward to having our day on the ballot to elect the leaders that we so much desire. And the most important thing is that what do we really need in a leader? What are the qualities of a good leader? Well, I've seen the topic you have for today. However, I am not surprised that the good learned friend, the deputy president, has taken a break because he really so much needs it. He's so much tiring after the 4 years of running for the campaign as if the election day was just yesterday or tomorrow. I was taken aback of the new deals that occurred in the DP's camp a few days ago. The UDA faction has been fallen by so much fatalities, especially from parliament. You saw how they were fighting and how much they were bruised. Go back to that where Linturi spoke. Actually, I was listening him live, and when I heard him spoke that word, sure, I said, "Wow, sure, did he speak that?" And after he finished speaking, actually, he went back to the podium and tapped the president, but the vice president, deputy president, tapped him. I'm sure he said thank you for the talk. But I don't think they realized what kind of damage that the gentleman did immediately. The people analyzed the kind of speech that the gentleman gave, and it was really appalling, especially given that the history we have of that terminology that was used during the 2007 and 8 kind of skirmishes of all the kind of fight our people had. Now, yeah, him going, you know, the taking a break is as good as a rest. And of course, you know, sometimes even the engine, when it has run so much, it may run so hard. You have to stop the car and at least cool down a little bit. I think that's what he is doing. You know, just like remember when Baba had so much to do. There's a time he came back and somebody came up with that slogan, Baba, when you were away, this happened, ABCD happened. So we hope that the Holy Spirit can also bring the deputy president back and to come back with some other goodies or good information after arresting for so long. Of course, we wish him the best. However, you know, he's a worthy opponent to run against the Baba, and what he's trying to bring to the people. I know he means well, but unfortunately, the battalion around him is the wrong one. There is so much egocentrism. Their egos are so high for nothing. And I think there are so many faces in his in UDA camp that are in conflict when I look at it from a side. One, there is a power, fighting for power, and people are trying to overwork each other to make sure that they have a stable footage on this camp. Remember, the way this UDA was formed, it was a rebellion from how the Jubilee was conducting its affairs. They have never had leadership election, or they do not have leaders other than the deputy president himself. Some people believes that Nonok, Governor Nonok, is the leader, and some others believe maybe people like Indwale will be there. And also remember also the backyard here from Rift Valley, those guys like Sudi or the Uasin governor and even Mulkomen, they would not allow outsiders to take care of that party. There is a struggle for power. And that's why you are seeing even it was very much unwelcoming to the Isaac Ruto faction when they had that meeting. And also, there is also the financial part that the party is right now, should it be struggling on how it has to bring itself up or sustain its operations, because the party, of course, did not have enough kitty or good kitty to start up. It must have been started from the private donors or individuals donating to the party. And right now, that is why people like Ingrizi may be very bitter, because they must have given out their part of their wealth to the party, and now they are not treated well. And sometimes people like even Linturi, even if he is messing like so, they are a little bit more careful how to treat him, because we do not know how much he has contributed to the party. And going forward, of course, they have also to make sure that they cannot lose some members. So I think those are among, yes, yeah, those are some of the reasons that I can give. I will stop there because I have to take care of something here a while and then come back.
Okay, allow me to say this before we bring in another speaker. The way we want to go as a country, it is very obvious that most of the Kenyans are determined to go the extra mile to do the right thing, to see that this country ends up in the right hands. And to me, that is encouraging. It is a good thing. I am not a worried Kenyan, so I just want to use this opportunity to tell Kenyans that there is no room for worry. There is no room for intimidation. God is in control. There is no room for autopiloting. Tony, unmute. Unmute, Tony. Yeah, thank you. There is no room for autopiloting. There is always somebody in control. And we should accept that at some point, even when you're flying on high waters where you've never gone to, I'm sure Tony will be of great experience value here. The first time you made your flight from Kenya to those far countries, that flight was was quite memorable. People like Fred Kasuti, you know, the direction you are living in, some of those airlines were not very safe those days. If you went those days, there were times when some of these airlines, we were so worried. If you remember, we used to have Air France, we used to have, now we have Ethiopian airline. There was a time when you had no option. Those are the airlines that you have to use to that direction, because if you're going to Middle East, definitely the main airline is the one that will take you there. So you cross your hands and your heart. Some of you are not even Christians. You know, that's when you want to pray God to take care of you, and even of the unknown. You learn to pray, even when you've never been prayerful. Because up there, you know, you feel like the plane is really giving you experience that you've never known. You want to see the clouds to show you the speed of the plane. And you come to realize that up there, the plane is moving and you might not see it. So you could be wondering in your head, my goodness, in ndege engine imekwama. Then you imagine of all the things that goes with that. This is the situation sometimes where we find ourselves, when we see the country not going correct. We are wondering, is the election going to be a peaceful one? We are doing it, yes, but are we really sure that we will still be here as a country? I want to use this opportunity to say there is no room for autopilot. There is room for a pilot who is in control, and that we can always, assure Kenyans, because the God we believe in and the God that we pray to is a living God. And for sure, when some of us insist that Baba's moment has come, I think we mean it. Allow me to bring in somebody, but before I do that, I want to throw this question to Stoney. Last time, PK, I talked about something I wanted us to clarify. So if you did that homework, I'll be very happy to know. You remember I raised something that I had observed. Baba's birthday this year was 77th year. The election is going to be on the month of August 8. The date for the election is on 9th. The announcement of the result will be on 10th. So there is 7, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I think you PK, if I'm not wrong, I don't find you a very fast student from literature. So I left that last time. I don't know whether you did some homework on that. If you can wait slightly before we come back to the topic. I don't know whether you did that, my brother PK.
Oh, I'm sorry, brother Patriot. I didn't do that homework. It escaped my mind. Maybe we could still revisit, since we are every day on this forum. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, thank you. Then I think I get it. I get it. We will skip that for now. But I'm sure those who have had it, there was that puzzle. there was there was that there was that imaginary meaning of that is still out here. So we thought maybe we could bring something, because I think it's not a coincidence, as you've heard, even I go through it. Miaka ya baba ni 77. Election itafanywa mwezi wa 8. Tarehe ni 9. Results zitaletwa tarehe 10. I found that curious. It is a bit of something one will want to think through. Does that have a meaning? That kind of an arrangement, 7, 7, 8, 9, 10. 7, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't know, but as Stone has put it, let's leave it at that. Probably
it has a big meaning, bro. You don't
Fred
see it?
Semabasi.
It has a big meaning. 7, letter number 7. What is it stands for? It's an accomplishment letter. Namba ya utimilifu. So nyinyi, you have been saying, this is the time, oh, this is the hour, oh, this is the... Sasa, that one, actually, it's the number ya utimilifu. That's why you had those people who attended the private party in Karen. They will tell you that at that time, His Excellency President, as he entered in the arena until he left the arena, the party, he was referring to Raila as who. So he took that opportunity to rubber stamp that now it has come to pass. It is true. Na Amani akaambiwa enda ukaoke ukajichovye mtoni mara 6, mara ya 7 utapata uponyaji. Haya, Yoshua akaambiwa sunguka Yeriko mara 6, mara ya 3, mara ya 7, mushangilie na mupike kelele, sababu hiyo ni nambari ya ushindi. Mwaka wa 7, ambao ndio mwaka wa 7, katika ufalme wa Farao akaota ndoto, na hiyo ndoto ikatafsiriwa na Yusufu kwa kusema ya kwamba kuna miaka 7 ya njaa na kuna miaka 7 ya shibe. Inamaanisha nini? Nambari 7 is very well articulated in the Bible, which means ni namba yenye iko na maana kubwa sana. So 77, me I can see is we are on the right track when we say that it is the time and it is the hour. So let us be ready to celebrate it. Yeah,
Okay, let me, because now you decided to weigh into that. Let me give my hypothesis on that, PK, and then probably we get back to this. I think you're not very far from that. The fact that I was the one who identified that, I didn't want to be the first one to contribute. Maybe you will think Patrick is doing a makeup, is making up stories. But I'm happy that Fred, you've seen something. As a person who is Christian, I am brought up from a Christian background, as an Adventist, to be specific. I also understand, from a biblical point of view, what 7 stands for. Let me try to deduce the meaning from what is going through my mind. 7, correctly, I agree with you, Fred. 7 stands for completeness. It is the climax of everything, and this is very clear when you read the story of creation from Genesis. You will see that God, worked, dedicated His time and energy and focus to creation for 6 days. Then there is the meaning of 7 after 6. He talked about a day that he blessed, a day that he dedicated to look at his creation, and he said, "This is nice. We have done it." You know, it is actually the celebration. Besides completion, it comes with celebration. Okay, that's in Genesis, the seventh day. Now, 8 biblically stands for the beginning. The beginning. And of course, the beginning has the marking of the end of the previous trajectory. So, of course, by the time you go to the first day, it means you are from the 7th day. You've completed the week and you're going to the first one. So if 8 is anything to go in that direction, then 8 is actually the first day. It's the first day. And that first day means, putting life into the lifeless, giving hope to where it's not, and bringing order. Yes, you remember creation, bringing order to a vacuum. That is the month of August. I'm talking about 8, the month of August. Now 9. 9 talks about the preparation to the finality. The activity to the finality is now, in my view, the election day, when everybody is into the game. It is the 11th hour. You want to make sure that everything is ordered. If you're in a classroom, maybe in high school, you want to make sure that your index number, your name, all that is correct, because you're told you have 2 minutes to go. So those are the things you look at your paper before you submit it. So 9 is the D-Day. Is the D-Day to make sure that you are on the right path, on the right side to be examined. So 9 is the examination day, in my view. Then 10th, you get the results. But what is the correlationship between 7, 7, 8, 9, and 10? The correlation. The correlation gives me continuity of a subject that falls into place in that order. So Raila Amolo Odinga turning 77, if I will interpret from that school of thought, it means the year of 77th birthday, the 77th birthday of Baba, is the year he gets the right code to be a leader. It is the right code to leadership. That code, that number, that coding, because 7, 7, 8, 9, 10 is a code. It's like a PIN number. He has now the key to enter to status, because it has fallen into order. That's what I think. Now I think we have opened up that. Tony, you must say something. Say something now. We continue from there.
Yeah, thank you once more again. I'm not sure whether I have a lot to speak about the figurative meaning of the numbers. However, what I will speak on, I will continue to suggest something, to say something about the future of the UDA in relation to Azimio la Umoja.
Tony, sorry for interjection. I meant PK. I meant PK. If you may excuse me, I'd ask for PK to say something and then we come back to you. PK, it is actually you that I was referring to.
Oh, thank you, Patriot. Yeah, let me weigh in before Tony comes in. Thank you very much. Yeah, now, after you have given that kind of elaboration, it makes a lot of sense. Because if you look at what has happened all along Baba's life, you reflect or you go into the insight, you will come to a conclusion that this is a leader that here humanly, he had already been made. Okay, but it tells you that all the hurdles that he has come across, the barriers, the stressful situations that have hindered him from being elevated to power, has been beyond the common making. And sometimes most of us believers know that God works through people. Satan as well works through people. Because when it comes to, let's say, when you talk of things like other people violating others and all that, we say, oh, Satan has done it. But in real sense, you have accepted to be used by this power called Satan. When you do good, people say, oh, this man is a man of God and he's helping people and all that kind of a thing. So in Baba's situation, we see a deliberate interference of his flow towards leadership. Despite us human beings doing what we are kind of supposed to do, going into elections, voting for him as per the human power, then the devil or whoever it is comes and uses the same human beings who are in authority to curtail for him from ascending to that position. But again, everything that has a beginning has to end to some extent. It has to climax to a certain time. And humanly, we may have seen it as too long. When we are saying Baba has tried, he has attempted to get to power 4 times, to us, it looks like it's a long time. But the superpower, it is not a long time. Okay? It is a few seconds. But for us, 20 years, we think it's just too much. And that's why they say karma has power. Now it is his karma that has happened. And probably, even the way you have described those numbers, probably it is the right time, because they are all indicators. There was a team I was discussing with the day before yesterday, and they were laughing when I told them, if I was asked, I would say, we don't need any elections, because without being biased, I think the time has come, humanly and also superpower. Our God has actually said, this is the time that this country gets this man to lead. And there are things, there are what we call indicators as to why actually this is the right time for Baba to lead us. The situations that have preceded this time are very difficult. Truth be said, this country is undergoing situation that we have never experienced before. We may kind of sugarcoat and say the economy and all that. We may give excuses of COVID and all that. But this is the most difficult time. Just like the phase 1 of 24 years of Moi, it needed a real integral president to be able to remove us from where we have been dumped for 24 years. Likewise, the 10 years of jubilation has been 10 years of mediocre, 10 years of crying, 10 years of tears. Opposite of jubilation, the extreme opposite. Because right now, almost everyone is crying. Middle class going down, we are all crying. Now, you cannot afford to get somebody who will get in and start dilly-dallying with the situation as it is, because the situation is already worse. The situation needs a very sober mind that will come and do, what we will do, economic surgery, in order to salvage Kenya or our people, because we are at the ICU. The economy is at ICU. So it needs people or a team that will come with very robust formulas to be able to resuscitate us from the very severe condition we are in. God loves this country, and I've always said it was reaching rapture. But now, because I think Kenyans are believers, we pray, and I think from what we've gone through, I've come to be convinced that God really loves us, and that's why we are getting this savior in the name of Baba. Because you can imagine if we were to give this to UDA, you start gambling and guessing, with this called whatever they are called, bottoms up thing. It's like guesswork. You continue gambling and guesswork when the economy is at ICU. It would be serious issues, because right now, if by 8th we are not salvaged by Baba, this poverty would now cause what people would not want to see: revolution. The country was at the verge of a revolution, and that is the truth. It should be said. Had this continued, if the handshake had not come, with all the bitterness and pain and poverty, I'm telling you, we would be talking of different things. So it's God who has saved us, and I would go with what you have said. The numbers are indicators, and the time is now. Our Savior is here. Thank you, Patrick. Over to you.
Thank you so much, my brother. I always find you reasonable and quite clear on the way you bring out your points. I want to tell you, I actually enjoy listening to you every time you're here. It is very good to say so. And where credit is worth, put it that way. I mean, I'm straight shooting. I like the way you do it, and you're a very clear person. People will agree with us that when they listen to you, you come out very clear. Now, before I throw it back again, let me just let the cat out of the basket so that people are out there to digest. I have a thinking out of this, and for sure, since I have a conviction and I'm a Christian, I will do something as a Kenyan who supports Baba. That I will do, but at some point I'll let you what that means. But the entire thing is this: the winning code that is coming out for Baba, now speaking spiritually, is 55, 77, 8, 9, 10. Baba is going for this election the 5th time. He has brought in the very important fundamental issues that is bankrolling to Kenyans, the U5. So I see 5s, 2 of them, so 55. I have 77. We have 8, 9, 10. The 55, I want to add it to the explanation that we have given so that it has the correct flow. What is very important in the observation here, if you are to look at that from spiritual point of view, perspectively speaking, is that 6 is missing. 6 has been replaced by 5, okay? Because it should have been 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like that. 6 has been replaced. For those who understand the Bible well, 6 stands for Satan. That's a satanic number. So it is. I'm feeling in my heart that we are getting it clear that this election will happen without the interruption, without the element that is attributed to satanic activity. So 6 is missing. You can see it. So there is 5, 7, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it tells me that Baba will become the president of this country without us shedding blood. We will have the harmony. It's completion of the order that we've been looking for. It's high time that our economic activity went back to other countries, to the level other countries went. Singapore were with us. South Korea, they were with us. We lost it. So this is the time we are coming back. And one thing that has happened, Satan has been struck out of this order. So I'm thinking of generating these numbers for other, merchandise for Baba, where we'll have 55, 77, 8, 9, 10 to be the right code for those who support Baba. That's what I'm thinking. I'm convicted that that's the order of stuff. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Tony, let's get to you now, Tony.
All right. I think you are good in the figurative prophecies of numbers. Yeah, I won't attempt to do that. Yeah,
I know you're an engineer unless you do reverse engineering. that is of course food for another table. Thank you. It's all right, Tony.
Yeah, let me say that it kind of looks like the good UDA followers, the way it started and the way it's going, it was not organized well, and the way it is being led, there is no definite organization. Everybody is juggling to get the attention of the deputy president, who is the persona beneficiary of the leadership. Now, for me, I think he has taken a break so that they can meditate and contemplate on what they have done and where they're heading to see on their successes and failures and the challenges. And I think the group was so much scared of this Linturi thing because it kind of became more sensitive, and the ego's eye of the ICC is very alert on the same. And anything small can trigger big problems for the UDA faction. So it was very necessary for them to take a tactical retreat so that they can put their house in order. Now, to me, already this is self-inflicted wounds, especially the way the deputy president has been banning himself for the last 4 years almost now. And he has created a lot of enemies, and a lot of criticism have been leveled upon him. And another thing, the financial part is really a problem to them right now, and especially with the IBC ruling that the money should not be exchanging hands in laris. So this is a big problem, especially to the UDA followers, and also the facilitation part on the ground, which is they were doing in public. Now they have otherwise to do it in a very secretive place. It is a timing bomb that those young people are going to fight physically in public because of those funds that are not clearly defined. Because he used to give money. So it's very important. There's a lot of problems when you compare it to now ODM, now Azimio la Umoja with the rest. Actually, it is being energized, and it is organized the way it is going. There is no one person beneficiary in the whole faction, and they are trying to share the cake, and they are trying to steer the country forward in a unified manner rather than a very individualistic or proprietorship kind of leadership. The ground, the political terrain is rough, especially when as candidates you go to the ground. Our people have been galvanized or conscientized that they ask you for kitu kidogo directly, and they can even block you on the way not to move away till you do something. And now this is a big problem. I was looking at the last Larry he had, the way it was disorganized. People were just literally everywhere, and people were fighting to the pulpit, even the candidates trying to say a word to their people. Those people were not there for nothing. And the people have to be managed in such a way that they do not revolt, and that will be a loss of votes. So there is so much analysis which we can learn on how to run a campaign, but I specifically have noted that the deputy president is tired as a person. And the UDA faction is disorganized. It is disorganized because You know, even if the Rinturi, they say he apologized on behalf of Rinturi. Me, I'm yet to see a clip where Rinturi is apologizing himself. I've not heard him. What I've seen him say that
in fact, Tony, in fact, Linturi retracted. He actually retrieved, you may like, he actually withdrew the apology. By yes, he did withdraw his apology. He regrets on the apology. If whatever I read is anything to go by, immediately after I did the apology, I think he was advised by his lawyer that was not the right way to go for it. But you see, the DP had already picked a trajectory of being apologetic. So I don't know whether you know, PK, I don't know whether you noticed that, because the main media ran the story of Linturi disowning his apology, actually, if I got it right.
Okay.
Yeah, Tony, it is true what Patriot is saying. And this is the confusion that is with this gentleman from the UDA side. You know, he actually was advised by his lawyer. I think so, because there was an interview that followed of Mr. Harvey and Senator Kajwang on Citizen TV. And it is Wahiga that was interviewing them. And Wahiga asked Mr. Harvey whether, because Mr. Harvey had tweeted immediately on the issue of Madoadoa, and I can't directly quote what he said, but it was to the effect that he did not see, you know, anything that was so inciting about Madoadoa, about Lintuli's statement. And he was asked again, so do you regret about it? And he said no, he cannot regret about it. And the day before is when now Lintuli had also almost, answered almost the same. So to me, it looked like it is Harvey, who is actually the lawyer of UDA and among others, that might have advised him not to, because they now don't believe that that was anything, you know, bordering on incitement or hate speech. So it is true. It's only now the president who went to Bomet and also, and even the way also the deputy,
the deputy president. Because we don't want that title to get to him any soon. It is the
deputy. I'm sorry about that. It's only the deputy when he went to talk about it. Also, if you scrutinize it, it's not like it is an outright apology, because the deputy said the statement was regrettable. You know, that can be replayed and you analyze. My problem with the UDA side is that there is a lot of pride on rejecting the obvious. You know, you lie so boldly, you say this 1 minute, and you asked about it, you decide to again put a lot of other flowers and sugar to, you know, and this is what we really don't want. We want people who can stick to their words.
PK,
if you offend, you say sorry.
And PK Alua from Harvard will say circumvent.
Exactly. So this is a problem we have, and I'm thanking God that again we have 7 months to go, and we will be able to really scrutinize most of these statements. We will scrutinize the people who are uttering these statements, and as we go on, also we'll be able to tell who is really for Kenya and who is really for let's say chaos, or who doesn't really care because of selfish thing. While I'm at that, I would also want to comment on what Tony has just said, that there is the tiredness on the side of DP, and in fact the entire team, because again they have been wild. And again, their approach also is very frustrating because it was based on handouts. We are going for a meeting because we are handing out money. So that activity is not sustainable. And I had one of my candidates in my area. He was going for governor. Actually, he's the one who introduced that DP module, DP module of panga laini, kitu kidogo. So this gentleman, I will not call his name, he came to our county and he introduced that 2013. Okay, so now he was known that anytime his helicopter is seen in the air, motorbikes, people on wagons and everything would move out towards where that helicopter was going to land. So he would land, people would queue, he gives them money, haraka. So as soon as he takes off, they ask where he's going to land next. And they would move, borders can really move. And within that election time, he came and realized that he was, money was being recycled and, it was endless. He tried that 2017, he never got the seat. Now, this time around, he came and he told people, I'm very sorry, what I was doing, I'm not going to do it this time. You know what people have said? They've said, you go to hell. You showed us that when we see you, we see handouts. So, hautatuona kwa meeting yako. So and that is a culture that I think I'm praying Baba gets into power, because I know when Baba comes in, it will be like Kibaki time. Hakuna mambo ya sitting or going to queue ndio ngoje 300 200. Money will be huku kwa, kazi, fanya kazi, get your money. There is money in the bank, there is money in the, in the businesses and all that. I'm praying so much for that, because we had gotten it right during Kibaki and Baba's time. Only that we were plunged back into that, pangalain thing by the regime that came. So it is true, those activities are very exhausting. These guys are tired. All of them are very tired, because you can imagine doing 35 rallies. 35 rallies in a week. Na unaropokwa tu kitu moja, very tiring statements. There is no, when you are talking constructive speech, it takes you 5 minutes and you put your points up. But now you talk for 35, 40 minutes and you are just talking about two things. How watu wa hii watu ya hii. Yeah. And then you are running all over to go give money. People are shouting at you. And the deterioration, I had earlier indicated that, emotionally, when you see from popularity, now you are going towards being heckled, that hits you. It hits you physically and mentally. Okay, so really, they need a break. Thank you.
Yeah, PK on the same, before Tony also weighs into this. I want to agree with you that these guys look like they're tired. They are actually, they're worn out. Is it this, the prophetic statement from a literature student point of view, coming to the fulfillment, the statement that the president alluded to when he was in Kakamega? Where was that? That was in Nakuru. He said, this is a marathon. It's not a sprint. You're moving at a speed like this thing is 100 meters. You're going to do several kilometers. Wewe utaenda hapo pa mbio zako, fike hapo unachoka, mzee atoke nyuma aste na kupite. I am seeing also, if I may paraphrase this to put it into the context of spiritual spiritual undertaking, I want to say that it is also clear that people in position, be it in the world we are living or spiritual, structural arrangement, when we talk about the order of leadership, I think we are told that we need to respect those who are in leadership. They are the figureheads. They are the father figureheads of the order of the day. And the Bible acknowledges, the Bible respects, the Bible is very identifiable. You know, these are things that are identifiable with the Bible and what matters of spiritual growth is concerned. So I'm in my paraphrasing of this analogy, I think it is time that those who have not respected their fathers politically are getting punished. Because yes, the Bible says those who are fathers, they also make their mistakes. But when we go out of the way to ridicule their missteps, to ridicule the mistakes that is attributed to how they have run the show as leaders, as our fathers, that mishandling of the interpretation that almost comes out as a demeanor, as a people who don't respect those who are in authority. I think this is a revelation that the punishment is coming home to those who have not seen this. And it's a revelation that what the elders say, be it a curse or a blessing, that comes to pass while you're still alive. So probably this tiresomeness, this getting, burning out of your fuel, fuel is you're running out of fuel. That reminds you, I'm sorry, today we are getting too spiritual. That reminds me of the wanawali kumi wale, 5 of them went in with their lamps and lit them and danced around, without knowing that they were burning out their fuel. Their fuel will not take. In fact, that is the right example. PK, if I really emphasize, that is the right example. Huyu ni mwanawali ambaye amekuja nguo zake akajipima vizuri, amejichocha, if you may like the language of vijana, akajichocha, akaingia kwenye ile hall, amedance, amewasha taa zake. Remember today, PK, we have an issue of blackout, hatujakuwa na stima. So if you started burning your candles much earlier without knowing how long the power will take before it comes back, you will easily end up losing this at the very moment when power is actually not there. So I really think there's a lot of spiritual definitions and significance in what we are seeing in relation to this topic, because I can see fuel burning out. I can see people who thought they will be in the party. The party is near, is almost here. We are just a few months to the party. They seem to be losing the mantra that propels them to the speed they wanted to move at. So this is in resonance with what the president said. I think my lesson, if I was to learn from that as an individual, PK and my brother Tony, is that never despise the elders, never despise those who are in authority, never despise those who talk from authority point of view. Because in a way, the spiritual knowledge shows that you can be punished, be it directly or indirectly, be it out of ignorance or a misstep in the course of your planning. So that wisdom is lost somewhere here, so that the prophetic statement is fulfilled. That's what I'm saying. Yes, Tony.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a very rich kind of analysis in terms of knowledge. You see, if you look at Raila Odinga's caliber of politicians are the old generations. Of course, Akina Kibaki, he worked with Moi, all the people he has worked with. Ruto will come down the road as somebody he mentored or he brought up in politics. Now look at a few figures who were a few days ago when they were well with the Baba, how they kind of shined in the national politics. Akina Ababu Namwamba, even Akina Palala. You can remember there was a time they were young turkeys, and these people were really very good. They were respected in the national politics. There are some people, without even mentioning the names, who will not be be visible in the national politics anymore because they miscalculated. but still Baba is still there. Now, the only person who has dared Baba in politics is the deputy president, but he has also done this, trusting and believing in his resources, his wealth. And that is what has really, that I think that was the motivation, because he was using his resources to buy support of these other young politicians on to his side. Now, he was doing that because some of them he fought for them so much to enter to the government, and imagine all his people he put in the government. All those ministries from maize, from going to the ports, going to the treasury, everywhere, how they performed. And those were very good sources of income. Yes, so give me about 10 minutes, I'll come back. Let me just, kuna wananchi hapa wananitaka.
No, thank you. I know Themba is almost back. I hope so. He doesn't leave us kwenye mata. These local guys are really complaining. Out there, we don't have the keys. Wengine wanasema Patriot we ni kiongozi bure kabisa, hata una kifunguo ya kutuweka. Joe has really hit on me. Oh, these guys are interesting. But they will not intimidate me next time. If there is no key, we will still talk. Because I am sure if they had a way to do it, we will have continued. Now, PK, I want you to bring up to speed and up to perspective. If you were to say things are falling apart, in as far as UDA is concerned, like what would you say if you were to address yourself to things falling apart, in as far as the tactics and the general, undertaking of UDA party is concerned? Maybe address yourself to that.
Yeah. Before I come to that, Patriot, I would want to complete that analogy which you brought in about the old, the respect, and the kind of natural, other than even going religiously, natural African way of upbringing, actually, which has never changed, and it is embedded on the Bible as well, that we have to respect those who are older than us, those who are our bosses, those who are anybody who is slightly ahead of you. You have to hold him or her with the due respect. And the opposite of that, like from our cultural point of view, is your things don't go well. Whatever things you might find, you are, because you want trying this, it's failing, you try this, it's failing. And that is what now in our African culture, and also in terms of the Bible, was interpreted as curse. Because a curse is when you, like my son comes to me and tells me, we Buddha, hakuna kitu unajua. You see, one, I'll have something will, pierce my heart. That this boy that I brought to this earth tells me, Daddy, hakuna kitu unajua, nyinyi ni watu wa zamani. So one, he has closed me off any advice that I would tell him. He closes me all the years that I came on earth before him. He tells me all what I saw before he came on earth, then it's all nothing. This culture is what has been promoted so seriously by the leader now of UDA. He's the one also who started the narrative. Wacha tusiache kuambiwa tusiambiwe maneno ya historia, maneno ya kitendawili. I mean, even in our culture, kitendawilis and all those phrases are what are used to educate and show young people the way. Paraphrasing that, and then we interpreting the narratives, hapo zamani za kale. Those are the way that, kind of education that is disseminated to young people. How would you become a manager in a department, when you don't want to be told what that department entails, you know, how it was created, what it does. I mean, what briefing can you have if it's not touching on the past, present, so that you prepare for the future? So that curse has befallen on some section of our populace, and that is the youth. It is, for me, I'm interpreting like, why is it that the youth are not going to register as voters? What is this that IBC is calling voter apathy? Why? What has made the youth have this notion that they don't care, and yet it is their duty to register? So for me, I think they are covered completely, so that not many of them will take votes, because even if they take their votes, they are going to cast them on the wrong side, which of course might have added into problems. So God works in his own way, and that's why, therefore, as God has always said, the guidance is done by the older. The older guides the young ones. So just like the way we run our homes is how we are going to run the country. It is the old or the mature that will help select the leaders that are going to guide and make the future for these young ones. So that is one. The respect we are supposed to have to the elderly, to our leaders, is what has been missing, and that has caused us problems. Coming back to the leader now, is the way he is using, or he has been using, those words of disrespect and all that. I don't think God can even give him that leadership that he's looking for. You don't go in broad daylight insulting an old man. In fact, to some extent, he is supposed to call Baba, not calling him huyo mganga, huyo whatever. In fact, we are not calling Baba in terms of nickname. It is a true Baba. He's the father of this nation, okay, who deserves all due respect, even if he is not the president of this country. I mean, if you look at all what he has done for this country, I know we have said this time and time again, and that's why people are saying we forget the history, because the history gives you the truth, and it dictates exactly the facts, okay? So UDA does not want us to lay our capacity or our selection for our leaders based on facts. They want us to do, fallacy, to ingia huko mautopia, creating those big imaginary pictures. And therefore, that's why I'm so happy that God is not allowing that.
Yeah, thank you, PK. It is really discerning, and sometimes you really wonder whether people have forgotten that humanity is bound to tradition, religion. Humanity is Penny Nyagaka. Can you mute your mic? Hi, Penny Nyagaka. Can you mute your mic, please? Mute your mic, Penny. Penny Nyagaka, please mute your mic.
Yeah, it's muted.
Thank you. So before it's not muted. There's somebody's mic that is on. Somebody's mic that is on, please. Okay. So what I was saying, PK, is that for sure it is so discerning, and it's very obvious that some people are pushing the narrative of are people who don't come from a culture, are people who want to tell you that you don't interrogate about their past, just talk about the future. No wonder there is a serious disconnect when you look at these people in terms of character and the kind of expectation that you will have, because you obviously expect these people to come from somewhere. They must be having parents. They must be coming from a neighborhood. They must be coming from a culture. They must be coming from some religious attachment that defines their character. But unfortunately, they want to tell you, don't read our back, just look at our face. What kind of a world will that be if you don't want to show who you are? Because in anything, in every sphere that you want to involve yourself in, you will see that interrogation of where you come from, the culture, the upbringing is very central to how people look at you, be it marriage, be it employment, all these are very important. So let me take this opportunity to welcome Themba back. It's been a very interesting session in your absentia. So thank you. I hope you are ready to take on with the leadership and order of the day. Karibu Themba. Themba, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Patriot, for your able guidance. I'm sure you have carried the ship well up to where we are. I've seen Jakindube. Jakindube, karibu. And Tony, karibu. So Jakindube, toa maoni yako kwa nini ya leo. Jakindube yupo? Haya, Princess Diana.
Ujambo Themba.
Asijambo, karibu. Toa maoni.
Na wenzangu wengine. Stony.
Hatujambo.
Leo sina mengi mimi. Naona mjadala ni ya kwamba deputy anachukua mapumziko kidogo. Unajua hata gari likikimbia sana, huwa saa zingine vitu zinaharibika kwenye gari. Lazima uipeleke ikapate mapumziko kidogo, tear and wear. Mambo mengi yanaweza kuwa yametendeka. So deputy labda ameona ya kwamba nyumba inafaa kuangaliwa vizuri. Amerudi kuchukua mambo mengine kutoka kwenye wananchi, ajue vile atajipanga kwenye nyumba. Njua kama wewe uko peke yako, ni kama deputy ni kama yuko peke yake mwenyewe, anatembea kila mahali. So anakuwa overworked. Kama wewe ndio mama na ndio baba, unapika, wewe ndio lazima ufanye upishi, wewe ndio lazima upeleke watoto shule, wewe ndio kila kitu. Kwa hivyo deputy labda amechoka, anachukua mapumziko kidogo. Lakini tukiangalia hata ikiwa amechoka, ni akina nani watasimama? Wacha tuamtakia kila laheri. Baada ya mapumziko tutaona atarejea uwanjani kufanya nini. Kwa leo sina mengi, ni hayo tu. Na ninashukuru kwako Themba.
Asante Ziana. Penya Gaka, karibu.
Asante bwana. Sasa vipi? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, tunakusikia.
Ongea Penya.
Okay, asante sana. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Asante sana. Lakini Nataka kuchukua 1 minute kueleza bottom up. Bottom up is economic theory that was started in 1920s and 1930s. Some of us studied in college, where you give the money to the poor, that way they can use it, and it end up to the rich anyway. So I come and enjoy your show all the time, but most of you say that bottom up is fake. I mean, you use very negative words about bottom up. I wish you could say what exactly you don't know or you don't understand. Just don't say bottom up is no good. It is a theory that has been used from Japan to now China, the Americas, the Europe after the Second World War. You cannot even find a lot of Scandinavian countries, people coming to, either to America or anywhere else because their society has fixed the problem of being poor. So leaders is a direction. It's not that you can copy it from somebody and use it in Kenya as you want. No, it takes a discussion as to how best you can use it in our culture, in our society. But those are the only economic theories that have been around. John Adam Smith with his trickle down, and John Maynard Keynes with his bottom up. These books are everywhere, in even Nairobi you can buy them. They explain what that means in detail, in more academic way and economic way. Another thing is, I listen to you guys all the time. Most of the time, you are talking about how older people are suffering, how older people will never win, how older people are lying. When do you get time to talk about yourselves? Whether you're an ODM, Masimio, any of that. So that you cannot expect to win in elections if all you have to do is talk negative of somebody. Just tell us about your positives about you. Use it like every one day. But it's like it turns you guys on when you try to criticize Oda. Yeah, it's a party that don't belong to you. If you don't criticize, mnatusi. Wetu vile nimewambia Temba, nimepata matusi kutoka hapo. Ati I'm childish, I don't know what I'm talking about.
Kuna mtu hajamute. Kuna mtu hajamute, kuna kelele.
So I'm saying, I'm saying that let us all be civil and address the issues as they are, because we will survive there. We will live there. I've lived in Migori, I've lived in Kilupe, and those are not in peaceful places. One time, like I told you guys, one time I was talking to the room so smart, and I'm so.
Hatuwezi kusikia huyo mjamaa anasema nini. Amuse.
Okay, Pen, just mute a little bit.
Okay.
I think it is Pen. He's in a very noisy place. When he'll get to a place where he can talk, we'll be able to give him time. Ni yeye mwenyewe ndio yuko mahali ambapo iko too noisy, so I don't know.
Okay, natoka sahi.
Yeah, wherever you are ready, you come. You're in a very noisy place, and we really can't hear you.
Temba, just a second. Can I, Temba?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to just say this with a lot of respect because we respect each other here, and I want to say this: whenever I go wrong, I will always be willing to be corrected. That is the essence of life. We learn from others. We make mistakes. That's why it confirms we are not angels. I want to put Pen into order, Pen Nyagaka, and I want to be very, very honest and very, very candid to you. Pen Nyagaka, you are always, and I'm sorry to say it's a tradition that I've seen, my personal, I'm not tagging you to any panelist here. I'm talking about personally. You seem to be a very biased analyst, and I want to say this with a lot of respect to you because you are the probable candidate of one of the county government, as Temba puts it clearly. You are aspiring to be a governor. I don't know whether you'll make it or not, but allow me independently to make my opinion when I look at the kind of submissions you make. You see, you can't just come here giving us the impression that you've been listening to the topics. You forget that the person we have rebutted heavily here today, who went so insultive almost, picking demeanor words that do not only abuse an individual who spoke, but bringing a whole community together to an insult. And here now, you want to pretend that you didn't hear that, and you are quick to advise us how we are insulted. I find that quite hypocritical, and that's not acceptable. Number two, Pen Nyagaka. The last statement I want to make is this. You cannot teach us how to do an election, to do campaigns. You belong to UDA. We are not telling you how to campaign. Don't tell us how we will win the election and how we will not. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't matter how much of the heavy English that you put here or light English. It doesn't matter your tradition. You cannot teach your opponent how to campaign. And we are not ready to take it from you. We will point out your mistakes, the way Themba puts it always. It is our business. It's our choice of doing it. We will respect you. We will not insult you the way you insult us. But don't take an advantage of such a platform to tell us how you want us to win an election. Some of us are politicians, and you need to know that. It doesn't matter here. Age we respect. But when you come and twist and play semantics, I don't take that as an advice, my brother. And everybody is watching. You're not coming out as a true leader in terms of advice. I thought, Themba, that is something I should have said. Thank you.
Okay, Jakindube.
Asante sana. Mi sikumsikia huyo Ben Nyagaka kwa sababu hiyo nani yake ilikuwa na noise sana. Kwa hiyo sikusikia bila nayo yale ambayo alikuwa anasema. Lakini mimi tu nataka kuchangia kusema kwamba kwa mjadala wa leo mimi naona narudia kuna vitu tulikosea kama Kenya, kama nation. Kenya wakati tukipata uhuru tulikuwa nasema tulikuwa wachanga, na wakati huo kama waanzilishi wangeimold Kenya vizuri, kwa kweli tungekuwa tuzungumzie haya ambayo tunazungumzia leo, tungekuwa tunazungumzia mambo mengine kabisa. Lakini sasa mimi naweza kusema kwamba Kenya inafaa tujenge yale mambo ambayo hayakufanyika wakati ule. Ni jambo la muhimu sana. Mimi ningelipenda kuomba Wakenya wote tuzingatie hizi mambo za U5 ambazo Bwana Raila amekuja nazo. Ni muhimu sana kwa sisi wana Kenya. Tukifuata hayo mambo hayo U5 zitatukomboa kutoka umasikini, itatukomboa kutoka mzozo, itatufanya tuwe na utulivu, itatufanya tuwe na nguvu, itatufanya tuvute pamoja. Kwa sababu utengana ni udhaifu. Pamoja tukiungana tunakuwa na nguvu. Kwa hiyo nasema hata economy ambayo tunaizungumzia, economy inaweza kuja tu vizuri. Tunaweza kusucceed kwa economy yetu tukifuata hizi mambo matano. Tunaposema Korea, tunaposema sijui Singapore, tunaposema wapi, tunasahau bila kujua kwa nini wako wame succeed. Economy yao ni kubwa kuliko yetu. Tunasahau hiyo kwamba wao binafsi kindani hawana vita, hawapigani wao kwa wao. Wao kindani. Yani Kenya, sisi badala ya kupigana na adui wa kutoka nje, tunapigana sisi kwa sisi. Yani kubaguana. Hiyo kubaguana ndio maana tuko mahali tu. Kwa hiyo mimi naweza kusema kwamba ni jambo la busara kama tukiweza kufuata hizi U5 kwa upande wa azimio la umoja. Nimeshangaa kuona kwamba bwana Ruto anachukua hizo. ya kukampeni. Labda ni vizuri achukue likizo, manake amekampeni sasa kwa muda mrefu sana. Miaka 4 ukikampeni kila siku ni muda mrefu, na naweza kusema ana nguvu za nani, lakini nataka kuambia Wakenya wote ambao wanasikiliza hii, ambao wanasikiliza kwamba mimi kwa maoni yangu Bwana Ruto na timu yake ni watu wasiokuwa na nidhamu kabisa, na itakuwa ni jambo la bahati mbaya sana kama tukimchagua kuwa kiongozi wa Kenya, kwa sababu mimi ningemwamini kama yeye ni mtu mcha Mungu, vile anasema yeye ni Mkristo, na yeye ako na mipango, na ni kitu ambacho ingenifanya mimi kumheshimu ni kwamba ajiuzulu, aache kupokea mshahara bila kufanya kazi. Hata hao wajumbe ambao wanamfuata waache kupokea mshahara bila kufanya kazi, kwa sababu wanapewa mshahara kwa niaba ya Jubilee, lakini hawafanyi kazi ya Jubilee. Makamu wa rais hata anaitwa deputy president anapokea mshahara kwa niaba ya Jubilee, lakini afanyi kazi. So kama ufanyi kazi na unapokea mshahara, hiyo ni wizi, kwa sababu unapokea mshahara kiharamu, manake ufanyi chochote. So hawa watu, mimi na wasihi sana Wakenya, sisi Wakenya wenzangu, hawa watu ni tusiwachague, ni watu ambao ni matapeli. Vile wao wanasema watu wengine matapeli, wao ndio matapeli. Na hata ukisikia matamshi zao wanapokuwa kwa mikutano, kazi yao hasa ni kutoa matusi. Hawana mipango yoyote. Sijawasikia wakisema mipango yoyote ya kuinua hiyo uchumi. Wanasemaga tu bottom up, lakini ukiwauliza hii mambo ya bottom up, tuelezee inamaanisha nini, hawasemi. Hawawezi kukuelezea maana ya bottom up. Kwa hiyo na kusema hustler nation, mimi najaribu kuambia Wanakenya kwamba tusijaribu tena kugawana. Hiyo mambo ya kutugawa tena katika hustler, hiyo ni kutugawa. Kazi ya uongozi, mimi nitarudia tena, kazi ya uongozi ni kuweka watu pamoja. Hatutaki taifa ambalo limegawana, ambalo lina fujo wa kusema kuna watu wengine ni hustler, kuna watu wengine. Hatutaki vitu kama hizo. Nchi hizo ambazo zimeendelea hawana watu wa namna hiyo, hawana. Huwezi kusikia hiyo kitu sehemu hizo ambazo wanasema zimeendelea. Hakuna watu wa namna hiyo Korea, na kuna watu wa namna hiyo huko Singapore. Hakuna watu wa namna hiyo katika hizi sehemu zote. Hakuna watu kama hao German, Uingereza, Amerika. Bado kuna watu ambao hawana mapato ya juu, lakini wana mapato ambayo inawafanya kuwa kuheshimika. Wana mapato ambayo ambayo inafaa binadamu kuishi. Wana sehemu za kuishi vizuri, kwa sababu binadamu wote tunataka kuishi. Ndiyo maana hii mambo ya utu, undugu, umoja, usawa na uzalishaji ni jambo la muhimu, kwa sababu usawa ni kwamba sheria zote ambazo tunaweka tutazitii pamoja. Umoja ni kwamba sisi wote tutavuta pamoja. Undugu, sisi wote ni Wanakenya, sisi wote ni jamii. Utu ni ubinadamu, sisi wote ni binadamu, lazima tuheshimiane, lazima tupendane, sisi wote ni binadamu. Uzalishaji, lazima tufanye kazi kuijenga nchi yetu. Hiyo ndio maana hiyo, na hizo tukizingatia hayo mambo matano, uchumi wetu itakuwa ni nzuri. Tutoke kwa haya mambo ya upotoshaji ya kusema kwamba hustler nation. Hiyo tutokeni, tuacheni kabisa haya mambo, haitatusaidia kwa jambo lolote. Tunataka wakati huu tujenge nchi yetu kwa kuweka msingi wa umoja. Hii ni kitu ambayo ilikuwa inatakikana ifanywe wakati tulikuwa tulipopata uhuru, kwa sababu hata uhuru tulipata kwa umoja. Hata tulipotaka multiparty tuliungana, tulikuwa pamoja. Hata wakati tulitaka nani mpya, katiba mpya, ili tuliungana pamoja kusema tunataka kitu fulani. Wakati tulikuwa hatutaki KANU kwa uongozi, tuliungana sisi wana Kenya wote tukaungana pamoja. Kwa hiyo inatakiwa tuungane pamoja ili tujenge nchi yetu. Kitu moja nataka niwaambie kwamba kitu inaitwa uongo na ubaguzi ni vitu hauwezi kusustain. Kusema ubaguzi, kubagua mtu au kuchukia mtu, huwezi kuzisustain. Ndio maana unaona baada muda fulani mtu ambaye anasema uongo anapatikana au anakuja kusema jamani mnisamee nilikuwa nasema uongo. Unaona? Ni kitu huwezi kusustain. Au ubaguzi huwezi kusustain. Ndio kumekuwa na ubaguzi hapa na pale, lakini ukiangalia zinaporomoka pole pole. Sasa sisi kama wana Kenya tufanye kazi pamoja, tuache mambo ya uongo, tuifanyie haki nchi yetu. Asanteni sana. Asante Bwana Demba, na nafikiri unazidi kupata nafuu, nimefurahi.
Shukran sana Jakindube. Kwa kweli naendelea kupata nafuu. Mungu anazidi kunilinda kadri siku zinavyosonga. Naona Tony alienda. Tony bado yuko, alisema bado yuko kwa kinyang'anyiro ama aliacha?
He has run away before we ask him that. Probably he will tell us if he comes back.
Okay, sawa.
Watu wa UDA ni watu wasema uongo wasio nasema wamekosa nidhamu wakati mwingine. Ndio maana wanapenda kujificha na kukimbia. Wanataka matusi. Ukiwavumilia kwa hiyo matusi na kuwauliza maswali ya ukweli, wanakimbia, wanatoroka.
But Tony is not UDA. Tony is not UDA. Is one of us. So just for clarity, in case he doesn't get it right, Tony is not UDA.
Alisema yuko UDA.
No. He didn't. I'm just correcting that Temba.
Kwa sababu mimi
Jakindube got it wrong.
Sikusikia hiyo. Sikusikia akisema yuko UDA. So I don't know.
Bana, nilikuwa nasema tu kwa ujumla wale ambao hupenda kukimbia ni watu wa UDA. Kwa hiyo sikusema ati Tony ni UDA, lakini nasema tu wale watu ambao nimeshaona kwa siku nyingi wao wanapenda, wanapoulizwa ukweli, wanapoambiwa wawe wasubstantiate vitu au wathibitishe, wanakimbia, wanatoroka na wana lugha chafu, hawaheshimu wenzao. Ukiangalia
Nyagaka, huyo ni Pen Nyagaka, call them by their names.
Hata ukiangalia kule kwenye comment kwa wana matusi sio, yani matusi ya kitoto. Huwezi kumtusi mwenzako, manake hiyo haiwezi kunitoa kwenye msimamo wangu. Unaweza kunitoa kwenye msimamo wangu unaponipatia facts na kunielezea sababu gani unataka nitoke pale ninavyoangalia hiyo kitu. Hivyo ndivyo undugu, ndio hivyo. Sisi ni wana Kenya, lazima tusikilizane tukizungumza. Tuelewane, hata kama hata kama uniungi mkono, hata kama uangalie, lakini tuelewane. Alafu mwishowe lazima tuwe na suluhu. Lazima tunapokuwa na mijadala lazima tuwe na suluhu. Lazima tuwe na suluhu ya kwamba kitu tumezungumza, mwishowe tumekuja na suluhu, kitu fulani tufanye. Hatuwezi kuwa tunazungumza tu tunakataa kila kitu, huyu amekataa, huyu amekataa. Hapana, lazima tuwe na suluhu. Hiyo ndio maendeleo. Manake siku zote hata sisi ni ndugu moja, sisi ni wana Kenya. Asante.
Niseme kitu?
Sema kitu. Endelea.
Okay, asante sana Nema, and I really forgot to say that I'm very glad that you are okay. Na nawatakia mema sana. Lakini ile mimi
huyo mtu ametoka wapi?
Sijasema ati gani? Mtu gani? Hello?
Nauliza huyu mtu ametoka wapi?
Mtu gani?
Endelea tu pen, ongea.
Okay, mimi nasema my friend Patrick alikuwa anasema ati I'm trying to tell you how to win elections. I've never done that. I'm sorry if I did. All I was saying was in your show every day, ni Ruto this bad, Ruto that bad. Kila kitu ya UDA ni mbaya sana. Lakini hamjatuambia kile mnasema kitu 6,000 mnalipa ni kama the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union, we never copied anything from Soviet Union. Haiko kama hata Germany, lakini zile ambazo zikiwa welfare zinakuwa negotiated by both parties, not one party. Even bottoms up cannot work unless you kill all corruption. Yeah.
Ben.
Yeah. I'm here.
Just mute a little bit. I tell you something. Now, I want to tell you, I think I've repeated this many times, and you seem not to get my point. It is not up to people of Azimio to speak well of the deputy president. It is up to you to come here and talk about the good things of the deputy president and UDA. So, and poke holes on Azimio. That is now your role. You come, you poke hole on Azimio, what you don't agree with, what you think is not going to work. It is not up to us to come and praise UDA. It's up to you, UDA members, to come on the forum and talk well about it. So when you come here and say, oh, when you guys come, you're just talking bad about Ruto this. No, it is now, that is what we need to do. You come to the forum and say, okay, fine. If your voices are drowned in the process of, like most of you guys come here, you don't have points. Within 2 or 3 minutes or 4 minutes, you're all gone because there's nothing more to add. There's nothing more you can say. Now, that is not our problem. You don't blame us. When you get your moment like right now, it doesn't serve you well to start saying, you guys, when you come, you're only talking about Ruto this, Ruto that. No. You come, praise Mwamba Ngoma uvuta kwake. Praise your person. Say this is how he's going to do this and this. This is what is going to happen. These are the things that are going to do. The next thing, now punch holes on Azimio. Say, you have said this and this. We don't see it working. Now, that is the fun and the beauty of a debate. Now, if you come here and all you're doing is telling us, you guys talk about Ruto, you guys only talk about Ruto, what else do you want us to talk about? He's a presidential candidate. If he was not a presidential candidate, you'd not hear us talking about him here. He is a very good contender and he's a competition. So we will talk about him every day until after 9, or if he steps down. But for as long as he's a presidential candidate and is a worthy contender, we will talk about him. So you need to start, appreciating that this will be the conversation moving forward. We also know that you will talk about Raila. You will talk about Azimio because Raila is a worthy opponent. Azimio is part of what is there in the competition. So relax. Don't come and say, you guys, when you come, you're talking Ruto this, you're talking Ruto this. No. It's a debate. You come, tell us the good things about the deputy president, and then you punch hole on the Azimio. Then when you're done with your points, you can keep quiet. Another person will pick up. I think I've told you this before. And you seem always to come and like you want us to come and just praise Ruto. All of us, those who are even in Azimio, say, oh, Ruto is a very good person. Oh, bottom up is a good thing. No, Pen. Now, proceed on. Don't go into sympathy addiction that we need to sympathize with you guys.
No, you gotta be right on that one. I mean, ukweli ni ukweli. So you guys continue, but what I was saying was that we are not worried about 2022 elections this year. So we are ready, we are prepared, we are doing what we can do. But like what you say, Temba, you're right. I have no issues with that. I have to prepare my candidate, and it is very true that whatever he's doing, he's aiming to win. And if he can't win, so be it. That does not make it a life and death issue. Within Besemo, it is possible for Raila to win, and some of us will be very much than quick to congratulate him, or even speak Madurua for a minute. But other than that, ni kuambia tu that hiyo bottom up economics maybe ni jina ambao haiigwe, lakini utafute hiyo kitabu. Ni mtu alikuwa alifundisha Cambridge University, anaitwa John Maynard Keynes. Is the father of the World Bank and IMF. That's it. So that if you can free up the money like Kiavagi did and kill corruption, you can kill corruption. It's bad, very easy to accept anything wrong. But other than that, I am in UDA. I was saying UDA, and if anything that you guys want to ask, you can ask. But kama nimefanya mbaya kusema praise nani Ruto, that's not your job. That's very true. So mimi nakubali na nyinyi, lakini show yenu ni mzuri sana. I listen to it. It's entertaining. Even if you say negative things about Ruto, that's even better than going to UDA place, because we are intelligence that you guys throw out there. Even the sharp told me is to make me sharper. But if it was my brother from Uda, he would say, right on, more power, you know. But other than that, that's all I got to say. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Nakai nakuja, Sabato ni day after tomorrow. Thank you.
Ben, before you go.
Yes.
Before you go, yeah.
I'm here. Yeah, I'm here.
Ziana ngoja kidogo. Pen, ebu mute kidogo.
Okay.
You are the second Uda person today to refer us to a book. The first one was Baz. He was referring us to a book. You are the second one telling us there's a book that has been written. Are you guys addressing intellectuals in a certain university thesis, or you guys are breaking this down for a normal mwananchi to understand? Because if we ask you what is bottom up, you refer us to a book. Baz came here, he referred us, I don't know, to an article written where. How many people will find an opportunity to go and write those articles? It is Aristotle who says that if you can't explain it to a 6-year-old, then you don't understand it. Can you break this thing down in that book? Because not all of us, Pen, you can mute a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You see, you need to break that book that you have read and you have understood. Now break it, because all of you assumably are not able to break whatever it is in those books and explain it. The deputy president can't explain it. Alice Wahome can't explain it. Anne Waiguru can't explain it. So when all of us come to you and you're sending us to a book, you're sending us to a book, CG of a father of World Bank. Another one is sending us to an article, CG of Bangladesh, where Those things, yes, you have read. Now, you guys, can you break that thing? You don't send us to books. Come and tell us, okay, fine, this is it. This is how it works. Because if you can't explain it yourself, the only thing you can say, go read it. Now, before we read it, Kenya will have, the economy will have fallen, and debt ya China itakuwa imetumaliza before we finish reading the book. Can you pen? We appreciate that you guys have really read. That is a good thing. But what you know does not make sense if you can't explain it to someone who cannot read that book.
Can I hear you?
Yes, go ahead before I bring Ziana. Ziana has a comment.
Okay. All I was saying is that at the cost of sounding my age, I did economics in the late 70s and early 80s. And what this gentleman is trying to say is that you cannot tax people that don't have money anyway. The book in essence says that every society has to figure out a way to bring the money to the common person instead of focusing from the top. Like Adam Smith back in the 20s said, he wrote the books for the czars and the kings and all that. Those who got the money, so that they can, in some kind of way, they can drop the money down to the poorest of the poor. But John Maynard came along and it debated a different argument. And the argument is the one that is running the countries right now, from Canada to America to Japan, and now to even China. The country like Japan, Russia has not followed that, and look at where it is. That's where they spend 6,000 euros, like those are communist countries. But all the democratic, capitalistic countries follows this theory, bottom up. But like I said, the corruption has to be zero for that economy to work. If there is corruption, then that economy will not work. Just like now we have corruption in Kenya, Kemsa money has been stolen, all that kind of stuff. But if you kill corruption, we are in order, and we will tell Ruto to his face on that one. Bottoms up will only work, remember, if there is no corruption. There is enough money in Kenya. Even the gentleman in Kibera was saying, we can run Kenya by using sports only. Look at the tourism. Look at the hotels. Look at the climate we got. We have so many things going on for us, but it is the leadership that is messing up. But it's a good thing that we are a democracy. In August, we will change to a new leadership. If it is Raila, so be it. If it is Ruto, more power to us. Thank you.
Okay, can I rebut?
Hold on. Ziana had a comment, and then I can bring in Alex and then Stone PK. Ziana. Ziana, kwani ulienda kulala? Aya, Alex.
Yeah. You know, the good thing is that the Mzee has confirmed that he's an economist. It doesn't matter if you did economics in the 80s, in the 60s, in the 70s, because economic models that we are trying at this particular time, they go back to the 18th century. We go way far, even during the medieval times, so that we can see what worked and what didn't work, because there is no economy that is uniform all over the world. Because in Kenya, we might think that we are past agrarian economic, but 80% of our people in the rural areas are subsistence farmers. They are not even large-scale farmers. So that is why I'm gonna challenge him when he says the 6,000 is for communist country. He is wrong. Let him be honest enough. America, which is the greatest economy in the world, has this form of stipends to its people, including the Republican states which oppose the communists more than any other people. They've been brainwashed to think so. But when it comes to free insurance for healthcare, they are given. When it comes to subsidized food, which is EBT, they get it. When it comes to bus fare and the train, they get it. I can go on and on and on to quote the greatest economy in the world that gives more stipends to its people. Recently, when we had the pandemic, people sat down in their house and they were receiving even more than what they used to earn. If you used to earn $600 a week, you were getting another 600 on top. Until today, there are people who are lazy. They don't want to go to work because they are using that kind of stipends. So when a government realizes how to fix its economy, especially the lowest people who are the market base of this, because, you know, there is a Kibera economy and there is a Karen economy. The current economy is a supermarket economy. The Kibera economy is the Mwitu economy. So within an economy, there is an economy. So even within the Kibera itself, there is several economies. So if you want the people in Kibera to thrive, if you want the people to trade, if you want people to pay rent, if you want people to have electricity, you must go down low there and know how their demand and supply works, how their economic factors, which is land, labor, and capital works. So if Raila have seen so far that the economic model for the people, instead of giving them one handout, giving them a wheelbarrow that is not even without anything inside the wheelbarrow, he has said, how much do these people make in a day? A typical family makes 200 a day, 200 shillings a day. So times 30, that is 6,000. So can we eliminate the common things like food and clothing so that they can look for shelter? In that way, when you eliminate people buying food and clothing, so they will look for a better place to stay, they can at least have a TV. When they have a TV, you will have a TV technician, you will have more cable people will be watching football, advertisement, and that's how you create employment within an economy. You don't employ things like handouts. So when this money is given, the 6,000, it's not given all of it to cash. You will be told there are special places, special shops, whereby these people go to buy their foods through cards they are given. Kama unga, for example, there is a time that we had issue ya unga. You realize unga is 120. There are shops that will have special subsidies, like in India, whereby if unga is 100 rupees, the allegiance, who are the lowest of the lowest, and you understand that caste system in India. I'm privileged to have learned there, and I didn't even understand the economy. The allegiance, who are the untouchable, who are the lowest of the lowest, they are special. I'm not pro-caste system, but I'm saying, how have they been catered in an economy that is growing? It is through creating economies that work in our various satellite cities. You can't expect somebody to come from Kibera to go to Yaya Center to shop. Even Yaya Center, you can buy maziwa from there that you buy in Githurai, same maziwa, that is more expensive in Yaya Center. Why? Because the rent for Yaya Center, the electricity, how people are paid, all those economic factors of demand and the supply and how people live there work out. So what Raila is proposing, and if you listen to him during the Azimio La Umoja great meeting in Kasarani and how he explained that thing, you know, there is value in listening, not to just rubbish something without. So we have told you to come out with an explanation of this bottom up. You are not coming. If you will be talking about markets and how to create jobs, then we can listen. But on handouts and wheelbarrow, it does not hold water. So if you are a true economist who subscribe to Adam Smith, who you have quoted, everything is trickled down. Even the guy who was here before called Captain was given an opportunity to explain. He said, now this is what you do. You give subsidies to companies, you reduce ABCD, you reduce taxes, the VAT goes down. My friend, that is trickle down. You make the producers and the owners of production have a visible way of helping people going down. And that's how money works. When America did its bailout during the great housing problem, they did not give people money. What they did is they went to big companies. And you know, if you are in this country, you remember what Obama did. Car for crankers. They went to bail out GM. And until people called GM Government Motors instead of General Motors, what did the government do? It went to the owners of production, but it gave them stringent instruction on how this money will trickle down to a point where the normal person. I was a recipient of car for crankers. A car that was going for $40,000 was being sold for $18,000, and even so, you were given leases on how. So we were able to buy cars that we could never buy. Why? Because that money trickled down from the owners of production, and hence, therefore, keeping a level of production and jobs going on without interfering. So do not say bottom up without knowing that we cannot disturb the owners of production. Owners of production create jobs, and without jobs, there is no economic progress. So explain it, being honest as an economist, that if jobs have to be created, we must take care of the owners of production, not giving handouts, if you are a true economist. And if you say this guy who was at the IMF boss, and that book he has written, at some point he said that if you do not take care of the owners of production, if you do not take care of the markets, if you cannot close your economy so that homegrown companies, simple ones like toothpicks, like needles, like ABCD, you don't import. He said you must balance two things. You must balance your trade and you must balance your budget. But there is no time. Ruto has talked about that. So if you are an economist, come back, explain that.
Niongezee kitu kidogo hapo ambao hujamwambia.
I salute you, Alex. Congratulations. Thank you for that.
Yes, Jakindube. Jakindube sema kabla Pena ongea.
Nataka kumwambia kitu moja hajasema ambayo Raila anafanya. Raila anasema azimio la umoja, kitu muhimu kwa economy, whatever you want to do, vitu zote, environment yako lazima iwe na amani, iwe nzuri, iwe tulivu. First, togetherness. Hiyo ndio jambo la muhimu. Alafu ndio unaleta hiyo economy. Economy huwezi kuleta mahali kuna fujo, mahali hakuna amani. So first thing ambayo Raila anasema azimio umoja, that's number one. Lazima tukubaliane kwamba lazima unapotaka kufanya economy, unapotaka kufanya elimu, unapotaka kufanya peace, environment ambayo ni nzuri. Ukiwapatia watu environment nzuri, mahali kuna utulivu, kuna amani, kuna undugu, kuna utu, economy yako itafanya kazi. Kwa hiyo asiseme tu economy mahali anasema mambo ya corruption. Hakuna mtu anazungumza juu ya corruption. Hakuna hata mtu, asijawasikia hata siku moja wanasema mambo ya corruption. Watakuja kurekebisha namna gani kama sio agenda? Sijamwasikia kwa mkutano yoyote. Na kila mara wakati
said that is none of their business. David Ndii was on the record said corruption is none of their agenda. They will not deal with corruption. That is their economist, their chief economist said corruption is none of their agenda. On the record.
You guys,
wacha Penya Gaka ajibu hayo kabla nilete Stone PK pia ako na wazo lake hapo. So Penya Gaka, any rebuttal?
Yeah, thank you very much, Zemba. Yeah, the gentleman who said even America's welfare is right, but that welfare is negotiated. It's not a political tool. And the economy that I did is very, very clear. It is the economy that runs the United States, Canada, Germany, any of these countries. It is the same type of economics. It's very simple. You just take care of the lowest class in the society according to how you negotiate. Even this Ruto is throwing around as bottom up, it's not been negotiated in details as to what it really means. So to that one, it has to be negotiated. It has to be dealt with economists like David D, all the other economists that we will get when we get to power. Number two, Jackson says unity. Raila walked into state to a happy house and changed Kenya from a democracy to a dictatorship. We don't have, nobody here was fighting anybody. It was him who swore himself in. What peace are you talking about? Kenya has peace regardless. And we know where peace fights come from. But now we have Hachi that is really stopping all this nonsense. Wale ni watu ya Matiang'i wanafollow ODM theories. Now, it could not help our society. So I'm saying this. Any society has to negotiate its way forward. And it has to be everybody. Just like the Constitution of 2010, it was everybody it was passed by 68, I'm not sure. But it was passed by a majority of the Kenyan people. If we go like that, there's no problem. My negative understanding of what you guys are doing with 6,000 shillings.
Now, wait.
Elections.
Nyagaka, hold on. There's something that has been repeated many times in different forums, and I think as we move on, we need to start disabusing people from certain comments. Now, comment number one that you've made, that Raila swore himself in. Do you have that evidence? Ben Nyagaka, are you there? Ben Nyagaka.
He will not address himself to that, definitely. I bet
watu kama hawa huwa wanatupotezea wakati kabisa, kwa sababu hawana facts, hawana anything.
Nataka kumuuliza kwa sababu amesema he swore himself in and it has been repeated many times. So do you have evidence as Raila swore himself in?
Ameenda yuko kwa Simoni hapa kwa TV. Hawa ni watu ambao
amefunga sava.
No, he's there.
Anasikia. Pen yuko anasikia. Pen yuko.
You know, there's this thing. There's this thing that people.
Mzee ongea tafadhali.
Ametoroka, sijui ameenda wapi. Now, people keep saying, oh, Raila swore himself in. And ukiuliza mtu, what is the evidence that Raila swore himself in? In Kenya, there's the president of the Law Society of Kenya. Why haven't you guys come and said that the president of Law Society of Kenya swore himself in? There are presidents of so many other organizations in Kenya. Why don't we say that they swore themselves in? You see this thing that every time when we come, we peddle something on the streets of political podiums. Then we take it as Bible truth, and we want to convince everybody that that is the thing. There's no evidence anywhere that Raila swore himself in. The people in Kenya have freedom of expression, and whatever happened at Uhuru Park was people expressing themselves towards a particular cause, which is enshrined in the Constitution. Now, when the Law Society of Kenya gets their president and they go and he takes the oath of office, why haven't they said that he swore himself in and is the president of Law Society of Kenya and he takes it? I think we need to start, as a matter of fact, educating people on the constitutional provisions vis-a-vis what is against the Constitution. If it was against the Constitution, Raila wouldn't be working the way he's working right now. He didn't break any Constitution. Those who feared ran away, thought that he was going to break the Constitution. And even Kalonzo Musyoka had the guts to come and say that as a senior counsel, kwa sababu aliogopa. But it was constitutional. Whatever he did. He didn't swear himself as the president of Kenya. And he didn't swear himself. You can't swear yourself into any position. So
he was sworn in as people's president. He was sworn in as people's president.
And
not
how many
Kenyan.
how many organizations have presidents? There are numerous organizations in Kenya and societies that have presidents. Why haven't we gone to court to say all those people should be disbanded and they should be sued? Yes, Patriot, just mute a little bit. Okay, fungua hiyo nini yako inapiga kelele kidogo. Acha nimalize kwanza. You see, when we understand the Constitution and we appreciate what the constitutional provisions are, we will not condemn those people who are exercising their rights within the constitutional way. And even before arrival at that particular day, there were constituencies, assemblies that took place, which is within the Constitution. So when we come here and then we want to be so emotional about a position that by itself is misguided, then I don't understand. When you ask someone question, they disappear, and that's what happened with Pen Nyagaka. Yes, Patriot, 1 minute. What did you want to say?
Just a quick one, so that I allow PK to do his part. I'll say this with a lot of respect, Themba, and I can be wrong. I stand to be corrected. You have given a lot of leverage to this gentleman by the name Pen Nyagaka. And Nyagaka seems to be thriving in semanticism. He has the mind that can jargon between lies and truth, and sometimes you can easily find it difficult to pick it out. But I'm happy the way Alex put it as an economist. He has actually challenged him. And you can see the answers that he has given as far as US, Canada, and countries that are practicing the kind of model where stipend is the order of the day. He has not addressed himself to that. You know what he said? He has said it is a what did he say? Is it a consulted or something? There's a term we used there to make it look different.
Negotiated.
Negotiated. Yeah. Thank you so much. How these countries have been able to deal with their people better than the way we have handled our people in as far as COVID is concerned. And we know. So I want to say this, Themba, with a lot of respect. We have given a lot of respect to Penny to the extent that he's abusing it. So please, you review the kind of leverage you are giving to our brother, Penny. And I think I feel to some extent you're giving him what he doesn't deserve. Too much of it, that with a lot of kindness, review the kind of leverage you are giving to this gentleman, because as a voter from Kisii, I don't think he will get anything close to being a candidate. I have the authority to say so, because I come from Kisii. And let him know that if he was having a vote from there, he has lost mine, and I'll make sure he loses many. Thank you.
Themba, watu kama hao kwenye mkutano ule wa nani, kulikuwa na jamaa moja alisema anaenda kushtaki Raila kwamba Raila alijiswear in na Raila alihusika na mambo ya sijui mapinduzi ya 1982. Sasa watu kama hao ni kutumia maneno ya hearsay. Hawa watu hawana fact, hata huyo mtu ambaye anasema anaenda kushtaki Raila ni kesi ambayo hata sijui itasikizwa na jaji gani. Labda ni activist kama wao ule kutoka kwa UDA, sielewi. Asante.
Yes, Tom PK.
Mimi nimepigwa na baridi
sana. Thank you.
Ngoja Stone pikia
Mimi
ongee
wacha
wewe.
nimalize haraka ukapu.
Wycliffe umekuja tu saa hizi. Ni nini fujo Wycliffe? Kaa hapo kwanza.
Ni Eric, si Wycliffe.
Ni Eric.
Eric.
Oh, Eric. Wewe hata huko kwa giza wewe hata umelala ukaamka.
Mimi nilikaa kwa baridi sana. Nimekaa kwa baridi sana.
Ngoja Stone pikia ongee alafu.
Eric, sawa, pole Eric, wacha nimalize haraka. Thank you Temba. I'll begin by repeating something here. That it's yesterday we were talking about some of these very tired comments that the opposition is bringing. I'm already terming them as opposition, the UDA. Tired terms like alijiapisha, watu wa kutupa mawe. For me, I think we should not, anytime beginning to open their mouth and bringing those kind of statements should not be really encouraged, with all due respect. Because, that's labeling. You are saying watu walikuwa wanaruka kwa barabara. Picketing is in the constitution, okay? Even you, whoever it is, ukiwa aggregate, ukisikia uko not very well pleased with what is happening, you go by the constitution. So for me, I feel those are very tired kind of comments which come from, cowardice. I would term it that way. The other thing I want to talk about is also this issue of their bottoms up, the way they are struggling to kind of explain. And I'm happy, Temper, you've said, well, go read the book, understand, and then come and teach us. How will you explain this to Anjiko and Mora at the grassroots level? I have not heard explanation being given, even by the chief hustler. What he says is, "Hawa mama mboga, nitafanya mama mboga." So, I mean, there has to be what modality are you going to be able to empower those mama mbogas as you are talking? Because you can't tell us you'll be coming with your 100 billion and dishing it out there. On top of that, I would want to say, Azimio leader, Baba, he has articulated very well. And he's actually articulated that he's coming to empower, to, kind of give more power to devolution. And that's why he's going in with the BBI. Because BBI was supporting the lowest devolution unit, which is at the grassroots, the ward level. If ward level money is taken there at ward level without, of course, corruption, which Baba is saying very well that is one of the things he is going to fight properly, so that as much money goes to the ward and it is not mismanaged. So that the wards can start even generating their own, for example, they can create their own cottage industries based on the needs. And that will create capital. Money will start running around at the lowest union, which I believe now that will revamp the economy. And then, of course, with the supplement of the stipend for those who will not be in a position to quickly recover. To quickly get. So that combination, which is very clear from Azimio point of view, is something that given 2 years, you may see the resuscitation of our economy. Lastly, the chief of the economy, Mr. Ndii, has now shied off. In fact, I even regret that he was once our chief economist in NASA. And I wonder what really, what has happened, because we believed in him. For him to support the chief hustler and say that corruption is none of their business, honestly, Kenyans should not even look at these guys. Kenyans should not even think of these people. Because even the chief hustler is on record saying that corruption does not hinder development. I've never heard this. I'm a student of economics as well. And I cannot imagine whereby you would say that an economy can grow with corruption side by side. This is something that really needs to be broadcasted. You can imagine UDA leading this country and corruption becomes part of us. Yeah, I don't want to name a country also which word corruption doesn't exist, but it is in chaos, it is in mediocre. So I would not want Kenya to go there, where we don't talk about corruption, where nobody cares. You're given money to send, the money they are talking about bottoms up. You take that 100 billion, throw it there, then take it back. And nobody should ask, because corruption is not your concern. It's really a pity that we continue to hear these things. Thank you very much, Temba and team.
Temba, on the note of Nyagaka, I'll take 30 seconds to say something that he said that was not right. Mr. Nyagaka, on his submission, labeled Raila as a communist, which really doesn't shake me in any way, because you read the history of Kenya. There was that pull and push between Russia and the West during our fight for independence. And during that time, Jaramogi, and we know that very well, geared to the East, and the rest geared to the West. But when you look at what, at that particular time, Russia as a country did to our people, we will never regret. First and foremost, when they took students to Kenya, they never gave them the social sciences to do. Most of the 100% of the people who went to Russia and East Germany at that particular time, they either did engineering or they went to do medicine. 100%. And that's where we get some of our finest doctors and our finest engineers during the formation of us as a nation. So that doesn't scare me. So him labeling Raila as a communist is insidious and ingenuine. It does not shake us. At that particular time, we benefited both from the East and the West. But Raila, on his way, has said something that is very special. He has said simply that he is a social democrat. When somebody says he's a social democrat, what does that mean? It means he is not a communist. So he is not going to come here and tell us that Raila is a communist. This country which we live in has social security that they took from Russia. And there are so many things. The greatest airspace whereby people launch all the rockets to go to the space is found in Russia until today. So saying that communist is bad is being genuine. Communist, all of it is not bad. Some of it was bad, but not all of it. There are things we can copy and paste from it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for that enlightenment. Kinywa Eric.
Okay, thank you so much guys. Nilikuwa log out by mistake, so nimekaa nje sana mpaka nikapigwa na baridi. But I'm back now. Judemba amerudi. So my point, I'm going to direct my first submission is about this issue of corruption. Since 2013 to 2017, when we, NASA, by that time, when we ODM, by that time we were in opposition, we gave Jubilee government a very nice 5 years holiday. With no demonstration, with no noise, it was quiet. We didn't distract anything. And for that first 5 years, their first term, they were at 50-50. They did nothing. Absolutely nothing. The amount of money that was borrowed outside, the project that it was meant for, those projects stalled. They didn't go anywhere. Why? Because the corruption by that time, the corruption was too high. Then came 2017. When you are NASA now, we join hands, coalition. It's the time we gave them sleepless nights. for the first 1 year, I think. And the second year, I think we got an handshake. Just count 3 years, the work that has been done for 3 years, and the work that they did for 5 years. The 3 years work is too big. And they want to say that Raila alikuja akaharibu. Raila came and made things right. The project infrastructure is 100% since 2017. After handshake, infrastructure everywhere, hata kwetu nyumbani. Sidhani kuna constituency haijaguzwa na tarmac. Right now when I go home, mi nashukianga kwangu tarmac imefika nyumbani, and that's a 20 since handshake. Since handshake, tarmac imefika kwetu nyumbani. So when they try to paint Baba a different name, I think they are missing a point. And that's why they are going retire very early. They should be very careful on that. So issue ya corruption, ukitaka mtu wa UDA aende speed ya wezi mpata, taja mambo ya corruption. They run away. I think before I logged out, we had someone called Manu from Embakasi. He's vying for MCA. Manu accepted and agreed that the people that DP is with, they are not good people. He said that very well. The people DP is having, they are not good people. They cannot deliver, because even if they are sent, they can do nothing. So for that point, we registered that very well from a UDA member who want to be an MCA. For corruption, UDA wako zero. They can do nothing about corruption. It will be worse. If they get the power, it will be worse. Secondly, UDA, they are not looking for leadership. They are not looking for leadership. To someone who is looking for leadership, does this. A leader, national leader, you cannot do meetings, national meetings at your backyard, at your home, in your house. DP has been doing meetings, national meetings, at his house. Just go look to other leaders. Oka principles, we say, people may say they are very weak. Have you ever seen them doing meetings in their home? No. Have you ever seen any party from Mount Kenya, the leader of those parties, doing meeting at their home? No. Have you ever seen Raila having a meeting at his home? No. Because those are national leaders. National leader should do his or her meeting at a public space where everyone can attend and contribute. But DP has been doing meeting at Karen. That has been the only place. So the people who are going there are limited. You are supposed to come. If you don't follow the instruction from DP, you cannot enter the premises. That's the point, because that's a private entity. But if you go to Kasarani and lead your meeting in Kasarani, everybody will come. It's open for everybody. So Ruto is not a leader, it's a politician. And in this country, we are supposed to be having leaders for those positions of presidency. Ruto, it's just a politician. It doesn't qualify to be a leader. It doesn't qualify to be a leader 100%. I think he should have like some 10 years to learn how leader behaves. 10 years. Because the big problem, I've been following some of his rallies. Kitu yenye mimi nasikianga, tumesema ni bottom up. Hapa chini, kwenda juu, hapa chini, kwenda juu. Deputy President, hiyo ndio kitu anaambia watu hapa chini. Mmesema ni hapa. Let me tell you, that is confusing fellas. Kuconfuse vijana na watu wa huku public. Hapa chini, twende juu. Then hii issue of mamlaka. Hiyo issue yake ya mamlaka inammaliza vizuri sana. Vyeo na mamlaka. Yeye anatafuta nini? Kama atafuti hiyo, yeye anatafuta nini? You know, we need leadership. And the president is someone who must be ni mtu mtulivu, mnyenyekevu, si mtu wa kifua. I'm trying to imagine the likes of akina Gachagua, akina Duale, akina Sudi wakiwa ministers. If they are ministers, you tell me how that government could be run. How that government could be run. I may say I bet better Oscar Sudi is very young in politics. Ni vile tu anaambiwa alienda akaonyeshwa tukifa hii ndio tunafaa kufanya kwa politics. Huyo naweza mfikiria otherwise. But likes of Rigathi Gachagua, those people, they are insulting even their leader. And you expect them. Sijawahi sikia Ruto akitusiwa Rift Valley kwao. Sijawahi sikia akitusiwa kwao na leaders wake awa mtu singi. But if you come to other like Mount Kenya, amekuja akagawanya Mount Kenya halfway, mpaka watu Mount Kenya MPs wanatusi leaders wao. You know, that's a very big a bad thing, bad image for someone who is like DP. I think Ruto should be given enough time to think and learn to be a leader. For now, he can stay as a politician, and in few months, he go to direction of opposition. And going into opposition, he'll have to think also. Opposition yezi ka mtu ana mafikira. Opposition yaikangi mtu afikiri. Because otherwise, you will mess yourself. So Ruto, he doesn't qualify as per, on my own opinion, he doesn't qualify. So that's my submission right now for now. So I think after your break, wacha tu and break up pumzika. I think they have run out of funds. They don't have money now. You cannot campaign for 4 years, day and night, and you expect things will go well. The other day, President in Nakuru said, this is a marathon, not a sprint. Na walichukulia hiyo kitu ni mchezo. Walichukulia ni mchezo. Si mchezo. The Azimio side, they have fund, they have machineries, but they have been so quiet. They are giving people ample time to work. UDA doesn't want to give people time to work. It's up and down, Monday to Monday, siasa. Monday to Monday, siasa. Monday to Monday, siasa. Even people doesn't have time to work. So we should be very careful with this guy. This is a one-stop shop. So that's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I mean, not Steve, Eric. Thank you so much, Eric. I don't know why I'm calling you Steve. I don't know where I've gotten that name. Wycliffe, karibu. Mtu wako amegongwa sana. Hebu jitetee. Utajitetea
Wycliffe Yamune.
I say on his behalf, watch out again.
Wycliffe, ongea bwana. Umemute.
Yes, habari ya leo kila mtu unaendeleaje?
Naendelea mzuri. Mbona umeshikwa na baridi?
Nilikuwa nimeenda kutafutia watoto chakula. Sasa nimekuja, unajua ukiingia mahali unakaa chini, unasikia, unafanya analysis, usikie discussion nini. Ndio at least wakati unapewa nafasi uko na point yenye unaweza raise juu na kulingana na discussion. Nilikuwa naona discussion ilikuwa ya UDA wamechukua break. Unajua hizo maneno inaenda na strategy. So kulingana na vile mimi naelewa, tumekanyagia kwanza, tuone sasa nini watu wameanza kuongea huko nje. Tungoje filimbi ya next month ya IBC. Juu sasa maneno ya wakati filimbi ya IBC waseme sasa kiwanja imefunguliwa, watu sasa waenda waombe kura. Hapo sasa ile siasa tutafika wakati UDA. Tutakuwa tunaingia kila kona. Hata obvious, hata watu wa Azimio wanakaribishwa kuingia kila kona pia. Sasa tuuze masera tukingojea siku ya mtihani ya August. So hivyo kulingana na mimi sasa, hiyo ni break yenye tumechukua kufanya strategize, tugojea next month ifunguliwe, ndio sasa tuendelee kufanya kwanza. Sasa kampeni ianze vizuri official. Hiyo ni submission yenye niko nayo for now.
Kweli leo umeingiwa na baridi, hata points zimekwisha kabisa. Unajua saa zingine inakuwa vigumu wakati points zimesemwa na ukiangalia vizuri na hizo points ni za ukweli. So there's nothing you can disagree with, it is true, but inabidi tu uongee. Wycliffe, naona tukimaliza by the end of this week utakuwa umekuwa Azimio very soon. Naona ukikuja Azimio.
Aje bana. Lazima na UDA kabisa. Unless unipatie yani convince enye unaona enye bana. Bado niko kwenye UDA. Kwanza naomba kura tupatie jamaa, kwa sababu unaona kulingana na nimepata point nyingine kulingana na the current unaona technology vile ina change. The technology ya saizi si kama vile ilikuwa 10 years.
Wycliffe, ngoja nipatie sababu 5
yes
zile zinafanya nipatie kura yangu William Samoei Arap Ruto. Sababu 5.
Haya. Ya kwanza kulingana na economy model yenye anataka kuanzisha ya bottom up. Juu tumeshinda tukitumia for the last since independence, tukitumia hiyo economy ya trickle down for since we gained independence as a country. So kulingana na ya kwanza sasa naomba kura yako on his behalf, kwa sababu tukikuja kutumia bottom up tunaanza kutengeneza maneno za kule mashinani, kupeleka ma industries na kupatia kama youth tutengeneze manini kule mashinani, tuanze kutengeneza mashinani, of which ikitengeneza mashinani vitu zikifika mashinani, maneno kama employment ina create kwamba tuseme a good example naweza tumia, tuseme kuna ka factory area, wacha nijitumie jina natoka Bomet, imetengenezwa Bomet. Hii factory tuseme ni ya huko kuna kwanga na nini za sisi kuna ng'ombe, tuseme factory kubwa ya nini ya maziwa, unaweza peleka maziwa yako huko. Already kuna moja ama mbili, lakini tuseme iongezwe nyingine. Haya, ikue barabara tengenezwe, iongezwe zingine. Bado unaweza
kuwa hiyo iko kwa bottom up. Haya, reason number 2.
Reason number 2. Vile ukiangalia vile the world worldwide sahi kila kitu na change na technology. So technology wise jamaa unaona kulingana na mimi ku understand kulingana na mimi kulingana na mimi ku understand huyu jamaa anatosha, kwa sababu ni kijana bado ako na nguvu. Yani for example, unajua ukiangalia upande huu mwingine tuseme
point of order.
Ukiona okay,
wacha malize. Amesema point 2. Ya kwanza bottom up, ya pili ni ako na nguvu, anaweza kutumia nini simu, ako na nguvu. Haya, point number 3.
Sasa masimu lani okay, point number 3 kulingana na hii yenye amesema tuunganishe nini, tuache chama zingine tuingie kwenye chama moja ya UDA. ukiangalia UDA already watu kutoka kona zote za Kenya wameona hata wao hapo iko mzuri, hatutakuwa na maneno ya kusema tumeunganisha machama, yani kila mtu anaacha chama yake, tunakuja tunaingia wote kwa UDA. Hiyo ndio point number 3. Haya, point number 4.
So point number 3 ni kwa sababu wako na chama inaitwa UDA.
Sinasema UDA already kila kona unaona kuna ma leaders au wabunge. Tuko na bunge hata kutoka huko Mombasa kinaisha Jumwa, kuna bunge kutoka hajachaguliwa lakini
wewe Wycliffe, ngoja. Tunaenda polepole. Wacha tuende polepole na nini, alafu ndio tuanze yeah.
Wacha nisaidie hapo. Wycliffe anasema chama iwe moja tu, sio 2 ama 3.
Yes, unaona nimesaidiwa, asante.
Wacha Wycliffe amalize kuongea, mta confuse yeye, awacha kutupea point yote. Wacha jamaa ongee bwana. Atasema tulikataa kumpea time.
Kwa hivyo point number 3 Wycliffe, point number 3 umesema ni hiyo chama, si ndio?
Yes. Yani chama kwa moja, tusikuwe na chama vingi, yani tuko na chama moja. At least inaonyesha national, kila mtu ako hapo ndani.
Kwa hivyo point number 4.
Number 4 kulingana na track record. Tuende track record, tutumie track record. Since kutoka 20 vile tunaongea sasa kulingana na vile alipewa hii nini ya kuwa deputy president kutoka 2013 na kuchaguliwa 2013 to 2017 hapo. Vitu mingi zilifanyika enye hata watu wanashangaa kwani kumeenda aje, yani kulikuwa na nini.
Wycliffe, wacha vitu mingi zilifanyika, sema kitu ya kwanza ilifanyika this, kitu ya pili track record, nipatie vitu 3 zile amefanya.
Ya kwanza gari ya nini? Hii gari ya moshi kutoka nini ya SGR. Ilitengenezwa kutoka Nairobi kwenda Mombasa, ikakuwa tukatoa zile ya zamani. Alafu hiyo bado SGR ikaongezwa ikaenda ikafika.
Ngoja tuko kwa track record, tumemaliza gari ya moshi, kitu ya pili
stima, maneno na stima.
Ameunganisha stima.
Ameunganisha stima.
Haya, kitu ya 3.
Ya 3 technical college. Sasa hivi vijana wajifundishwa nini, maneno ya ufundi, ma skills hizi za trade. Sasa unaweza kuwa unaenda unafundishwa, unakuwa na skills zako, ukiwa na skills zako unaweza enda kutafuta kazi mahali, useme mimi najua kutengeneza stima, mimi naweza fanya plumbing, mimi naweza fanya carpentry, mimi naweza fanya welding, mimi naweza fanya hizo nini za trade.
Tosha. Haya, kitu ya 5. Na hiyo ilikuwa kwa track record. Tuende kwa kitu ya 5.
Hii ya 5 tunataka kuomba kura yako sana. Hii ya 5 sasa nasema
hakuna.
Hii ya 5 naona itabidi nitakuwa nakuwa na kitabu sasa, niwe naandika in case ama nakuwa na simu nyingine, niwe na Google haraka lao nakupatia. Wacha nikupatie hii ndio kwanza.
Tafuta, ukipata utaleta.
Haya, sasa wacha sasa tuanze scrutinize your points. Point ya kwanza ambayo Wycliffe amesema, point ya kwanza kabisa ile ulianza nayo ni kitu ya bottom up, hiyo ndio ulianza nayo. Na ukasema kwamba Kenya yetu imekuwa ikifanya trickle down, sasa huyu jamaa analeta bottom up.
Yes.
Na point yako ya mwisho ambayo ulisema kwa track record, ukasema huyu jamaa ameanzisha technical institutions huko chini, watu wanakuwa empowered.
Yes.
So kuanzisha technical institutions ambazo zinafanya watu wanakuwa empowered, hiyo ni nini?
Yes. Unajifundisha ukiwa na uchuzi.
Hiyo ni
nini? Skills.
Ukiwa na skills. Na hiyo inaitwa nini?
Si ni environment. Sasa uko na skills, hiyo ni environment.
Si hiyo ni bottom up.
Unaweza enda mahali utafute kazi.
Na
Uko na
sio ni
skills
bottom up.
uandikwe.
Sio ni bottom up.
Si tunaanzia huko chini kama kuna kampuni yako imekuja wanatafuta vijana wa kuandika kazi, uko hapo unasema niko na hiyo
Kwa
skills
hivyo
unaandikwa.
tayari imefanyika.
Tunangoja sasa kazi tunaomba sasa serikali ya mwezi wa 8.
Haya. Najua kuna watu wako na swali hapo.
Nataka kumuuliza swali. Eric.
Yes, Eric.
Haya, Wycliffe.
Sema ndugu yangu.
Nataka uniambie kazi ya State House.
Yes.
State House ndio kazi za huku mashinani zinapangiangwa, si ni kweli? Na president. Kazi ya nchi upagiwa huko. Aya, mi issue yangu inakuja hapo kwa technology. Ruto ni kijana. Baba ni mzee. State House wanaenda inakuanga soka, athletics, cycling ama gym yenye baba hawezi fanya. Kwa State House nini inafanyika? Ni mashindano inakuanga huko.
Sio mashindano, lakini nasema huko ni si mahali sasa kila kitu zinapangiwa.
Haya. Now, let me ask you. Nakuuliza hivi. Babako yuko, si ndio?
Yes.
Babako ni mzee, si ni ukweli?
Yes.
Unampangianga mambo zake za boma? Na wewe ni kijana?
Hapana, hiyo ni different.
Ni swali, unampangianga mambo za boma?
Hiyo sasa hiyo ni different. Hiyo ni different. Umeenda kwingine.
No, tuko kwa siasa. I just want you to get the clear picture of what you are trying to say. It's a live lie. Kwa state president akimbiangi, achezangi mpira, aendangi boxing. The same as MP. MP akimbiangi, achezangi mpira, afanyangi anything. Do you know why office ya president iko na chief of staff? Do you know why the reason? The reason is this. Hao ndio upea president information ya kila kitu. Yeye kazi yake ni kupanga kazi. Yeye aendi yuko kushinda akizunguka ati akuje Eldoret, aulize maswali kuna kaa hivi, mkoaji, aende Meru, aende Mombasa. Hiyo si kazi ya president. You understand? Yes. So president hata mtu wa miaka 100 ataongoza. Mahali baba hawezi ongoza ni kuwa polisi peke yake. Do you understand? To be a police officer, hiyo ndio hawezi juu ya hizo activities. It's physical activities. President State House si mbio inakuanga huko, si soka. So kujaribu kusema baba ni mzee ati Ruto ni kijana, technology. Baba understand technology. Have you ever seen baba in rallies? Speech yake anatumianga nini? iPad. Atumiangi karatasi, anatumianga iPad. Na ndio mnasema ni mzee.
But Eric, kitu kingine ambayo ukisikia nani anasema mambo ya uzee na nini, it shows you anafikiria running a government will be like campaigning.
Yeah.
When you've already gotten into the government, there's a way that you run the government with a team of people. Kuna cabinet ministers, kuna and then our constitution gives national and county governments. Kuna kazi ya county government, kuna kazi ya president. Now the constitution, I want to read for you the constitution, especially kwa functions of the president. Uniambie kama kuna moja ambayo inataka mtu ambaye anaweza akakimbia, ambaye anaweza kusoma. Wacha nikusomee so that tuache hii story ya kusema nikusomee sio?
Napenda sana kujifundisha.
Wacha nikusomee so that nikuambie functions of the president. Ndio uniambie ni gani ambayo
Yeah.
inataka mtu ambaye ako na iPad
Okay.
ambaye anaweza kunini iPad. Iko kwa chapter, let me look for that chapter.
Yeah, at least Wycliffe anapenda kusoma. I like you, my friend.
That is chapter 9.
Masomo ishangi bwana, masomo ishangi. Inaisha tukipumzika dunia hii.
Iko kwa constitution, iko kwa constitution chapter 9, eh? The executive, okay?
Yes.
So let me acha nikusomee so that niambie ni gani ambayo inakupatia hiyo nini unasema ya kwamba ati na nini kijana
Sawa, msomee.
Yeah, nataka kusomea hapo so that tuwe on the same page na tuache hii propaganda kila wakati na nini kijana na nini mzee. Unajua those are propaganda. Ni kama unapoenda kuvote for a president unavotia nini? Unavotia mtu kwa sababu ni mzee ama ni kijana. The constitution only gives minimum age. It doesn't give maximum. Mahali walipeana maximum ni huko Uganda. Wakasema ati wakafungua, ilikuwa maximum, wakafungua ndio nani wakasongesha the age.
Walisongesha goalpost.
Walisongesha goalpost ndio sasa nani Museveni aendelee kwenda juu, kuendelea mpaka ile siku atanini, you know. So let me read for you chapter 9 on the executive. Okay?
Yes.
So that you appreciate what we are trying to say. The executive. Okay?
Yes.
The executive authority derives from the people of Kenya and shall be exercised in accordance with the constitution. The authority shall be exercised in a manner compatible with the principle of service to the people of Kenya and their well-being and benefit. The National Executive of the Republic of Kenya comprises the President, the Deputy President, and the rest of the Cabinet. The composition of the National Executive shall reflect the regional and ethnic diversity of the people. The President is the head of state and government, exercises the executive authority of the Republic with the assistance of the Deputy President and Cabinet Secretaries, is the Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defence Forces, is the Chairperson of the National Security Council, and is a symbol of national unity. The President shall, 1, respect and uphold and safeguard this Constitution, safeguard the sovereignty of the Republic, promote and enhance the unity of the nation, promote respect for the diversity of the people, communities of Kenya, and ensure the protection of human rights and fundamental freedom and the rule of law. The President shall not hold any other state or public office. Now, function of the President. 1, address the opening of each newly elected parliament. 2, address a special sitting of parliament once every year and may address parliament at any other time. And C, once every year report in an address to the nation on all the measures taken and the progress achieved in the realization of the national values referred in Article 10, publish in the Gazette the details of the measures and progress under subparagraph 1, submit and report for debate to the National Assembly on the progress made in fulfilling the international obligation of the Republic. 2, the President shall nominate and with the approval of the National Assembly appoint and may dismiss the Cabinet Secretaries, the Attorney General, the Secretary of the Cabinet, accordance with Article 154, Principal Secretaries, High Commissioners, Ambassadors, and Diplomatic and Consular Representatives, and in accordance with this Constitution, any other state or public officer whom this Constitution requires or empowers the President to appoint or dismiss. 3, the President shall chair Cabinet meetings, direct and coordinate the functions of ministries, by a decision published in Gazette assign responsibilities, Number 4, the president may perform any other executive functions provided for in this constitution or national legislation, receive foreign diplomatics, confer honors in the name of the people, subject to 158, with the approval of parliament. The president shall ensure that the international obligations of the republic are fulfilled through actions of the relevant cabinet secretaries. Power of mercy. On the petition of any person, the president may exercise a power of mercy in accordance, granting a free of conditional pardon, postponing the carrying out of punishments, substituting. There shall be an advisory committee of the power of mercy, of course, and blah, 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 blah. Now, tell me, which of those demands that you must be below 35 years or below 50 years?
Hapo hakuna, hapo nimekubali, hapo hakuna.
Demba,
Thank you so much.
Yes, Guru.
how are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
I'm fine. Now,
Yes.
I think one of the most one of the politicians that has really suffered propaganda is Raila Amolo Odinga, and mostly it is because he has always represented the progressive forces in Kenya. And you know, people who are comfortable with the status quo will always fight a person who is trying to destabilize the system from which they eat. So you are going to find that very heavy propaganda has been used against this man. And in sections of the country, he has even been kind of reduced into a subhuman in terms of the descriptions that have been made about him, particularly in sections of Mount Kenya, but that is now fizzling out after some of the greatest critics and those who created those narratives have now turned back and are saying that that was mere propaganda and politics. I think it could be Papa's time to reap the benefit of what he has invested for these many years in politics. There is a big generation of Kenyans who have gone to school and they are able to know the truth from the lies. And part of these people come from Mount Kenya. They are now able to compare the candidates that have put their names forward for the presidency. And out of that reasoning, there is a big section of voters who will go to vote, having analyzed the two personalities. Now, when you look at the manner in which Raila Amolo Odinga was introduced to politics, he came through a family that was known for liberation politics. And therefore, Raila did not go into politics as a way of earning a living. When you look at the other guy, he was introduced to politics through a very evil way of maintaining a status quo. The atrocities and the damage that was done to this country to maintain that system is still with us. We are suffering some of the worst economic downturns, even up to today, because of the damage that they did in 1990s of printing money. We have invested a lot of energy in fighting for space, especially in human rights. These same people are the ones who have perpetrated this kind of, system where you suppress others so that you get your space. In fact, the deputy president, to some of the people even in Central today, especially those who went through the Moi regime, when they see him, they see Moi times 2. Because when you look at his politics, is actually for the politics of patronage, where you have selected people across the country. You can see them forming caucuses. These are the people he is going to be eating with once he gets power. The other system is that you portray yourself as a God-fearing person, going to church and being publicized as a person who is a Christian, as a way of appealing to the Christian population. And the religion has its way of dulling or making people, less aggressive in demanding their rights, because it demands, obedience. This man, when you look at his way of approach, is also what we call handouts, which Moi was very good in, as a way of buying people, because the system is such that everybody has a price. You are either bought or suppressed to conform. You are aware right now he is on a mission to turn Kenya into a one-party state and making it completely impossible for others to operate within his backyard and where he feels that he has a support. So when you combine all these, the simple fact of the matter is that Raila represents the progressive forces that have been really fighting to change the systems in Kenya for the better of everyone, not because of his ethnic group. In fact, I believe this ethnic group has borne one of the heaviest burdens of trying to make the country better for all of us. But on the other hand, you see people determined to perpetuate the systems that we actually spent almost 40 years, 50 years fighting to change. Because when you look at the whole setup right now, when somebody demands that you conform in one political party and make it impossible for others to operate, that can only be kanu ya baba na ya mama. But I want to make it clear to those who subscribe to that kind of politics that we are not going there anymore. We will not accept. There is quite a number. Baba has been able to build a big army, a battalion of progressives. They will resist, and this time it will be a big resistance, because we want to create a country that is good for us and our children and our children's children. We do not want a situation whereby expressing yourself become a problem, or setting yourself up in any part of the country becomes a favor. You are aware that we are coming from a situation just 2, 3, 4 days ago where the hidden policy of Mandoandoa was unfurled. This is the kind of Kenya we do not want. We have come a long way, and I am happy my people of Central Kenya, especially those who have gone to school, have started understanding that Raila is not the animal that he has been made to look. And that is why you can see some of our young leaders like Sapina Chege, Kanini Kega, the very progressive leaders like Morevi Nderito, Kiraito Moronge, and Peter Munya, and others. They have stuck their necks out because they want to educate our community that when you differ politically, it does not mean there is enmity, and that leadership can be offered by another person from another community or communities, not necessarily their own or a community that you voted with the last time. Politics of favoritism, politics of clientism, politics of balkanization is what Baba has been fighting against. He is consistent. People now believe him. In fact, when he talks in any part of this country, people will believe him when he says that he doesn't want corruption. You are aware that UDA and its leaders have said that they have no problem with corruption, that corruption cannot affect development, that when they take power, corruption will not be one of their priorities. Fighting corruption will not be one of their priorities. That is very sad. We know what corruption has done to this country. We know how many companies have not come to set up here because of kickbacks that are demanded by those in power. We are also aware of how expensive services have been. Right now, the president ordered the power bills to go down by that 3%. Already, we are enjoying 15%. Ask yourself, is it that the fundamentals of power production have changed? No. It's what has happened is that the loopholes of corruption are being closed in this parastatal. So when we talk here, we don't talk for academic purposes. We talk so that we educate one another. The other day, farmers in North Rift were complaining that they have not joined the government policy of National Cereals and Produce Board. They have been suppressed by a small group of people who have turned that NCBB into a kind of business enterprise for themselves. They go and feed up the stores with maize bought from other countries, leaving our farmers in a very bad state because they are left with the stocks held in their granaries. Now, I would want to challenge those who support UDA here. Even if somebody comes from your backyard and your children don't have fees because they have saturated government institutions and perpetrated corruption, it behoves on you to use the education that your parents invested in, to use your knowledge, to use your brain, to see that this is not about brotherhood. It is about leadership. It is about your children. It's about the good systems that ensures equity, inclusiveness for all of us. Kenya is wide. It's not about one or two communities, and we must learn to live alongside each other. So for us Kenyans, the best thing we can do is demand the best services and the improvement of systems so that we can ensure that our economy grows and we have plenty within our boundaries. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those remarks, closing remarks. Indeed, as we come towards the end of our conversation today, I think even we're almost hitting the 8-hour mark. So in the same breath, I will want to allow Alex to give us his closing remarks. Then Wycliffe, then Eric. Alex? Yeah. Okay, Wycliffe, your closing remarks.
Okay, for today, I've seen, I learned a lot today. So tomorrow, I think I'll have to be working with an extra phone so that I need to learn something. I go to the Google and then I try to learn more, and then I can educate myself for the future. Thank you, and have a nice day, everyone.
Thank you so much, Wycliffe. Eric?
Okay. here is morning now. We are planning to go for work. Okay, I'm so grateful for the conversation we had, and for the panelists who have been there for those 8 hours. I think it's the sacrifice we have made. We are not being paid to do this. We are doing this for our own better and for others too. So as the conversation was today, it was fine. So I'm grateful to see everyone here, and I will just put one point to educate, to still share what I know with the Wycliffe. Wycliffe, I'm going to give you this as a research. You know, someone who is a volunteer and someone who is being paid, a volunteer to do something, and someone who receives paycheck for doing something, those people are too much different. One, when D was in NASA, it was a volunteer work. You understand? So he used to try and give the best. But when he's in Huda, he's being paid. So if the paycheck goes down a little bit, he ran away. So that's why we need partners. We don't need followers, we need partners. So that's my word for today. So guys, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Eric. Alex?
I want you to apologize. Umeniita makanga, umeniita hustler. Sasa
Nilikuwa nasema uko peke yako, hauna mtu wa kusaidia. Hujanielewa?
Sasa, you know,
Alex, your connection. Okay. Alex, your connection is not good. Penyagaka, umerudi, ulitoroka. You have any final words?
Yes, I always have a lot. Lakini ni electricity, I mean charge ndio ilikwisha. Mimi sikimbiagi sana. Sijawahi umeona wakisi wakikimbia. Mimi nasema let us have good health. We wish you the best, December, and everybody else. At the end of the day, we're all brothers and sisters. We believe in what we believe. Just like you taught me today, you will always learn something every day. Because all the topics that you guys bring are A1. It's beautiful. Some of us have a lot of things to do, like earlier when you call me, but I have to listen to you guys. I mean, about 80% I don't agree with it, but it is challenging. It's always good to look at the other side and see what they are talking about. I mean, if you only eat sukuma week every day, even yourself, you'll be sick. So coming to your show, most of the time, you guys give me more knowledge, more education, and you never stop to learn. Or the rest of your life, so long as you live, you will learn something. Hiyo ndio nakusema kwamba asante sana kwa hii show, they support fully, even if it's on the other side. So long as you guys understand that us on the other side, we have the right, the freedom to do whatever we want, just like you told me earlier, Themba. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Penyagaka. We appreciate you. We always ready to listen to divergent views for posterity. Alex, you've been on the road since I saw you here for 8 hours.
Yes, yes.
Are you where are you going?
You know, Themba, let me tell you something that makes me appreciate this country. This economy is an economy that is made for everybody.
Yeah.
In a manner that if you work hard and get educated, you can still get a job and have a decent living. But if you have ethics of hard work and put out your education and say it is an exposure to show you how to make money, there are jobs you can do that are not education or academic related, that you can still make more money than your academic degrees. When you see me on the road, I am listening to Mtembei. At the same time, I am working. I just left my job, which is daytime. I do a little bit business here and there. And then after that, I go to something called Amazon, or sometimes something called DoorDash, or these small jobs, but they do add up. At the end of the month, when you sit down, you appreciate that a country like America can give you 3-4 jobs, and there are even more jobs you can do if we could increase 24 hours. So we are lucky to be in a country whereby you can work as you are still listening to Mutembei. So, sometimes I sit in the house and say, okay, what is it gonna help me if I sit in the house and start drinking my Guinness? Unapata nimemaliza 24 pack, because a Guinness is very cheap here. You will find yourself finishing a Guinness from 5 o'clock to 1 a.m. I will be finishing a whole box of Guinness, which is about 24. So let me go out, let me make money, and let me help myself before I get to the age of retirement. So when you see me on the road, don't worry, I am making money while listening to that. So my finishing remarks are this. I may not agree with my mentor in politics. I'm not a politician, but the guy who made me love reading politics. There are many things I may not agree with him, but one thing I've come to know that is consistent. Even when you think he has failed, he always comes up with a new smile and a new style. Who knew that Azimio ingeshika and it's going to be part of the new narrative of the coming election? Nobody knew. So, I mean, that magnanimity and ingenuity makes me believe that if he became the president, there are things that we can be able to achieve as a country. Kenya has one of the best climates in the world. Kenya has the best human capacity development. Even some of us who in their heart criticize the education system of Kenya, I'm telling you, even American education system cannot equate to our education system. Our ability to reason and our ability to work hard is beyond measure. That is why we come here at the age of 25. By the age of 28, you have a home, you have a business, your family is thriving because our education system taught us. So in as much as we may think that Moi was not good, Moi made us palatable in other countries. The 844 system, though it looked like a burden, I'm 100% sure we, the beneficiaries, when we came to college in India and here, we were topping in our classes. Why? Because our education was superior. And I wish it continues to be that way. It doesn't degenerate into commercial education the way our colleges, even technical colleges like Kisumu Polytechnic, it has to be changed to a university. Mombasa Polytechnic to university. If you knew the capabilities that Kenyans had or are having in terms of unity, if we came together and put politics on the side, you don't know what we can do. My friend Wycliffe, when you start saying age, I'll give you only one point. I don't want to go very far. Malaysia, a classic country with a very good economy, a model economy that you can read after Singapore, re-elected a president who retired almost 20 years ago at the age of 91, Mahathir Mohamad, an economist, back to be a president. And 91, by the time he was elected 2 years ago, he was 91 years. Go read about Mahathir Mohamad. And why did they re-elect him? Just to root out corruption. Only that, so that they can steer the economic progress. So, my friend, when you start talking about age, we can go on and on and on. But I just wanted to tell you, just 2 years ago, Malaysia unanimously, more than 63% voted for a 91-year-old man. So, my friend, think about that. Lastly, Mzee Nyagaka, I respect you. And I want you as an economist to stick through and be honest with economics. And when you talk like an economist, you may disagree with people politically, but when it comes to economics, economics worst and bring a narrative that is not true. He is not economist. He is a social democrat. He's on the record saying that. So he's not economist. And the issue of social security, the issue of BET, the issue of social upgrade of people who are low is not the economist, a communist agenda. It is a capitalist agenda too, because that is how you shield these people so that they may not have diseases, so that they can be educated, so that they can also get services. If you bring that narrative in Kenya and people start believing that giving people 6,000 is a communist agenda, I mean, as an economist, you are really failing. Stay true to your brand. And Themba, thank you. Naona umepona. And to all who are in the panel here, thank you for being with us throughout. And but usiniyekange quarantine maze. Hiyo quarantine saa ingine nasikia baridi bwana.
Unafaa ukue kila saa kwa sababu uko peke yako.
Wacha kuwa mtu wa kulalamika sana. Wacheni kuwa watu ukikaa tu kidogo hivi ni kulalamika. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we really appreciate. We have about 5 minutes before we close. Stephen Mutumbu, thank you so much. Ngetich Bernard, on the comment section, Gifted Hands family, we thank you so much, David Olo, and all the rest who joined us on the Biria, Rafael Kalu. If you want to join anytime you see the link, just click on it. If there's a chance on the platform, when you see there are not 10 people, definitely you will be allowed in. When the studio is normally very full all the time, so we appreciate that. If you wanna come in, just keep trying. When you see the link, click on it. Come uko na maoni. You only need 3 things. You need a working phone or computer, you need internet connection, and then you need ideas to share and readiness to learn. When you are ready to learn, you have ideas to share, you have a working computer, internet connection, computer or phone, boom, you are ready. That's all you need. You don't need to read a lot. You don't need to worry. Here you will learn. By just joining, you will come and learn. Come with everything that you think you can share with us. We'll be ready to listen to it. It is not a collection of intellectuals. No. Here we have everybody. As long as you have an idea that you want to share with us. As always, we want to appreciate everybody who has logged in. Panelists, Eric, Guru, Wycliffe, Penyagaka, and Alex. From wherever you are, we really appreciate your time for joining and even sharing with us your views. For those who have stayed here for all those hours, we really appreciate you too. Those who have been joining in and out, we thank you. As always, we say, it is important for us to keep talking, because when we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight, we want to keep talking. So let's keep sharing, let's learn. We want Motembei TV to be a place of choice for concise, articulate, and relevant political discourse that affects Kenya. And therefore, if you can come here and you have a willingness and readiness to learn, then this is a platform for you. We respect everyone, and we appreciate we value every thought that is shared here. Kindly remember to subscribe to Motembei TV and share, press like, and as much as possible, every time when there's any political discourse taking place, this is the place to be. We start 8 o'clock Kenyan time, and of course, wherever time where you are. We have people, some of them in diaspora when you're in Kenya, in the US, in Britain, in Turkey, and in any other place, wherever you are. 8 p.m. Kenyan time, you can always locate the time and then you come in and join. But when you see it, just look at the link. When you are at it, kindly also please do me a favor, subscribe to my channel. It is Temba Ondiege TV on YouTube. Kindly help me get to 1,000. Just go there, subscribe, share. I'll really appreciate. Share with your friends, share those who are here. And if you have joined Motivate TV and you're here and you haven't subscribed, kindly subscribe. But when you're at it also, subscribe to Temba Ondiege. Let me put it there so that those who can do me a favor, subscribe, will really appreciate. Let me put it there so that
Thank you.
that you go there and subscribe. Tafadhali pen subscribe to my channel. As you subscribe to Motembe TV, subscribe to that channel. I've put it on a private chat, but I can also put it to the big chat. Yes. So kindly, if you can subscribe, we'll really appreciate. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow. Time like this. Bye. Enjoy.